update. Oh, I forgot that we're already on the live screen. I didn't click the starting soon, so people are just watching me try to click buttons. So, guys, welcome to our first event that I have. Oh yeah, let people refresh. Okay, let's not make this awkward. Let's all sit here looking at each other weirdly. Hello.
Give it some time.
Hello.
Give it a few seconds.
Write down if you see our faces. So, Dabston, while we figure it out, why did you choose Dr. Dabston? Is it because of all the doctors out there?
You know, it was just an easy play on words. And, you know, it was at a time where dabbing was a big thing, whether it's, you know, the good old typical dab or whether it's smoking dabs, which is more of kind of what I got into. And I just kind of went with it early on and just rolled with it from there.
Okay. And you're a big enjoyer of an actual dab as well? Or are you good at dabbing? Can you at least double dab? Or is it singular dab?
I mean, I can, but I'm more into the other one. I like to not embarrass myself as much and just, you know, the other dabs get my mind right for gaming. It makes me much less frustrating, and I don't realize.
Ain't that relatable? Okay.
They may that also may be the cause of losing 10 villagers to a night raid, but hey, any difference, you know, we're not going to complain about it.
I don't know. I can imagine if you're a beginner dabber, you need to know which way works best, and especially with smoking as well. Wait, you don't look like a smoker.
Yeah, I know. Well, I've never smoked any tobacco nicotine wise, but yeah, weed and marijuana is a different story. It's just this one that for quite some time, and just, you know, just kind of like that everyday thing, just get the mind right and in the correct gaming space.
Makes sense. I was wondering about, because everybody here in Age of Empires has a story, like where they come from, where the OG part is. And someone says you're high as a kite right now.
No.
Oh, he's high on running.
Too early. Too early for that.
How far do you take your dog for a run, though?
So every morning it's typically an hour walk / end of it. I don't really run too much with him. Sometimes I do, but usually it's about an hour walk, so a couple miles, 3 miles. I guess y'all use kilometers, right? So I don't.
It's okay.
Shoot,
Freedom
that
units.
doesn't help that much.
There's at least 3 Americans awake in this chat right now. So
that's the sad part, is like I'm an early riser, so I'm always like watching like European streams and stuff, and I'm like, and then like late at night, I'm like, someone American, please stream. Wham puppy, someone. Like I need someone to carry the NA crowd right now.
No, Tim used to be that one, but his streams got so short. And I guess that's part
of early.
Right? Yeah, no, it's been a monka steer. I know Corvinus sometimes gets plenty of Americans. Oh my god, we have 2 guys. Let's just get some screams for the Americans in the chat. Hell yeah, brothers. You got any of those freedoms? Yeah.
There's 2, I think 2 Americans in there out of everyone. But hey, big shout out to the NA squads. I think GUA has actually started to stream a little bit more often, so he's another one that has been trying to carry the load. But yeah, Tim starts earlier, and it's like he sticks to like the 2.5 hour streams, and I feel like when you're streaming, you gotta just lock in for like 5-6 hours.
The thing is, it's stamina as well, right? You used to stream a little bit, didn't you, for a while, but you also tapered off.
Yeah, that was the thing, is I think I just like burnt myself out. Also, my real life job got a lot busier to where when I got home from work, it was no longer like I can play for 5 hours. It was like I can play for 2, and I want to chill and watch some stuff in between games. And so then that doesn't make as much sense for streaming when you're taking like a 30-minute break in between every game.
And it's also the money, right? Like the problem is it just doesn't, viability, it ain't there, Chiefs. If you're thinking about streaming and you have under, I would say, 350, it's a Monka S, I would say.
It's 99% of the streamers out there. Well, actually, not of everyone following and viewers and whatnot, but 99% of the streamers out there aren't doing it for the money. They're just doing it because they like to do it. They like, when I first started streaming, I didn't think it was gonna, I was gonna gain any sort of following, especially to anything close to what I did. But it was more of like, when I play games, I like to talk and interact with people. It's like even with solo games, it's like sometimes it's like, all right, I want to talk to someone, whether I'm in like Discord with a squad or whether it's in front of the stream, just talking about how bad I am.
I see. I think that's also something a lot of people don't get. Like, streaming is about that social aspect. I think a lot of us, I don't know if you guys in Twitch chat, if you disagree or if you're the opposite, but I think life is pretty lonely. And I think especially at our age, because most of us are millennials. Please tell me you're a millennial, so I don't... Are you Gen Z or are you millennial?
I don't know what the line is. I think I'm technically a millennial. What's the year?
I think it's 1997. It's like a transitional phase between 1994 and 1999.
Yeah, well, I'm in the transitional phase though.
Okay. Okay.
In the earlier side, so I'm a 95 squad.
Okay. Oh, so you're a year younger than me. Guys, just like that, we put our ages out there, and now you guys know we are not the young lads and laddises that we were before.
Dang it. Yeah, I know. I know. Going to the NA land, I was interacting with some people, and I was definitely felt like some of the older crowd at times, even though I tried to make some of the young ones get out and about.
Right, at King of the North as well, I was the only, because we were staying in Cal's house, and I was the only one who was there who was covered under his parents' insurance because I was above 25. So I was the driver. Luckily, Askela joined later as well, so he was also a driver. He's a real adult, like me, but he's more of an adult. He has a kid.
Yeah, I couldn't deal with that. I was not the driver. I was getting a little too rowdy to be driving around. We were calling Ubers, which our Uber driver actually recognized Puppy Paw and myself from the Age of Empires 4 scene and New Beastie. So that was a pretty interesting experience. We had a good laugh about that one.
Did you also get to sign the mouse pad?
I did sign the mouse pad. It has grown. I don't know how much more spots there's going to be for it, but obviously, hopefully some more tournaments where he can try to get some signed.
Yeah, the funny thing is we do still have 50 of those mouse pads that are completely empty. They're in, we're getting dog camera, guys. Dog cam coming in hot. Oh my god, look at that monster. Oh, that's some good snoot action we got there. Up close.
Yeah.
Okay, now...
Hopefully he'll just fall asleep here instead of barking. We'll see, though.
My dogs, actually my dogs have left me. Usually they're right behind me on the bed, and we have a dog bed / couch where basically the living room is made for the dogs. It's really nice. But Dabston, now that we're almost getting to a point where the tournament is starting, Twitch chat, now that we've small talked enough, and before the show really gets going, what we're going to be doing is we're going to show you guys what matches we'll be seeing today. And first up, let's go look. So, the players, you know these players well because you saw them IRL. It's the brother versus brother.
Yeah, and you actually got to meet Kiljardi too at King of the North as well, I believe. I don't think Scatterbrain was part of that squad though, but the brother versus brother is always a fun matchup, an interesting matchup.
Yeah, the problem with these matchups is I think the whole idea of this whole format that we're just going to call the Top Team Gamer format, it's all about communication. Last week we saw the women battling it out with the men, and I felt like the players who did the best were the ones who were commanding and telling people what to do. When I was playing, I believe I was playing with Puppy Paw, and I was really struggling to find my footing about what is the plan? Are we supposed to attack? Are we not supposed to attack? Do you want me to build this? Do you want me to build that? I'm not the kind of person who can lead. But I think in these matchups where the players are much closer ranked, there might be a little bit of a destruction. Although Scatterbrained, I believe, is top 40 on ladder at the moment. So Kiljardi has definitely grown quite a bit in the last few weeks, or in the months, I would say.
A good bit of recent history. He has definitely climbed the ladder, climbed the scene in general, made a name for himself much more often. And APM Max, thanks for the bits coming on in. But yeah, that is where, with team games, you already mentioned it. Communication is the number one key. Fighting together. I can't tell you how many times I have seen a 2v1 army fight, and then it's just kind of over from there. There's no coming back.
Yeah, the problem that you get in these team games is you need to understand team synergy and you need to understand where teams can go. So again, ABMX, I just want to say thank you for the bits. All of these donations are going directly towards the Belgian Long COVID Research Association to ensure that the research can be done and people can be helped. Now, I think with team games, you do have that situation where people need to understand what you need to do with your or with your ally. So people with lower ranks have that opportunity to beat these highly ranked players, which is actually quite surprising. So do you think that Wham and Puppy Ball, being so closely ranked together, do have a chance at taking this game?
I mean, I feel like any time team games come into play, when you're on the Conk 3+ level, you always have a chance. I've seen some very big upsets from some people that should go unnamed in streams at times in the team game space. That it's like, how did he ended up winning against those two big name players that everyone knows about?
Yeah, and now. So, Dabston, I did hear something in the background, and I believe that something is about to kick off. Guys, I just realized I made a mistake with our first matchup as well. And it is Dragovan. Oh no, I completely mixed them up. It wasn't Giljar, it was Dragovan. That's me, that's my fault.
Oh,
it's okay.
So we have Dragovan and Wham versus Scatterbrained and Puppy Paw.
I was gonna say, Giliardi might just destroy whoever comes close. So Puppy Paw and Scatterbrain, Puppy Brain versus Drago Wham, going in hot. And ladies and gentlemen, it is time to go into our game. So let's hop on over and hopefully it works. It works, guys. We are back. We are in here and we have started our game. Now, let me just ensure that everything is looking decent. I realize as we're going in here, I may have made a little bit of a mistake, but this is why we test these things in the moment. Oh, that we're supposed to test them in advance. I'm so sorry, guys. This is my bad. Now, as we're going into this match, I want to ensure you guys the first game is the only one where we have these little bit mishaps with me and my timer. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's hop on over. It's time for our destruction. So, on the bottom left side, we have Dragovan and Wham. Wham on HRE and Aubits, a composition that I'm actually favoring in this scenario.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. The one thing you gotta always take into account is the map, which is Gorge. Very aggressive map, typically, when it comes to team games. You need to take a little bit of this map control, considering a lot of the food is out and about on these edges, and we all know how big of an importance food comes in the AoE 4.
Now, the problem is, I think on a map like this as well, where the food is so far out, people are now asking that big question of, do I go for professional scouts? So do you have any feelings about professional scouts in the current meta?
Even before the update, I have always been one, especially in team games, if you have the APM to do it, you can do it. Well, the good thing about the most recent update is now you don't really need APM as much to use professional scouts. You can just shift click a bunch of those deer pack, and then all of a sudden, the big concern that I was just mentioning goes away, because you're going to have some nice deer under your base for the whole entire game, because there's so many deer on team games.
Now, what I really love about the whole professional scouts is we weren't able to use it at lower ranks. I was really struggling to even think about having that opportunity. But now people can pull the cat out of the hat and out-sustain in feudal by doing this. And I would really like to see what the game plan is here, because all of these civilizations are very well known for their Castle Age plays, right? We have Aobids, we have HRE, both civilizations that excel in Castle, while at the same time Japanese, a very, very heavy Castle Age civilization. So I would really like to see if there's any feudal action, because from what I understood playing with these players, they all said you end the damn game in feudal, and that's what I hope to see today.
It's one that if both players are squatting together, and it's funny that we talk about a lot of these Castle Age civs, but I feel like HRE has slowly changed from that Castle Age all the time, that's their bread and butter, their wheelhouse, into a little bit more of this feudal civilization ever since that marching drills change.
Now, the marching duels changed, for those of you who don't know. They used to get a lot of movement speed in the early ages, but now it has been decreased a little bit to just ensure that the HRE army isn't running circles around you, but there's still that little bit of an advantage. Now, I've been enjoying HRE as a feudal age civilization. I think it is something that is so easy to exploit, especially with that eco boost that you get. Most civilizations just can't stay up to date, and it allows you to do that very early farm transition without really fearing for your life. However, in 2v2 games, people are not favoring HRE.
Yeah, well, we see that Wham already has dropped, I believe it was a barracks with a spearman out, as well as a range, so he's planning on playing feudal a little bit. I love the positioning of these as well. Behind his base, nice and safe in case there is a feudal attack from the other side. He can still keep producing, and more importantly, outside the range of his chapel. And oh, he is ready to play full feudal. He's dropping another range, so 3 production buildings going down for Wham.
So showing that really strong eco advantage in the early game will definitely scare these players at the top a little bit, because Puppy and Scatterbrain, they do get that early tower, and what I absolutely love is this tower is not finished. Now, for those of you who don't know why it's not finished, it's just simply because this thing needs one more hit to get done, and then, you know, you have a pretty decent situation for your villagers on gold. Nobody will be able to harass it. He does, however, try to get harassment on a different spot, and then you can cancel it.
Yeah. I've seen the bait and swap plenty of times. This is one that I think is worth finishing, especially considering this is both of the players' gold. Gives them a nice just kind of positioning point there in the center. But Scatterbrain denied off the berries for now, and Wham is just continually rallying across the map, allowing Dragavan to kind of do what he wants behind this. And the question is oh my gosh, it's not only the attack, it's also a tower rush with it to pressure the Grand Winery of the Byzantines of his brother.
Now, this is not just a Grand Winery. That's what I think makes this so powerful. It's the whole of the wood line from our Japanese player. So Scatterbrained is just not going to be able to get any wood from here on out when you put a little bit of vision here or a little bit of vision over here, because the tower should be able to reach once 1 or 2 trees go down. Now, this just forces him not to be able to go around and fill up this Grand Winery with those beautiful, nice Byzantine farms we see with the unthinkable olive oil.
Yeah, the one thing that I will say is most team game players, if you're used to this, you're used to the pressure, Scatterbrain will just pull off his wood line, go right on over to his teammate's wood line behind his TC and say, hey, you know, I got another wood line to deal with. But the big problem is it is not just the outpost. Wham's dropping rams. He does not want Castle Age to be any sort of a play, but that's exactly what Scatterbrain's dropping as we speak. Floating gate starting to be built right as Wham steps up to dive into Puppy Paw's base.
Now, this ram is actually something that is so important if you want to take down and pressure the Byzantines and slow down that oil economy. Now, the ram is going to be hitting away, denying all these berries, and because the wood is now denied, there's no real safe place for anyone to move out of without being seen either. Now, the ram probably won't get to take down the Grand Winery, but you cannot deny this thing. Even with a few horsemen, this is not just something you can take down. This army is looking thick. But now, both players are aging up, though. Oh, wait, I say this, and Dragavan is not aging up, but I did see he has no resources, so is the man spent? He spent, never mind.
He's got 14 horse. Yeah, I was about to say, I was watching the horseman number climb up on the side, but horseman's a weird unit to go without doing something with them. Usually this is that unit that you want to constantly be poking, prodding, taking down reinforcing units, but he's really just got a ton of resources put into them. Maybe he's going to end up planning a dive on the gold right as Puppy and Scatterbrain try to defend and take down these rams.
Dragavan is known for his sneaky plays. For those of you who don't know about Dragavan, he's the inventor of the clown car. The clown car is just putting down an impossible siege tower in your opponent's base and microing the archers. So he's been known for his spicy plays. So let's see what his horsemen can do. They do get under that TC, but keep in mind, guys, these are feudal age units, but there's a lot of them.
A lot of them idling out Japan, diving onto the gold. So a ton of units are being idled. The tower finally gets finished, but will there be enough damage to make this feudal age dive worth it? And not only the damage, as we see villagers pulling out their spears as the Byzantine cistern gets activated, Akratoy defense, thank you very much. And this does seem like Puppy Paw and Scatterbrain are having to fall back and struggling to hold this push, at least for the time being.
Wham and Dragavan are definitely giving a very, very heavy push here that I don't think most civilizations would be able to contest. We see the army number is just such an advantage for Wham and Dragavan, and it just feels like Puppy and Scatter, even though they're going to both hit their castle, they're not going to be able to produce any units for a while, and when they do, they just get taken down with the Spearmen. Or at least severely damaged.
Spearman number has been thinned out a good little bit, so the scary part is when a few of the mounted samurai can split off and actually go do some raiding, can go hit some of the pocket ecos.
And also what the problem is here, you do get that mobility on the horsemen, you can get those pocket resources all around the map. Ooh, and the Golden Horn Tower is coming in hot, so you will start seeing some units from them, but it is going to take a while. Now the question is just, do they keep this pressure up or do they stop? And I think both of them are giving us a very, very clear answer. With all these resources completely spent, they're looking at keeping the pace going.
Absolutely. Pressure is keeping up, focusing down that stables with the Yoroshiro bonus in there. So we're seeing the main production from Scatterbrain potentially get taken down, and this would actually be devastating for the Japanese over here, as that is their kind of bread and butter. They need those mounted samurais. You can see 4 villagers pulled off to try to heal that on up. Mounted samurai trying to dive the ram, but there is a whole entire force of the Dragawam team on the other side.
And Dragavan, with those intense plays that he creates, he's just showing up and showing exactly what happens if you play against an aggressive player and try to go for a greedy castle. So definitely a really good punishment here from Dragawam. The stable will be going down and no more mounted samurais will be coming out from here. But this economy is looking in shambles. Even though the villages are not that far ahead, you do have so much idle time. So this is just going to mean you have one idle player, and Puppy Paw is waiting for some kind of miracle coming out of this Golden Horn Tower.
Yeah, he's trying to mass up a ton of Varangian guards, but the problem is there's so many units that the tankiness doesn't even matter. Denied off a gold for the time being. Another stable's being dropped by Scatterbrain. This is not looking good over for the Byzantine Japanese side. Villagers are just building with horsemen, taking them down, attacking them. They need to get the stables up, but I don't know if this is all worth it.
This is that awkward point where you've lost so many villagers. You're struggling. You can see the difference here. 27 villagers here from Scatterbrain. Puppy Paw sending resources to Scatterbrain, just trying to keep him alive, but this is a ticking time bomb for them. And behind this, we just see that Dragavan has 400 unspent food. Does this just mean we're going to get an Aeobid into castle now to get that finishing blow off?
Yeah, that's the only thing that could really devastate Wham and Dragavan right now, is if there is that castle time. They aren't able to match a castle timing of some sort. Mounted Samurai is able to split off, do a little bit of damage, cause a little bit of idle time, kind of trying to get them back into this a bit. But this is where in team games, I feel like when both players do go like greedy, one player needs to balance out the greed with, you know, army and military and kind of give them that stability to allow the greed from their teammate to pay off instead of both players doing the same thing.
That's where the communication comes in, having a clear plan, understanding who you are playing with, and that is exactly why we've decided for the play all two format. Before it was best of ones, just to ensure that these players get to play together and we get to see the shenanigans they pull off together. But now, I don't think that we will be seeing the same kind of greed from Puppy Paw and Scatterbrain going into the next match. These two are gonna have to learn that we might need to go for a little bit of feudal fighting as well.
And we do finally see the click up come through from Dragavan. Not sure which wing he decided to go with. Ooh, it is the advancement wing. He realizes he needs to get up quick. The number of Varangian guards on the other side is actually to the point where Puppy might just be able to A-move this base. There's a few Desert Raiders, I think, like 6 Desert Raiders that can try to kite this, do a little bit of that base damage, but they'll get taken out so quickly by the Javelins as well. I actually think that Puppy and Scatterbrain might be able to do a decent timing attack on the way back here.
Yeah, this is one of those awkward positions where you get to, and you know that, okay, I was aggressive. I didn't really focus on being defensive in my base and understanding what the layout needs to be for me to survive these types of attacks. So they could lose quite a bit if the attack is just right, and there looks to be a very right attack and a very exposed chapel here. So that's just a problem with HRE as well. At some point you are going to be exposed, especially when you've depleted that wood line protecting you. So they will need to do a significant amount of damage though.
Yeah, the chapel's super exposed as you're mentioning, and that's HRE's lifeline. Wham is the one that decided to stay in feudal age, being denied off of food. He's going to be stuck here for quite some time, and he's going to have to rely on Dragavan to try to stabilize this push, but you need more than just a few crossbows, more than just a few, knights or camel lancers to deal with that many Varangian guards.
And the problem is he only had his stable there in the early game. So now he's going to have a bunch of knights, maybe, that come out of camel lancers, but he won't be able to make anything that can actually deal with these Varangian guards properly. So Wham needs to find a way to take things down before the numbers increase, and honestly it feels like they're increasing. Just such a perfect timing. Oh, we see a market being dropped. He's trying to help his ally.
Yeah, and I mean, Wham really needs food right now. He hasn't really had too many on food, can't keep that production up. Takes the fight in a 2v1, essentially. Horseman circling around the backside, trying to get on top of the javelin throwers. This is still a fight that is hard for Wham and Dragavan to take, just with how tanky that front line is. Javelins thrown on the backside. TC trying to help the best they can, but you can just see numbers may be even, but quality is not there for Wham and Dragavan.
I just can't believe it, but they actually survived that attack by going castle this way. We do see this attack from the side just cleaning up the whole of Puppy Paw's army, but they do take a very large amount of victims alongside them. They do back off for that moment to ensure that the Varangian guards don't just shred right through them. But honestly, both of these teams in a very compromising position at some point, but I feel like we just saw a lot more coming out from Puppy Brain to ensure that this fight is going to go, and this game is going to go their way. 5 minutes ago I would have called it the other way.
I think we even saw some GGs in the chat, but one thing you can't forget about during all this time as well is all the passive eco that Puppy Brain are getting behind this. It's triple sacred site. I'm scared to see how many relics are secured, considering I only see 2 left on the map, and they're both on Dragavan and Wham's side. I feel like that means, 5 over on the... We see 2 on the ground, but I feel like, 2 in the winery. So a good amount of passive eco to easily make up for the Tinville difference. And this is where Puppy Paw and Scatterbrained have their foot on the gas. They're the ones attacking. They're the ones in the base on the other side, continuing to raid, continuing to take fights and hit villagers and cause more idle time.
I feel like there's just so much chaos happening right now. Attacks coming from every single side. What I love about this is Scatterbrained is constantly just saying, I know I lost a lot, but how do I distract my opponents? How do I overwhelm them? And he's constantly raiding with these samurais. And that is exactly what you want to see as a player who is behind. You need to make sure that you exploit the aggressive player by knowing that their whole army is in your base.
I mean, I feel like Camel Lancers are the correct unit to make. They're just super expensive. You have to have food secure. You have to have gold secure. And that just felt like that wasn't the story for a bit. However, Camel Lancer number has climbed up to 7. Losing villagers on the backside. That's a bunch of archers trying to take down Mounted Samurai.
Feels like they're doing 1 damage at a time. That knight is barely getting tickled. Finally, the spearmen do poke a little bit through him, but Wham is stuck in feudal, and I don't know how he's getting out of here.
Having to drop more farms on the exposed chapel. If I'm Puppy and Scatterbrained, I continually just send a unit here every so often. But speaking of units being sent, there is a massive gold vein that Puppy and Scatterbrain went on out to, and that is a lovely spot to attempt to do some raiding.
The problem is, you really struggle to raid when your whole army is occupied by 3 mounted samurais, or a bannerman mixed between. But he knew about this. The scout died here, and the camel lancers are gonna go for a little bit of a kill.
Oh, and this is exactly what this game is turning into, is just the crazy chaos. This is where I said it early on the map. I said food more often than gold, but you can see how exposed this map is in resources later on. A bunch of raids, there's no walls, and just, I do not envy your position having to bounce all over the map.
That's the problem with Gorge. It's just such an open map. There's always something to go for and harass. You have that early game where you have a safe gold, but the moment this thing runs out, and that's exactly the case, you are out on the map, and that's why we see both of them out on this gold. We do see the plays coming out to go for those external golds here too, but they're just going to be so exposed. And we've seen that Scatterbrained is the kind of guy who can punish you for moving out on the map. But it looks like Wham is trying to go for castle. Now, it's a little bit of a weird time to go castle, because HRE is usually the one that sits in castle before anyone else. You have secured your relics. But at this point, what are they going to go for? Do we just see a burger because there are no more relics on the map? Or are they going to make sure that they do secure these last 2, 3 on the map for the HRE? I would like to see the HRE with a little bit.
I think 3 is definitely worth still going Regnants, especially considering Burger at this point, he has, I want to say, 3 barracks out. You getting a quad, 3 barracks out. You getting another 5 barracks isn't really doing anything. You might just go Regnants even if you only secured 1 relic at this point.
The problem about this part of the game is just understanding what am I going to do. Oof, that is a very chunky raid, though. They're very spicy, and they don't get taken down. More mounted samurais on Wham, and this man right now starving for gold. He cannot get to Castle Age, and these mounted samurais are just running right through these villages and taking victims all along the way. More on the gold.
Oh. Yeah, and there is enough room inside those towers. I think he believe he garrisoned both, but did not. And it's actually Burger. He's doing whatever he can to hold this push. I think the Burger was forced just because of all of this mass in his base. But this is a timing that Puppy and Scatter know. The big difference here is they have Castle Age units. So when they're diving towers, when they're diving TCs, they can actually tank up all of this damage.
Now, what makes the Burger so powerful in this case is just the ability to get those upgrades so much faster that you so desperately need. But you do need gold for that as well, and that's not something Wham is drowning in right now. Wham is gonna hit Castle, and he's not gonna be able to do anything with those Castle Age units.
And what infantry units are you going to upgrade? He has 10 archers left after this push, so now he can start producing. Now he can start making. He has 0 on food, 0 on gold. He is struggling right now, and there is an onslaught of reinforcements coming. I do not see a way out of it for Dragovan and Wham, and sure enough, Wham says the same. It looks like Puppy Brain are securing this game number 1.
And honestly, I would not have predicted this. When we saw that early part of our game, I honestly thought they had it in the bag. But in the end, it didn't even matter. The run over was too good. Puppy Brain will try to fight for that 2-0. Because for those of you who don't know how this tournament works, every player has entered individually. Every single one of them. So these players have entered individually, and they are now going to play in team games with random opponents and random teammates every single round. So for those of you who might not be aware of how that works, that's just how we want to make sure that every player gets to be in a team with everyone else, and we can then decide who will be the top team gamer in these events. So we do see our next matchup coming in, and from what we see on the screen, we have Marlians and JD, a composition I'm a big fan of, although Marlians has been said to not be that great in team games.
I am one that I am I love the Mongol French combo or Mongol
Hmm.
JD if you had JD instead of French. But either way, I love this aggression because what Mongols allows for the French for their teammate is that breathing room. I kind of hinted on it a little bit last game where I feel like both players shouldn't have gone fast castle. It worked
Hmm.
for them. But this is one where like Mongols put some pressure in Dark Age, and then all of a sudden someone's on their back foot on the other side. Probably actually either one he focuses is going to be fine. But then the knights come into play. And then Mongols now has this breathing room to start their trade, to start their feudal age play, or go up to castle if they so desire. So it's kind of this balancing act that kind of just pairs really well together.
I mean, what I really like about the composition on French and Mongol side is that they actually have something quite adaptable. I don't feel like they're in a position where they might be like, oh, what do we do? Their civs can just adjust. Mongols is a civilization that does so well in castle, and French with that nice little advantage of the extra villager production or the faster villager production, you just scale that much better the longer you're able to deny it. So getting a knight out pretty early on is going to be so important to just force your opponents to stay in their base if you decide to go for a little bit of a later game. Although, on knight civilizations, we very rarely see a castle.
Yeah, I mean, this is where in team games, whenever there's French and JD involved and it's knights versus knights, that's what the early game is all about. It's not even the early. That's what the first 15 minutes is all about. It's the knight numbers. Who can outbeat, and all of a sudden, if you're up 3 knights, it might just be enough to call game to just end it right then and there. And that's where I think Mongols can really help. Tower rushing JD, maybe not allowing enough gold for the first knight, or if so,
Mm.
just enough for one.
That's actually quite interesting. I've actually been seeing a lot of tower rushing, not just from Mongols, but from other civilizations. Like in that last game, we saw it from Echuri as well. It's just such a spicy extra mechanic that we now have with these civs that are able to push out these early units. So I would love to see it, especially with JD as well, because we know JD is actually not too bad at tower rushing herself. Chonky woman at arms
Yeah,
ready to fight anyone who comes close.
that is one we've seen that strat pulled out in solos a lot more with JD. In teams, it's always scary though with an extra player involved. You losing JD that early though can just be a not necessarily a quick FF, but it kind of just feels over from there.
Exactly. I feel like the most of the civilizations, or most of these players do know how to deal with the tower rush though. I know a lot of people just say, oh, you just go and stop it. Person playing in this tournament loves to say that as well. But I don't think it's that easy when you get to this point, when these players have tower rushed so many times in their life. Babson, how do you feel about a tower rush on your gold? Are you ready for it? Can you handle it?
You, I'm one that I have found that instead of overreacting, you
Mm-hmm.
either make this split decision. There's two things. If you can stall enough for military units to come out or your teammate to help, then you just delay a little bit. You do an early Vil pull when they only have their 2 spears there. They cancel the tower, and that's all. That's all you did. You just delayed it, and that you caused yourself some idle time, and then walk away, and then allow your military units to come out. If your military units won't come out, walk away, give up the gold. In team games, you have a teammate. So if gold is this big of a necessity, send 4 Vils over to your teammate's gold,
Mm-hmm.
have him tower it. You have a gold secured now. That's the way I really look at this. So you can always fall back to other resources, fall back to other gold, and that's the nice spot.
The funny thing is, when we were playing the woman and man overlap of this part of the event, we saw that Mongols kind of fell flat on its face purely because of what you mentioned there. They would tower rush the gold, and the ally would just say, "Okay, well, I guess I'm migrating to my opponent or my ally's base," and he would just start mining over there, have a good old time, and be perfectly fine. So Mongols definitely did not show as much as a usual presence as they do in 1v1s. But we'll see how this one plays out. I do want to point out something, and this is something I don't know if people have noticed, but both teams banned English. And English
It,
is not considered one of the strongest civilizations in the pro scene, but in 2v2 games, people have been saying that English is just something that needs to be removed.
yeah, they're just you can't all in them, so you don't want to focus them. But they're also that civilization that you have to focus, or else they have farms that are too good. They can give food over to their teammates. So like English, French, I've seen it go late, and English is just shoveling food over to French, which is their usual difficulty, and allowing French to just make boatloads of knights. So it's just that Civ that it sounds weird saying it, but English can kind of do a lot of things in team games.
Yeah, the utility of it as well. I think a lot of people would say that with the king, you can heal up your ally. You can ensure that you have longbows if you wanted to go for them instead. So that versatility that you provide to your team is so strong. I can imagine this with any civilization, with knights as well. You just run your king around with your ally and you heal them back up after they take a little bit of damage. But yes, we are going in on Himayama for the next one. Now, we saw the Dragowam, they were very aggressive, like we said last game. And Puppy Brain, they just both went greedy, both went for castle. Do you think that either of these teams are learning something from this and will fix themselves? What is that? Check yourself before you wreck yourself. Do you think we'll get some of those checks going this game?
I think Dragowam fixed their problem, and their problem was just the civilizations they went all in with weren't as good as they could be. Mm-hmm. Mongols and French, a much better duo to go all in with. So this is where I think that they've kind of reallocated, decided their game plan to stick to the same, but do it better.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we'll see that in a second. And guys, before we head into the game, I want to quickly show you guys what the groups are looking like right now, so everyone can see what is on the cards today. So what we see here are the groups that have been laid out in alphabetical order, so not in clout order. So we see here Puppy Paw. Oh, this one still has Cat. Cat has been replaced by Scatterbrain, as you guys can see. He's already won his first game. So him being a last-minute replacement for Cat. Cat was the guy who actually knocked him out of the qualifiers. So very, very close. It was a 3-2, so it was a very good replacement for us to have last minute. And Chrysor, Dragovan, Kiliardi, Louis, Marine Lord, and Wham. Now, I would say that Group 1 is definitely our death group. So we will be following the Group 1 for a few more of these. But guys, I just heard the button. It's going to be our next game. So, Dabston, are you ready, sir?
Let's get on into game number 2 of the day. We saw Scatterbrain and Puppy take game number 1 and with some greed. They're playing Molly JD, and on the other side, it's Dragowam.
And Dragowam, they have something to prove for this round. They need to get that first point on the board because, guys, again, every time you win, it counts for you as an individual player, or your team as well. But we have to be sure that we stay at the top there to go through to the second day, where the top 4 of each group will qualify to keep playing the same format all the way randomized until the finals.
And there was the production building dropped. It is a barracks, and I know you said that Mongols has kind of fallen flat, but what Mongols does here isn't about how good Mongols numbers are going to look at the end of the game. What it's going to do, it's going to allow Dragovan to get ahead of his teammate, get ahead of the JD player, have the higher knight numbers, and then hopefully that will allow Wham and their team to kind of take over overall control of this game.
The problem is, I feel like Puppy Paw now, with that information, he's going to be able to do something about this, right? He has seen where the barracks was dropped when he just ran there with his scout. So he's going to know what's coming. But Mr. Puppy Paw did not just spawn with the best spawn he could have possibly have gotten. It's the backgold, and he's reacted to it already. He's gone for the barracks too, so he wants to fight this, which I absolutely love. I've been asking myself, how do you fight against that Mongol tower rush? And the answer is just get your Donzos out, fight them directly. I've been building a tower on there instead, but I will take a note from this man's book and do it myself too.
The problem with building a tower is usually you can just walk around and Mongols can still build a tower. And so then you're like, oh wow, that was worthless. That was worthless, whoopsies. And you just wasted some resources. The good thing about Donzo is they can still continually to be utilized. The big problem is that Mongols is not spending full resources. They're spending that stone to double produce, and those Donzo are quite expensive, although they do have that advantage of the extra javelin throw.
Yeah, the fact that he also didn't build those extra houses means that he just had enough to afford that extra wood cost of these units. But the problem is, he is going to be spending a lot of food on this. And as we saw the sheep return from our Mongol player, he was drowning in it. And the boys have arrived. They are ready. 4 spearmen now. Now, even though they do double produce, they do take a while to arrive. So I think if Wham times this just right, he should be able to take a little bit of this down.
He might actually just run on over and ignore it. The hard part here is with the Donzo, he's trying to get Puppy to do the exact same. Move out of the base, make it to where you're not playing the defensive game and rallying closer. A pretty far out school of cavalry there for Scatterbrain. However, it still should easily be able to go up. Just a little bit of gold denial here from these spears.
Now, the fact that you can idle that gold, even if just for a second, just has the difference between having 2 knights and having 1. That is a big thing to have, especially at this point of the game where you need every ounce of gold to get those knights out. Although, against spears, they're not the best to make.
Oh, and the Donzo move on out. It looks like Puppy thinks he has enough to take the fight. It looks like he does have more numbers here. Khan trying to help out a little bit. And these spears are cut off from their reinforcing teammates, but has another group arriving now.
Those that denied the little mining camp, they had to pull back and come fight this fight because, as you said, Poppypool is spending a little bit more on these Donzos and he's not able to double produce like the Mongols, so it's just not going to be as strong for him. He is, however, clicking that age up now, and honestly, the Malians does not usually age up this late, but he had no choice, right? He just had to keep producing, and he's basically going to have the same timing as the Mongols. Just something I would never have imagined.
And I would say, look at the success that Mongols has done here. They're starting to burn the houses. There's only 2, well, about to only be 2 houses around the pit mine. They took down a Donzo, and the big thing is he forced Puppy out of the base with those Donzo and got him into a really bad positioning point, forcing him to help his teammate, help Scatterbrained out a little bit. Silver Tree going up, and Wham is about to be able to take down another Donzo, I feel like.
The problem is you don't have a lot of wood as Malians. Malians already struggles for wood in that early stages of the game. He's desperately trying to get some, and if he gets this house, he's going to be pop-capped. This man is going to be stuck with no population. And they're getting so much work done. So many Donzos go down, and both of these houses are in danger as well.
All of the Donzo should end up falling, and not the biggest thing we're not even thinking about too is the Mongol is getting bounty from all of these. So not only is it that idle time, is it that delay, is it that damage, it's also a bunch of extra resources over on the side of Wham.
Now, what was very important here is Dragovan keeping up that pressure, just holding his ally's hand, knowing, hey, you are doing amazing work, but I need to support you. And he's doing exactly that by rushing with those knights. Although he does lose a village in the process, because Scatterbrained has proved himself to also be a worthy advisory.
But as a whole, if you look at it, Scatterbrained on the other side is down more villagers. He's down at 21, Dragovan at 26. I don't think that's just the faster producing French villagers there. And so it looks like that early bit of pressure, early bit of knights that moved out has done a great job. Spears back on the gold. There's another mining camp there. It needs to be canceled. If not, that's going to be some more bounty bonus for Wham. And these spears are paying dividends.
The problem is Wham is trading. It's not just any Wham, this is a trading Wham. The man is going to be getting every bit of gold and going to be turning that into traders as well. Jeanne d'Arc did fall down on the ground. She's licking the floor. No idea where the woman has fallen down to. But Scatterbrain keeps up the pressure. He knows him and Puppypaw are currently on the back foot, and he needs to find a way to claw back into this. Because how do you deal with these spears? Especially when there's a knight here to defend you as well. And more.
And look at what the spears have caused on the other side. It's not just the night, like the knight numbers. It's well, it is the knight numbers. It's also the damage and the pressure. They're up on the base on the other side, and all of a sudden you look up and shout out to the overlay. Scatterbrain has 1 single knight. Dragavan has 6 out. That is a ton of resource difference, allowing him to secure his own gold, allowing him to have 1 knight, 2 knights play defensive, and the other knights roam around and raid.
Yeah, and JD loves the early fights, and I just don't think this is the early fight she had in mind. So he needs to find a way to get out some units that can actually deal with this very scary army.
Oh no.
What now?
I think he's finally deciding to move out to... Oh, it didn't get spotted out. There's no con here. He's finally deciding to move over to his teammate's gold, into the back gold of Molly. And that is just one of those moves that could have been game over right then and there.
At the moment you spot something like this out, although these knights are on the hunt for something, I just don't think they'll find anything too juicy along the ride. The problem is with the School of Cavalry, this thing is taking quite a bit of damage, and he can stop the knight production right here. We do see a little desperate market as he's selling wood right now to try and get gold to just keep making those knights.
Oh, and the Khan will get that information, will get the vision of those villagers from Scatterbrain. Spots out the 8 villagers, knows that there's gold that can be secured. A decent little knight return raid here from Scatterbrain, but those knights seem like they may be flying a little too close to the sun on top of that TC, and Spears still into his base. Khan is taking down those villagers, and another knight falls. Scatterbrain struggling to be able to balance this right now. Typical French/JD, they're always the civilization that gets focused in team games. Great charge, no brace by the Donzo, and a lot more damage coming in. Puppy and Scatterbrain are struggling to hold this right now.
And the problem is when Puppy is at this point just locked into a position where this is his gold. This is the only gold he's going to have a pit mine on for a very long time, and it will eventually run out. However, it doesn't look like he's minding. It looks like he's thinking about going to castle himself. He's just getting that cow economy going. And this might actually be the only answer he has. You do need such a strong economy to come back from this. So maybe this will be the answer for them, but I don't think they have the time.
I mean, the problem here is you no longer have a production building out from JD anymore. The School of Cavalry just got burnt to the ground. Well, it's got 100 life left, but it's ticking it down fast. Food trying to be secured, gold trying to be secured. You can see how big of a difference the civilization choice made it, because behind this, Wham actually has an extra eco going for himself. He's got trade online. We also have French that has the passive TC, faster production timing, so they're also getting extra eco boost with the damage that they're doing.
And these little extra pick-offs that they get along the line, that is just going to be so important. That little bit of idle time. He's eating the cows, and you know as a Malian player, when you start eating cows, things are falling apart.
Falling apart indeed, and I think he's even trying to give cows over to Dragavan to help Dragavan's food situation as well, and he was forced to eat some of those cows himself. And that's exactly what's happening.
Oh, and the problem is, you guys might think, oh, this is fine. We got the cows next to the TC, but all these villagers need to run back to the mill to drop off. So if these archers stay in position, they're just going to get more and more kills as well. So that is not his TC. The man has to desperately walk and deliver. Now, this is that point where you get in between your opponent's bases, where you split up Wham and Dragavan. And that is exactly what these guys are probably going to be doing next. We already see the army gathering around here, making sure that nothing can get Pi. And these guys now just being able to get those short-term reinforcements. We see Dragavan being very close to blue here, and this is just going to be constant pressure from both of these players.
Yeah, they're about to just get ready to end Scatterbrain. They know how much damage they've done. They know how ahead they are. I don't know to the degree they know it, but we can see there's only 2 yellow knights. There's 13 green knights out on the field. Double-digit knight numbers ahead. It's 56 military to 8. There's no chance they can hold a ram push. The School of Cavs already basically gone. It's not looking good unless Puppy Paw has that cow economy fully online, is hitting castle soon. He just dropped a Grand Filani. This is going to be Puppy and Scatterbrain's only chance. Can they get another castle timing, and will it be enough to actually 1v2 a fully online economy?
The problem is, it's not just 1v2ing a full economy. We have a 60 military difference. Even if you have a full stacked bunch of castle units, you can only produce a few at a time. And Malians is not known for their big castle units. Oh, and more villages get picked off along the way. Scatterbrain right now is in shambles. Jean getting a little bit of experience, but she's gonna need a lot more to be able to survive this. She's running for her life, and the knights are trying to chase her, but with them now diving that TC, Jean getting experience won't even matter. The Rams are looking straight at the TC, and Dragavan and Wham are looking to secure that one victory that they need to get their names on the board.
Yep, trying to tie up this series, trying to make it where this is an even series, and it's looking like they're going to do it. Scatterbrain, this is where if you're playing a Scatterbrain, you look down at your bottom left and you're like, can we just go next, please? He's got 8 villagers on food, 8 on gold, and he's got 32 total population right now.
That is such a tough spot to be in as a JD. JD is so used to being in the lead. Look at these villagers running for their lives. They realize we don't want to tap up just yet. So, JD trying to fight for her life, but also going down in the process. And this is where you unfortunately have to tap out.
I feel like I cast or cursed it because I thought 32 was bad. And then the TC goes down. Another 10 villagers fall. He's down to 21 total pop right now. And oh my gosh. He might be at 0 in a second. Oh no! Scatterbrain. Oh no.
That wood wall just ensuring that those 3 villagers will also not go home to tell their story. And now it's looking even more dire. Now, I don't know what Puppy Paw and Scatterbrain are hoping for, but maybe Puppy Paw is cooking something at home. He's cooking cows. He's getting steak. The steak is looking delicious, but I don't think it's enough. Scatterbrain does have a few villagers here at the back. He's like, don't worry, I go for wood now. Be good.
He's like, I need to make some TCs, but I also need to make houses, and I need a lot right now. He basically just restarted the game.
This is one of those games. Last week we had a game with Beastie and Deepshine where Deepshine had 0 population and Beastie managed to 1v2 his opponents. Now the question is Puppy Paw ready to 1v2 this killer army of Dragavan and Wham? The Kurultai now being built. He's now castle aged. This is going to be a destruction, as a wise man once said. And the poor Saharan trade network will need to shoot rockets for these knights to go down.
And speaking of trade network, Wham is the one with the true trade network up. The Silk Road is fully online. 17 traders in a huge distance that they're making. So much income for Wham, so much damage for Puppy. I mean, we got to see the towel get thrown in. We're about to have to see game over as Wham and Dragavan, they're diving a base yet again, but this time with too many units to deal with. Knights tanking, archers not caring about arrow fire, and Rams taking down everything in their path.
This is that awkward place you get to where the Rams are knocking at your door, but you're pressured by just sitting inside your base. And honestly, I'm not sure why Puppy Paw and Scatterbrain are making them suffer like this, but they're gonna make them work. And they're working for that victory. The Rams knocking at the poor cows. Cows have no place to sleep tonight, but that is it. It gets cold. The boys have suffered enough. 1-1 for the first round.
It just shows you how in team games they can be so, I mean, in 1v1s too, they can just turn one-sided so quickly. It was a really good early game by Wham because not only did he delay some knights, he forced Puppy Paw to come out of his base, make a bunch of Donzo, which delayed the cow boom, and then all of a sudden he took really good trades into those Donzo and then was able to damage Puppy Paw's base after it as well.
Yeah, the problem is when you start packing the snow. A wise man once told me this analogy of packing the snowball just gets bigger and bigger and turns into an avalanche. And that's exactly what Wham did here. He avalanched right over his opponents. And they just could not secure that 2-0. Pack that snow, Tim. Hell yeah, brother.
Hell yeah, brother. And I mean, we finally see Mongols, like you said, they had been struggling a little bit in the tournament to show their prowess. And that was a game where I feel like Mongols just took over and dominated everything.
Exactly. I feel like Mongols finally found its footing in this one to show the dominance. I think the difference here we had was also the fact that Mongols produced a lot of spearmen. At some point, when you see Tower Rush, you usually know it's accompanied by 4, maybe 6 spearmen. But this was a whole army, and they burnt down everything in their wake. And I feel like the moment you force the Malians to go for that Saharan trade network, you know you did the right thing. Because they just don't get those passive resources.
It was definitely worth it. Not only delaying the passive resources, think about how many resources that the spearmen generated. They were basically a Manticore themselves, with just being able to continually burn down houses, burn down the School of Cav, burn down mining camps. I probably 15 buildings got razed by Wham, if not more.
Yeah, this man went in there, flames are blazing with those PS spearmen. And honestly, I think it's something a lot of people forget about. When Mongols starts burning stuff, the income just keeps rolling. It's such a fun part of that civilization that sometimes we forget to delete that mining camp at the front. But these players, no room for mistakes. They just kept up the pressure and they kept up that control of the game. Now, guys, since this is a play all 2, that's it for Puppy Brain and Dragon Wham. We will be going into our next matchup right after this. So now I really hope I'm clicking all the correct buttons, and we're gonna go and look at the next matchups that are happening. Marine Lord, Dragavan, Wham, and Kiliardi. Now we did see Wham here in the last game, and also Dragavan in the last game. But now, Marine Lord the chimp, with Dragavan, the underdog who has been showing his true colors with all his creative plays. Can they take down 2 very solid players like Wham and Kiliardi?
Yeah, I feel like, Dragavan's known for the creative plays, but I feel like Kiljardi's another one who's also known for some of his kind of creative play style as well. A lot of times he'll be playing kind of super aggressive, almost kind of reminds me of how Casfa used to be at times. Just units kind of all over the place, very, very feudal age timing attacks here and there.
So that is definitely something I think most of us remember. Casva, knowing him for his tower rushes, those creative plays that he had everywhere. And we haven't had anyone to fill those shoes. I feel like B tried, but B does insanely crazy things, not just cheesy crazy things. Like, he goes behind your base, walks through your TC to go build a barracks behind your base. That's the kind of play that B makes. What he does makes no sense, and it still works sometimes. Dragavan, though,
it makes perfect sense.
Maybe to B. Oh my goodness, the man is so creative. But Dragavan, I would really like to see some of these signature plays coming out, because I don't know if you've seen how devastating his clown car has been. Have you ever seen the clown car in action?
Oh, I think I saw it plenty of times watching King of the North. It's one of those things that anytime you see the matchup on ladder, if you're watching any of the streamers and you see Dragavan's the opponent, you're like, all right, get ready. Just, you already know what's coming. And it's always the funniest is when someone hasn't heard of him, hasn't played against him, and then they see it for the first time.
I already just experienced trauma after I've seen it for the first time. I remember standing there, King of the North, and Dragavan just making that archery range right next to his opponent's wood line. And I was like, what is this guy doing? Is he doing backdoor archers? I think everyone just kind of fell backwards for a second there, and then he just created a masterpiece. Now, Marine Lord is a leader, and this is what we talked about a little bit earlier before when we mentioned that these players, they do need to lead one another, they do need to listen, they do need to collaborate pretty well. And that is exactly what we'll be seeing here, because Kiljardi, not really a man who shows a lot of emotion, a lot of You know, he doesn't say what he needs. And Wham, on the other hand, also a very chill guy, but Marine Lord, he will tell you what to do. He will tell you where to attack. And I think Dragavan is ready to let Marine Lord drive him to victory.
Well, you didn't mention, does Marine Lord tell you what you do wrong as well while you're playing?
I think when he likes you, yes.
That's yeah. I was about to. Okay, I mean, he talks a lot of crap to the people he likes. I think is the thing with him. But surprisingly enough, I heard a little snippet about Marine Lord is that he actually used to be a mercy or support main in Overwatch, which I never would have guessed him being, the support. That's the reaction I had. I'm like, no way. Marine Lord is definitely the person who would try to play like the carry role or something. But now with you saying maybe with the lead, it's a lot of times those support players are the ones that kind of lead the team and make some of the shots and call outs.
Now, I'm really excited to see if Marine Lord has the ability to support his crazy teammate like this. But guys, before we get into this match, we actually still have a situation. Marine Lord is stuck in his previous game. He's still in his Marine Lord kill Jardy against Louis and Chrysor. So, I hope you guys are ready. We're getting bonus content. Are you ready? Mr.
I was about to say
Dawson?
I'm ready. I thought we just had the images wrong again, but it's the previous series, so I am hyped for this, especially getting to see Louis MT in some team game action.
Now, Louis definitely plays with a disadvantage, and we saw that happening in our previous week's tournament. Louis was not able to go on voice with any of the outside of China players, and that kind of made him lose that initial group stages, because when he played with the girl who was from China, Rabbit Sweet, they made it look like both of them were one of the top teams out there. They absolutely synchronized perfectly. But in this case, Marine Lord's gonna have to put up a show, but luckily with Kiliardi, he should be able to do so. Now, what I like about this game, and the reason I also went in here, is because Marine Lord and Kiliardi, they're playing against each other right now, but they're gonna be playing with each other they're playing with each other right now, but they're gonna be playing against one another in the next match.
That's always kind of some interesting feedback. It's like, are you kind of thinking about the next series at all, kind of seeing how your teammate reacts and maybe trying to punish some weaknesses in the next game, or are you fully focused in this game, this series? I feel like it's got to be just focusing on this series.
Yeah, definitely. When you're in the series, that's the one you focus. You need to say, hey, I am going to do my best right now. You're not thinking about what your ally does wrong or right. You think about exactly what you need to do. But afterwards, it does seep into your head. And you ask yourself, what did my ally do wrong? What am I going to expose the next game? And that kind of knowledge, we see the donation of the sheep going over as well. Marine Lord, a man of the people. He takes his French some food. Now, guys, we are speeding up a little bit because we don't want to be here during the Dark Ages for too long. We want to make sure that we catch up to the actual game, which is still going on after a very long time. So these guys are not going to make sure that we get a short show. The whole idea of Play All Twos is making sure that these players can play all the games without being completely burnt out. But I know that some players love a good late game.
Louis MT is definitely one of the players that comes to mind talking about loving a good old late game. He's actually one that, he's come to make a big name for himself in the 1v1 scene, but before I knew him very heavily just from team games. He played team games all the time with some of those teammate buddies, like you said, that he can actually converse with and in their language and make it nice and easy. So they're very well coordinated, very high elo as well, and hard to match up against on the ladder.
When we were practicing for team games, we actually matched, me and Lyra, we were matching against Louis and one of his teammates. And the way they synchronized, it's like watching a professional pianist play piano. It's just beautiful. Every single action is calculated and perfectly orchestrated. And I think that's exactly what you see in someone like Louis. And I would love to see that actually shows in a match like this. Now, when you're playing a Rus, we know now that Rus is a civilization. They need to go out for food. They need to make that play, but it leaves them very vulnerable. He's not greedy. He calculates the risk. He knows he's playing against French. So building that wooden fortress, even while very expensive, is so crucial.
Yeah, and you can see they didn't get the fortunate thing of having, 2 forward wood lines like Kiljardi, who immediately drops a nice little wall in between those. Instead, back wood lines, very open side of the base, so very hard to like connect some walls. I love this little bait and swap, but Chrysor, great micro, making sure that those Limitani stay around the villagers on the berries and no idle time on those villagers as well. Such a good job by Chrysor.
And this is such a risky move for both players because you can lose such a big part of your economy here if you miss move. But at the same time, losing an expensive knight is so scary. And a villager will go down. Him being distracted, another villager takes damage. But that's what I mean. You look away once, and those Limitane will take some very healthy trades.
Louis MT trying to help out his teammates with his own knights. So we're going to see the knights versus knights, but the key benefit for Kiljardi is his knights are a little bit better. His knights are a little bit stronger, have those extra French bonuses.
Now, what are those French bonuses you're talking about, Mr. Dabston? Teach us. We want to learn.
So they have the extra damage after the charge, and that is their biggest and best thing. So right off the bat, any shorter term engagements, any of those quicker charges, you're going to see. We just saw earlier a French knight are able to two-shot a villager. Rus knights not able to two-shot villagers because they don't get that little bit of extra bonus after charge.
So that's why Rus knights are considered a little bit worse, but the civilization scaling quite hard into the late game. Doesn't that just mean that French is a better Rus?
I mean, in a sense, yes. There was a time, though, that Rus wins the matchup in the 1v1s. You can see the Knights trying to charge from Kiljardi. He actually doesn't take the charge and instead gets wrecked by Louis MT's Knights.
I think at this point, you just want to make sure you don't lose any of these, because now you're fighting against Byzantines. They have longbows. You need to find a way to get to the back, but the problem is you can't get to the back with low HP knights. These guys are going to die the moment the Limitane gives them a dirty look. Oof,
and I love one of the things that Louis... I love one of the things that Louis did during that fight. We didn't even notice it, but he was able to do the short charge, a little kind of micro trick that you were able to do. He just did it again, so you're able to get a much shorter charge off by moving units and buildings behind it. And Louis just playing that to perfection here, and now Kiljardi and Marine Lords are the one in the back foot. However, Marine Lord is Castle Age.
Marine Lord's Castle Age is definitely something that they should not discount. And I think a lot of people ask the question now, do we go for camels or what do we go for with Castle Age? And he kind of went for something that I don't think any of us expected, and it's just normal archers. Usually we see some ghulams, we see some camel lancers. He's just like, actually, I need archers, and a lot of them.
This would make more sense if it were like ABBA with, composite bows, but I guess the way he's looking at it is he can get the more upgrades, he can just skyrocket that archer number, and Castle Age archers will actually shred some Feudal Age knights with upgrades. So it's one that Marine Lord can kind of just say, hey, I'm gonna move my army and we'll win the fight because of that.
Now, I'm wondering if Marine Lord is getting all those upgrades as well, because those archers might be nice and all, but they do need +2, and the +2 is about to be kicking in.
It's now. Marine Lord, we knew it.
This man knows how to control his army, and I think this is going to be absolutely disgusting. The problem is, he's not drowning in wood right now. He's spending every little bit he can. So I'm wondering if he does go for some other units to find a way to spend that gold. But at the same time, Kiljardi... a man keeps raiding. This is risky, though.
I feel like it's crazy how fast Marine Lord was able to climb that archer number up. He went from 0 military to now being 22, almost 25, and now stepping up, forcing Chrysor back. And I think Louis and Chrysor know they can't take this fight. They just have to head on home.
Well, head on home or collapse with knights right on top of these archers. Because archers, they do not do too well against knights. But look at that knight melting. These feudal Rus knights looking like they're made of absolute paper. But the longbows are doing some good work at keeping these camels at bay.
Yeah. Camels able to give that 20% extra debuff. So not only are you going to have some stronger French knights, but you also have the camel debuff coming from your teammate. You can tell how well these teams are coordinating together. Armies so close, so tight, just kind of moving in unison.
Now the question is now, does Kiliardi keep producing, and do they do that counter aggression now that they have the age upgrade, or just the stronger archers in this age? Now, the question is just, does he transition Marine Lord? Is Marine Lord gonna stay and just make archers? And I honestly feel like it might be the case. He just looks confident in his archer play, and we've seen a lot of pro players do this. They just keep getting archers, because archers, they do so well at this point of the game, and we can see these units are going to melt. The knights crashing on top of them might melt as well.
It just feels such an opposite of typical team games. I feel like archers are sometimes never even made in some team games, but this one, that is all Marine Lord's main focus, making sure Kiljardi is up as his front line, having more knights than the Rus opponent. It is looking good for Marine Lord and Kiljardi. I'm wondering when and if Marine Lord is grabbing relics behind this.
Now, we did see the mosque getting put up here. So he's definitely thinking about it, but the question is just, is he going to do it with all this pressure that they now have to do? And this is the one thing I forgot about in Castle. These archers are not just archers, they're also Manjanique creators. So now with the Manjanique, especially against a civilization like Byzantines, where you can just rain fire upon these olive groves, it is just something that very few civilizations will have anything to say about.
Yeah, it reminds me of the old mangonels before, like, getting triple nerfed. You'd just attack the middle of a mill with farms around it and then burn every single farm, set every single one of them on fire. With the Manjanique, it can kind of do the same thing with the bigger AoE on buildings, but still set up as a regular mangonel for now.
He hasn't switched just yet, and guys, that is exactly what a lot of people will do here when we're going for the incendiary weapon. The fire damage, we do area damage. So what is happening right now is one farm at a time is being targeted, but he decides, hey, I want to burn down these lands.
God, it's so satisfying seeing it, especially once we're about to click back and see all of those farms or olive groves get set on fire, start to burn. It looks like there was an attempted flank from Louis MT. Will Chrysor and Louis be able to hold this push? There is a massive number of units at their base, 84 units versus 55. Knights getting upgraded for the Rus, I believe. So they're waiting for the upgrades, waiting for the timing to be able to jump in and defend this at the perfect time.
Now the question is just, how do they survive this? But both of them being Castle Age, they do have this weird timing now where they just need to survive, and then they can outproduce their opponents by just being Byzantines, right? So Byzantines, just a civilization that is really good at outproducing in Castle, and it looks like they might even survive this. The archers do not have that same firepower they did as earlier, because these knights are taking a lot less damage. They are no longer early knights. They are now real graded knights that are able to take a punch.
And we see some return damage on Marine Lord's woodline as well. So not only are Louis and Chrysor going to hold this push, albeit Chrysor took a ton of damage, but they are doing a little bit of return damage themselves.
Trying to pick off a villager as they're running around, then focusing the knights. Every villager counts in this case, but he's so focused elsewhere.
Didn't see this?
Let the bodies hit the floor.
That looks like me. You look back, you didn't hear an attack ping. There's so much going on. You got a few extra pings in team games, but the big thing here is Marine Lord double downing on the push, about to go over for Louis' base, and he has been securing up the relics now.
So slowly that gold will just skyrocket as well. The second one finally being dropped off, and now he's not looking at stopping, but now the question is, do we make a counterplay for this? Our Mr. Rus Louis needs to get a little bit more control of the rest of the map, because right now he's very focused on the inside of his base and he has to move out. But this is a very mobile army to move out against.
And Louis taking the fight against those French feudal knights. The key thing here is the trades actually aren't as bad as you'd expect. Even though he's going to lose the majority of this knight mass, or maybe not anymore with the few reinforcements, he took down so many French knights right there, while Kiljardy is about to age up. So Kiljardy's going to be going up to castle with really no military, not too much to say for himself.
The problem is, he's not just lost all his military. He's now going to have to, of course, remake. But we can see that Louis and Chrysler, they're both playing civilizations that scale really well the later this goes. Rus is not scared of taking a late second TC. Rus is not scared of getting to Imperial Age, where their siege is just so much better. Rus loves the late game. And I don't think that Ayyubids feels that same way.
No, they are not their, Abbasid brother that has the extra farming tech, extra bit of golden age techs that help your eco a lot more. They do have their own golden age techs. They just don't quite have that same late game attraction. Chrysor floating a ton of food. Is he trying to save up for Imp over here? I feel like he should be trying to reboom at this point and try to get his villager count up and online again. And that's exactly it. He's the second TC dropping.
Yeah, the second TC being mindful here, I would say, is that even... We see another 420. Would
It's going to be
a
three.
third?
He might be going for... Honestly, if this is the thing here. If they take the military lead here, they take the map control, 3 TCs is easily able to pay off this late. You just need a little bit of time, and all of a sudden, you got 3 TCs nonstop pumping.
And the thing is, Byzantines has that ability to get that time, but with the stone being overmined, it feels like this might be a keep. He is spending constantly, so might just be making more production buildings, because he has been floating that food, as you mentioned, and he hasn't rerouted any more onto gold. So the question I don't think is whether... Oh, never mind. He just forgot about the gold bills. He wanted to get all the stone he could, and maybe he had just forgotten that, hey, I should probably think about, getting back onto gold and getting to Imperial.
The nice part about the later TCs is you actually have a food economy that's online that you're not struggling. He already has those olive groves set up, and he already had that food floating. So then he doesn't have to sacrifice military production here. He can keep producing, keep, military coming out while still starting to build up that extra vill count now.
The one thing I want everyone also to notice is, in a 1v1 game, I feel like the game would have been over very early on. In this case, I feel like this game could go on for another 6 years, because both these teams, Marine Lord and Kiljardy, they just really put that early pressure down. But at the same side, Louis and Chrysor have been doing so good at coming back from that. And just because there's 2 people instead of 1, you can just support your ally when you're falling behind. Mangonel, though... Not too heavy.
Oh, wow. It was a failed shot. I thought it was about to just land right in the middle of those longbows. Market gets taken down. Mangonel hits the ram. And Marine Lord has done the typical Ayyubids thing where you go castle, you get a few of the relics, and then you drop multiple TCs. So Marine Lord is actually the one on 3 TCs now as well.
Now the question is whether Byzantines is going to follow suit. We do see the wood also being floated, so... I would not be surprised if we get another TC coming from... Oh, that's exactly what happens. He says, I realize I also need a pretty strong economy. Now, Byzantines, they are made... They're a civilization made with that extra resource that is the, as we would say, the liquid gold, olive oil. So, I would love to see what this means for our Byzantines in the Imperial Age. Since these two... I know people are saying the one is better than the other, but what is the most obvious choice? Most people say, oh, let's get the foreign units. Ah, that's what you say.
No.
I would also say this.
Foreign engineering company all the way. Because I feel like it's when you're Imperial Age, it's like, why do you need free units? If your economy's online, you're usually floating resources. You'd much rather have access to some really cool units, right?
Especially that Hui Hui Pal. Now, for those of you who don't know, Hui Hui Pal is a trebuchet on steroids. This guy, he shoots all the way from China, because he's from the Chinese civilization, all the way into your opponent's base. And that is exactly what I'm expecting him to have. Because once you have that control, especially when you have a Rus teammate who does get that extra spicy siege, you're going to be perfectly fine in the late game.
Ooh, I'm actually kind of scared for Kiljardi and Marine Lord right now. Looking at the night numbers for Louis, if he's able to get anywhere behind these walls, he's just going to be an unstoppable force here. Marine Lord really needs to make the transition, I feel like, to Camel Lancers if he can have the resources to do so.
He just doesn't have the food up and running yet. We do see him making that transition to farm.
relics.
The thing is,
I think that...
he might not have the food, but it might just be because he has so much gold, so he's spending every bit of food, and he's not supposed to have this much gold. So that's probably the only reason it looks bad.
He has 0 on gold, and he has 1,300 gold in the bank. He's having so much gold income from the relics, he doesn't know what to do with it.
This is probably how every HRE feels once they get that 3rd relic as well, putting it in a tower. And if you're lucky enough to get that 4th one too, ooh, Marine Lord right now is playing HRE, and he's loving it.
He's playing the old HRE with the old Regnants and old Relic gold. Like, he's got so much gold income coming in. But it's not Marine Lord that needs to worry. It's Kiljardi. There's an army knocking on the front door. He's trying to slam the door shut, doesn't want to open up, but they're about to kick the door down.
The problem is he also doesn't have the units to deal with this army. We see that's just 20 knights. And 20 knights don't do too well against an army of spearmen and other knights that are equally strong, or almost equally strong.
And there's also the longbows to perfectly counter out everything from Marine Lord's side except for one single mangonel. So that's the big worry for Louis and Chrysor. They're stepping into the base of Kiljardi in between 2 TCs. They don't care about arrow fire right now. They want to do damage. They want to try to demolish the French economy right now, burning down that secondary TC. But it needs to be an army versus army fight.
Now the TC's doing a lot of good work though, so the army versus army under 2 TCs definitely doesn't help the case of Louis and Chrysor. But I want everyone to notice that there is a Spasskaya going down at the same time. And a raid.
What? Spasskaya Tower, when Marine Lord just pulled his whole entire immobile army across the map. It looks like it has to be canceled.
Spasskaya?
Oh no, it just started. It was starting to get built really slow on my screen. That was weird.
I know, he only had a few units over here, but he's decided I might need this a little bit earlier. Now, guys, the Spasskaya not giving us that siege oomph that we usually see from the Rus late game, but it does provide for a very good defense when you want to take control of the map. And I feel like this is control that he wants, specifically because of the gold vein. And eventually, if they decide, hey, we want to set up trade, it does protect this whole side as well. A very big deterrent to raiding over here. While on the other side, this big open spot here that I feel like with no economy, you can't really punish. But back here, there's a lot to punish.
Yeah, and the Spasskaya also will allow for stone walls if need be. Speaking of stone walls, it's his teammate that's going to do it. Louis doesn't want to use his stone. He's got bigger priorities. He says that is Chrysor's job, and this is a very forward stone wall. Look at what's behind it. 1 sacred site, 2 sacred sites. Will we see the 3rd one get walled off? This is a win condition that Louis and Chrysor might go for.
And this is not something that I feel like Kiljardi or Marine Lord can really punish, because French, they do get those royal cannons in Imperial, but that is a very far way away when we're looking at these resources. And now, these knights being at the back of the base, with these flimsy little wood walls, they're actually going to be able to do some good work if they're going to be let in every single time.
French needs gold and doesn't have a lot of areas. Looks like he's all the way on the west side of the map, but they're at the point where they're the last golds behind these walls. Villagers trying to rush down a keep. A ton of villagers starting to be focused. Knight on knight being attacked. Longbows doing as much damage as possible, but keep goes up And Louis and Chrysor probably need to fall back here, but they're continuing to take the trade. Mangonel about to fire down onto the longbows, onto the siege. Decent first little shot, but these are Imperial Age Rus Knights now, so have some extra oomph behind them.
Elite Knights are not something you want running at your back lines, and these guys do survive that initial charge here from the Royal Knights that were collapsing on them. And even though they did get that keep up and they did secure a little bit of their base, this is a ticking time bomb. You are now fighting against Byzantine late game. That is basically a free economy that's just pumping down on you. Now, Marine Lord, he's the king of late, right? This man knows how to play the late game, but is he going to be able to shut down Byzantines and a Rus with Spasskaya? Or an engineering company coming on in.
Exactly what we were expecting. And look at the Byzantine economy now. It's fully online, like you were just mentioning. He's got 100 villagers, and I'm scared to see how many olive groves he has around those TCs under the Cistern influence. Attempted keep being dropped from Marine Lord. He's trying to secure gold. This is going to be the big problem for Marine Lord and Kiljardi right now. It's gold.
Oh, these knights barely take any damage from these poor little archers that Marine Lord has. Yes, sure, they're veteran archers, but these are elite knights and they don't care about being tickled by that. Now, we get to that point in the game where the gold is getting scarce, and even though Marine Lord has 7 relics, he could still run out at some point. Maybe inflation.
I mean, he is spending all the gold he has. Kiljardi, surprisingly, the one who is floating a little bit, doesn't quite have the same food economy he needs. This is just Marine Lord's army in the center, trying to 1v2 here. Mangonel stepping up. Louis MT's Knights being the front line that they need. Longbows continuing to just press forward. And Marine Lord looks like he is losing this fight, losing ground, and that's expected in a 1v2 here. But Kiljardi got focused so hard, going up with the Red Palace on an 8k gold.
The problem is, you get that Red Palace up, right? You actually have a really good spot for that Red Palace. But there is a keep here securing the gold. So Red Palace being on the side of the map, just like the Spasskaya, it secures a bit of the base, but it doesn't secure those sacred site pushes that you're going to need them for. Yes, you might be able to contest this one, but this is still a very dangerous spot to be in, because you do want that support in the middle of the map. However, it does open you up to a little bit of pushing as well.
And Marine Lord somehow holds the 1v2, pushes the army back of Louis and Chrysor. Remember, he doesn't have to have as many villagers out because of those relics. He still has 120 eco count, and so he is just going to be flooding units nonstop. You could see his queue. You could see all of the production as well. And now, trade. Oh my gosh.
Finally, it is online, ladies and gentlemen, from both sides. They are starting, and now Byzantine's trade is not something we get to see much. So guys, enjoy it, because it will not last forever, and you might never see it again.
And you can see how much eco Chrysor and Louis already have kind of starting to build up. It's multiple cannons coming out. It's these high cost units. It's nonstop knights from Louis and knights and only knights from Louis, but his are just now kind of on the same caliber as French almost, because they have their own saber upgrades, I believe is what it is.
Saber upgrades. No, the royal cannons, they do pack a punch, but they're not made for big groups of fighting. And the thing is, if you get a siege workshop up here, we do see the first upgrade, lightweight beams, which is something I did not expect to see, especially considering it is 700 resources. Not really something you get if you're gonna be the one who's stuck in your base. But I don't think that's what they counted on.
Usually this allows you to kind of just send rams out to certain parts of the wall, and it causes your opponents to send a lot of resources to deal with the rams, but there's bigger importances right now than dealing with some of the walls. He's got to try to hold this keep, try to hold this gold vein, and it looks like Louis again is just diving into spears with his knights. May want to swap to Streltsy if I'm thinking about anything, especially against the knights on the other side as well.
This is a fight that he actually held pretty well. Kiljardi coming in a little bit later with those knights, but the royal cannons are firing away. And this is going to be quite expensive, because think about this. That's also Springald emplacement that's going down that he paid for. So stone is not unlimited, but for now, there's still enough on the map, just not for long. And getting keeps up in the middle is going to get harder and harder. But now the university upgrades are in. We do see those arrows now being made of fire, attacking a little bit harder than they should.
Yeah, especially when you have 50-ish range units, all of those units getting upgraded, doing a lot more damage, and there are some Rams trying to take down these walls, trying to break on through, allow Knights to run through and start, doing some raiding, and finally trade being thought about from Kiljardi and Marine Lord. They needed to start this trade a while ago, I feel like. Gold has been their biggest problem.
Even with all the hundreds of relics on the map in Marine Lord's ownership, he says, I need to make good because I need to keep pimping. I need to carry Kiljardi's ass because he is so weak. So Marine Lord, the man who knows he needs the 2v1 for a lot of this game because he's the GOAT. Now Kiljardi really trying to help his ally here, but this is going to be so hard to keep up with, especially against that Byzantine late game. Like we said, with that foreign engineering company.
We got some 10 out of 10 impressions in the chat is what people are saying. And yeah, 100%. I thought Marina was in here for a second,
Yeah, sorry. He just joins the streams for all these important matches when he shit talks other people. He's very serious about being better than everyone, so he does need to come in here and just make sure that everybody is aware that he is.
Another fight being taken, this one just moving up a little bit further forward, but at the same time, Marine Lord starting to siege down the Speskaya Tower with some Trebs. Kiljardi's base being attacked, cannons still alive, taking down a lumber camp, but I'm sure they'll get to some more useful buildings here in a second.
The problem
Another
is,
lumber camp.
when you have an army at the front of your base and your army is not ready to respond to this, this is dangerous. Now, especially with these elite knights that are going to keep coming in and they're attacking the other sides too. They're going directly for these trebuchets at the back because they can. They have the gold. They have the trade set up. These elite knights are just running right through Marine Lord and Kiljardi's defenses.
Yeah, this is really when the lack of mobility proves to be a problem. Yes, Marine Lord might have the correct units to be able to deal with it. He's got hand cannoneers, he's got crossbows, but you have to get those units there. Louis MT has so many resources. Send in some more to Chrysor. Wants to make sure both players are sitting at max pop, and both players are sitting at max pop on one side of this.
Now the question is just, can they hold it and actually push it back? Because right now, Louis and Chrysor, they're just looking dominant. They have the control of this. Oh, yes, they have the control of this, they have the trade, everything is just going, the colors confused me there for a second. My ADHD was like, huh? There's a knight? Why is it on this side? Now the knights are just raiding, and they cleaned up the spearmen as well. So this problem of just having one knight in your backline can just cause such a big reaction, and luckily there are 3 spearmen here to deal with it, but they're just gonna keep on going. And these villagers being idle at the back, that is villagers being chased away from gold that they do not have anything set up for to deal with. You sad traders here at the back.
Yeah, and you can just see the float that is starting from Chrysor. Marine Lord's got quite a bit of food float, but not a lot of the, well, I guess wood as well, but gold is going to be the hurtful resource for them, and it's the primary resource you need in these later games of Age of Empires 4. Chrysor and Louis continuing to move forward on the map. I'm shocked they haven't gone for sacred sites yet, but the Red Palace does kind of deny that southern one, I believe. It does.
And now the scary raid finally coming in from the other side. The villagers just a little bit too late to come and fix this wall situation. Now these knights, will they won't get
they
to the
ran
back
away?
line.
They decided to run on away because, look at his base. That's why the knights had to turn around. There's a giant purple blob in Kiljardi's base.
Oh my
Looks
God.
like they're just taking down the TCs in between, on top of the keep. Doesn't have a care in the world, and just moving in probably the worst possible spot to fight that you could think of.
Oh, the TC does survive. This poor little villager carrying the whole economy on his back right now, but he might get punished for that pretty soon. Varangian guards don't care, but at the back here, they're actually able to get into the base and find that trade constantly with these elite knights hammering down the villagers at the front here, trying to keep this thing alive as well. The hand cannoneers are doing amazing work at cleaning them up, but this is avoiding royal keep. You don't want to lose too many of those right under the keep.
Yeah, Louis is now at the point where he needs some other unit. Knights are great for raiding, but once you're not raiding and you're having to take fights against spears and hand cannoneers, you're spending way more resources than you should be, and you're kind of just throwing those units away. That's where it looks like a few horsemen in queue. Knights are still in queue, and these knights are doing the correct thing here.
Yeah, the fact that they're able to shut this down, even though Louis has not made that switch just yet, it's the reason they can stay in this game and stay healthy. Now, we do see the army numbers dwindling a little bit as Louis and Chrysler are more focused on that economy. 142 over on Louis' side. That is a very big amount of traders and villagers from his side. So this just means that his raids are not going to be as big. So he does need to make sure that they're very, very potent. And that's exactly what he's trying to do.
And it also allows you to kind of play that resource depletion game. If your opponents aren't on the same eco and you're continually idling and damaging their eco, they might be taking good military trades and building the military number, but then all of a sudden you stabilize and then you have one even trade and they can't reboom after it.
The problem is when your opponent can just replenish and queue up, and these guys are just doing a lot of work to ensure that's not happening. But what I see here is the underestimation of fighting under Byzantine's keep. Byzantine keep and Byzantine towers with the mangonel emplacement is just so difficult to win a fight against. Hand cannoneers are going to melt against these. And yes, the ram is trying its best, but these units are going to melt as that mangonel emplacement is doing the work.
Some more raids coming in from Louis. This time it's horsemen, so hand cannoneers, crossbows, not going to be able to deal with those as effectively. We do see a good circle around from Kiljardi's knights, but this whole time, again and again, Louis and Chrysor are the ones putting their foot forward, being the ones to be the aggressors, hitting the eco, doing as much damage as possible.
These raids have just unexplainably done so much work for them because they're able to control this gold, and we can see that from Kiljardi's side. He's got the wood, but he doesn't have the gold, and that's why he's just pumping out constant rams here. But the question is just, is he able to find anything useful with these rams, or is he just losing them as they go along?
Yeah, starting to take down some production. Looks like there's some hand cannoneers in this mass, but not sure again if that's a fight. We're seeing knights dive into a ton of Limitani and some Streltsy even, as well as land snakes from Chrysler. Chrysler's doing a little bit of everything with the typical Varangian guard spam.
Now, I love the fact that Marine Lord, after all this time, still has to go onto forward gold when he's been raided 6 million times. But the trade at the back, just being constantly pressured, is just forcing him to have to do these things at the back. Now, they do get shut down, but Louis still has a bunch of very healthy knights that are going to head straight towards the back of the base and do more damage.
Yeah, just continuing to keep Kiljardi and Marine Lord on the back foot. I don't know if they've been able to get past this, like, their third of the map in the past 15, 20 minutes, and slowly, they've been doing more and more work. I feel like Marine Lord and Kiljardi were up at 280 eco pop a little bit ago. You can see neither, or Kiljardi's not even close to max population at this point now.
At this point, when things are just so expensive and you're just making trash units just to try to survive, there's no real answer. The problem is when you have Red Palace, you do have the ability to get these town centers with the spicy emplacements to take down these units. But in this type of mass, they're so hard to keep under control. And these knights are just roaming around at the back, killing as many things as they can alongside their path.
Yeah, you just hovered over Chrysler's massive army in the middle of Kiljardi's farms, in the middle of the trade that's walking on through. And again, all this time, Louis and Chrysler just sending more and more units over to the other side. I would love for the sacred site timer to start, or at least to have some passive gold income of some sort, but I guess that's the last thing on their mind. They just want to keep up the aggression, keep up this onslaught, and it does seem like they might finally be making the break on the other side. The eco is hurting really bad now for Marine Lord. He's on 85 villagers.
Marine Lord is floating a lot of resources, but we say a lot. That is going to be replaced by replenishing your army once. So he's not going to be able to sustain once these traders go down, because right now it might just look like, oh, he's just lost a bunch of traders, he can make more army. But this just means in 2 minutes he's not going to be able to do that anymore, and he's just going to get completely run over.
Yeah, losing the bombard right as it falls out. Louis right past the keep, doesn't have a care in the world as it's just firing a few little toothpicks at those knights. They run on by, they take down more villagers, idle more economy. Marine Lord is struggling to hold his side now, and we've already been seeing what's happened on Killjardy's side over and over and over again. That's why Marine Lord's probably losing his. He's trying to help the other side too.
Marine Lord is really just hoping these hand cannoneers micro can actually carry the game. But honestly, they need to be shooting rockets at this point just to be able to shut down this army, because it's just constant. Every single night raid that comes in and idles this back line is so valuable. Because the resources for Killjardy, as we can see, that's 5 gold in the bank.
Marine Lord has 90 spears out. If you think he's trying to deal with these night raids, he is trying his best, but still 90 spears doesn't deter Louis away from still making more knights, because the mobility is king. He's still getting damage down like we're seeing.
And Louis doesn't need to stop. Even though a knight is more expensive than a spear, you can just trade 1-to-1 and you're still going to be ahead at this point with all these traders at the back. And he knows what he's done to Marine Lord's backline. He knows the damage that happened here at the back, so he's not worried at all.
Does look like Killjardy's eco is stabilized in a sense. Doesn't have units in his base again, but that's because the Red Palace is just getting torched down, shot down. Bunch of villagers pull. No, Killjardy, don't. Oh no. The Red Palace, it's not going to get saved here, I don't think.
But he loses a lot of villagers, even if it does get saved. It lives! It lives, Dabson!
It lives, but is this worth it? A lot of units taken down on the other side. More rams popping out for Killjardy, as it seems like that's what all he's been making for a while. But the Red Palace lives, and there's another 30 knights for them to deal with in their base.
The fact that they diverted the attention straight to the Red Palace and then just decided, okay, I'll just keep raiding now. That is the pure showing of teamwork. These elite knights diving the TC, or diving the keeps, they barely take any damage and they're just in every single direction. Not all the spearmen in the world can save you here, because you need them to be in 16 places at the same time, and they just don't have that mobility.
And Louis finally building a ton of siege himself. He has 3 mangonels out, 4 more in queue, and it's still just going to be knights, and potentially start to use the siege to take down some infrastructure, take down some buildings, as well as the economy.
The problem is Marine Lord is down to 76 vills now, and I don't think he's seen that few vills since Castle. So he is definitely going to be suffering. He's desperately trying to get this keep up. A keep that would have been appreciated 10 minutes ago, just to try and save more units, and the villagers go in one by one and go down one by one.
And this is one of those timings where like both players are like asking its teammates, it's like, do you need res? I got res. And it's like, I don't need res. I just need APM and more units. And it's like, we don't have that right now. We need walls is what we need to give us the APM, to give us the control.
At some point you're floating 10,000, 20,000 resources, but you just can't spend it, because every time you try to spend, things just get worse, and that's exactly what's happening here. The boys are ready, the bombard is firing, the villagers won't be able to save this one, because look at that cheeky mangonel army that has now joined the front lines.
And the Red Palace finally falls, so this should open up the door even further into Killjardy's base, as there's no longer that, you know, Arb emplacement, massive building that's almost impossible to take down. Marine Lord still has his hand cannoneers over here, so less and less units to deal with the Knights. And we just saw it. Marine Lord finally threw in the towel. He said, I'll get my revenge on my teammate here next game.
And that's exactly what we expect to see going into the next game, because Marine Lord and Kiljardi, they could not take down Louis and Chrysor together, but he definitely might need to get revenge in the next game. And guys, this is the beauty of switching teammates every single game, because now you know that Louis is going to attack everywhere, and you know exactly where Kiljardi fell flat. And I think that was just in controlling his walls. So now, is Marine Lord going to keep this in mind and just keep raiding his newfound opponent? Guys, let's quickly switch back into what you guys will be seeing next. We see Marine Lord and Dragavan versus Wham and Kiljardi. Now, this previous match we just watched, it was Marine Lord Kiljardi against Louis and Chrysor. Marine Lord Kiljardi was a lot more favored, and we see that they couldn't take the W. So, do we think that Marine Lord and Dragavan can do something similar?
I mean, you know, with some of those crazy playstyles, some of those aggressive playstyles, it definitely can happen. And looking at the Civ combos, it's one that it's a fun little Civ combo from Drag Lord over there. We got Byzantines and French, and what do we have in store from the other side?
So Byzantines and French, a very spicy combo, but is it spicy enough to take down Rus and HRE? Now, we talked about HRE and how HRE struggles in team games and not the powerhouse we're used to seeing in the normal 1v1s. Now, guys, if you do hear a little noise in my background, it's my 18-year-old dog having a dream. So she will not be interrupted. You guys will just hear her make tiny cute noises as she is having the dream of her life. Now, this is on Dry
running through a
Arabia.
field in the dream.
Yeah, we're part of it. So, Byzantines and French does well on this map, though. I mean, most civilizations do well on this map. So, can Kill Jam actually break the Byzantines late game that we're used to seeing, that we just saw last game as well?
Well, only time will tell. As I'm hearing game sounds, I think we're about to get into the first game here of this series.
And we are. So guys, we do see a very aggressive scouting here from Mr. Marine Lord. And guys, what I always say on my stream, if you get an aggressive scout, you know that there are some shenanigans about to go on. Now, I want to see if we're going to be right here, because Marine Lord has scouted his opponent's base. He sees a very susceptible forward gold, and this is definitely something you can exploit against the HRE especially.
Yeah, you love to deny HRE gold. This was always that 1v1 matchup for a while that was like French versus HRE, auto win for French. And it has changed a little bit through the years, through the months, and through the updates and whatnot. But it is still one that if HRE gets denied off of their bread and butter, off of that gold mine, and then that's exactly where French wants to keep them.
Now, the question is, do we see a feudal game, or do we see another 45-minute game here from Marine Lord, the late game king? And I honestly, with Wham and Kiljardi, I know Wham is, I've really dubbed the Wham walls, because I feel like Wham is very confident walling quite early and delaying the game. But he is now with a player who's not known for playing that late game, who's known for killing people early on. So Dragavan, again, the king of craziness, Marine Lord, the man who can adjust to anything. I would love to see what an aggressive play looks like from these guys. And whew, that's a good Kremlin. That is probably the best Kremlin I've seen in a very long time. Juicy as hell.
Yeah, it's not a Timlin. That thing's actually a good one there.
I'm assuming Tim is famous for his bad Kremlins?
He very, very famous. We just call them Timlins, and they're usually out in the middle of nowhere. Like you're like, oh, what a great spot! It's next to the berries. All right. But no, this is a very, very juicy Kremlin 4-kill Jardy. Definitely worth moving out and being a little bit vulnerable and risky where he placed it. But now that he has secured that location, he will be very happy for this mid game.
Now the question is just, we don't usually see such an early spearman coming out here from anyone. Now, it looks to be heading straight to the French's base, and yes, you want to deny these knights, but that is very early on, and there's a lot of them on the way, and more in queue.
I mean, it's HRE. It's the way they play now. They go into feudal age. The thing about this is if it's scouted, it doesn't mean too much. And I believe it has already been scouted. It has already been, that's where we see it now. It's just kind of escorting the spear across, but Kiljardy has a scout that is seeing the rallying spears as well.
Now, he might be seeing it, but there's no real reaction just yet. We see a tower getting built with one villager, and him knowing about this for so long, I'm very surprised he let this go for so... Oh, he pulls the villagers, he's like, hey, get out of my base, nerd. The spearmen fighting, but the villagers are fighting back, and the knight joins the party too.
Yeah, especially if those spears aren't bracing, the knights are happy to take that with a little bit of help from the villagers. Looks like outpost pretty close to being finished. The second knight there to defend for the time being. And now Wham does not end up denying the gold.
He does force a very early tower, but it's not a tower I'd be too sad about forcing.
A second tower.
That might make it a little bit more expensive. Definitely. And there, with the amount of spearmen here, he's going to actually need to respond. The scout is just being annoying here, and the idle time on the villagers from that second tower is so valuable here, but the knight is ready to reinforce. The villagers are taking a little bit of damage.
Oh no, and I'm not... Look at the micro, though, that he's able to pull back all of these lower health villagers. Oh, but he doesn't finish the outpost! Oh... Finishes it just in time. One villager does end up falling, but that could have been so much worse without the micro Dragavan.
Dragavan, just a guy who is absolutely amazing at microing, but doesn't target fire the spearman down either, so an extra one escapes too. So now we see this with HRE, they just get stronger and stronger, and with these production buildings at the back, we're going to be seeing a lot more coming out from Wham. Although, I say this and I see he's floating almost 400 food, or wood. Now what are those going to be turning into? Archers, he says.
I mean, archers, more archers, maybe even another archery range if he can afford it and starts floating more like you're saying. But instead, a few more farms. And this is what I love about HRE. They have all this aggression coming on, but at the same time, a lot of times when a Civ's super aggressive, it's like, oh, but wait till they run out of food and I'm going to punish them. And then all of a sudden you see HRE's base and you're like, when did they make a farm transition? What the heck's, when did this happen? He's slowly been adding some farms throughout this game.
Now, Dragavan is trying to be a little bit more present on the map at the same time, though. He knows with HRE, you can't just fight them head on. You actually need to do something to their economy. And just like you said, they don't need to leave their base. He's doing the farm transition close to home. There's no worries. But at the same time, Kiljardy is coming and he's knocking at the house, at least.
And this is starting to get very, very scary now. Wham and Kiljardy are ready to kind of, I feel like, attack the same location, kind of maybe do this all in on one of the sides and get a ton of damage down. But Marine Lord is starting to build up some of those javelin throwers. Really hard to take down those once they've gotten massed up in the numbers that, you know, once you get, I think, like 3 shipments of them. Is that shipments? I don't know what you call them here.
Platoons, I'll say. Platoons.
Platoon.
I don't know.
Platoons.
It sounds more militarily, so I don't know. I will go for the platoons. But we could also just call them the schools of javelin throwers because they just swim around sniping everything. So, and they're getting trained in groups. So could this just be a school? Everybody got educated, they got a stick in hand, and they're ready to fight. And guys, these guys' base damage, they do not mess around. They're going to be looking at knights and sniping them down pretty quickly. And that's the thing about the HRE economy, but also the Byzantines economy. That farm transition is quick, but it does take a little bit more to get it going. But once it is, it can overpower the HRE pretty fast.
Yes, it can. We saw a few of Dragovan's knights get taken out throughout. Meanwhile, Kiljardi seems like he has kept his a little bit healthier. His a little... Oh my gosh, I'm such a caster cursed. That is absurd right there. Come on.
I'll let Kiljardi know that you killed that knight, so he doesn't feel as bad.
Oh, it's like right as I said it, it was like, and runs into spears. But we're starting to get to a point where Kiljardi and Wham, they're gonna all in the base here pretty soon. The knight numbers are getting scary. The spear archer combo is building up, and Marine Lord has his own defenses, has his own numbers, but is it gonna be enough to be able to hold this push?
And this is the problem when you're playing Byzantines as well. You get to that point where you just have too much food and you realize, oh, I built a lot of farms, but where are my production buildings? And he's floating 700 food right now. So that's going to be a really tough spend, I would say. Especially just from one barracks. And the boys have arrived and they're doing a little bit of pressure here.
Oh no. And this is the perfect place to attack. Right in between the two bases, we see some olive groves start to be taken down. Villagers on the backside get taken down, and Marine Lord is trying to attack this army, but there's not going to have many reinforcements here from Dragavan. Knights circle on around, diving into some spears, but there's so many more knights here from Kiljardi. This might be a fight that goes to, I mean, even if it doesn't go to the way of Kiljardi and Wham, they've done so much eco damage. Look at the blue knights at the bottom.
Blue knights at the bottom? There's more? Oh, no.
I mean, there's gonna be, yeah, they took down another 5-10 villagers throughout during this, and another set of groups from Kiljardi. The knight number is just too scary to deal with.
The problem is, you would think that this is the whole army that they just faced, and they might feel like, oh, we just killed a bunch of things. But, they did not. There's still a whole army of knights back here. These guys are just going to be floating around wherever they want to be. Now, the knight numbers are pretty even, though. Kiljardi is at 16, so yes, an advantage. But is Dragavan going to be able to shut these down? Because like you said, they're just a little bit better than the Rus Knights. If they can collide, right?
Yeah. We see some that are split off, kind of distracting the main group of Dragavans. So another group of Kiljardi is split off, trying to push forward, trying to get some raiding done. Outpost will give the vision, will give the information where those knights are. Quick reaction from Dragavan as expected. And Marine Lord is ready to be the aggressor, ready to kind of start putting the foot forward and getting onto the other side of the map, but very immobile army. And now he's in between the two bases. Will Wham and Kiljardi collapse?
Now, just like you said earlier, they got in between one another, and that was the key that kept that fight going. But now, Marine Lord is here alone. And these Limitanei, they're great, right? They deal pretty well, even against archers, but at the same time, your army is going to be facing two armies pretty soon.
No! Oh no!
Oh no. That was a distraction.
Outpost starting to be burnt. Knights still on the backside while they are pressing forward, so they will need to deal with this with reinforcing units. So that kind of has cut off this forward push from anything else from coming. Really good job from Kiljardi. He can actually circle around with these knights and do this timing to collapse on the army at the same time if he wants, or just continue the pressure and make sure Dragavan and Marine Lord can't move out with reinforcements.
Now, a French player with 30 villagers is not something I had on my bingo card today, while their ally is on 43. But that is the power of Kiljardi. The aggressive player strikes again, and more villagers go down too. Now this is starting to get a little bit scary, but on the opposite side, they did kill a few here on gold. I don't know if this was enough damage to get back to this.
Yeah, you can see they started to pull back their army for a second, but I feel like Marine Lord and Dragavan have to do something with this push now. If not, they will continue to kind of bleed units and bleed reinforcements. Looks like Wham wants to take the fight. Knights go for the charge. And reinforcements from Kiljardi are circling back around as well. Marine Lord cannot run away from this at this point. Every single unit there gets circled and will get taken out. This is a huge win for the... Yep.
Wow, that was it? He says I've had enough. It's fine. You got my army. I'm done.
I was about to, like, you know, call a huge win. This is about to be, you know, oh, he's going to take this to the base and end the game. And no, Marine Lord knew what was going to happen. He did not want to continue that on. Dragavan did not want to continue this on. I'm scared to see the villager timeline here.
It's a tough one.
They did so well early on. There was a big raid early, but I felt like with that many knights out and about, to have that line, all of the lines be pretty straight for a while, and then it was just one little oversight. You pushed forward, and that's right when the knights circled back around to the back.
But this is the problem when you're playing French. Your graph usually looks so much better, but that's exactly what they didn't allow to happen. They just made sure to keep them on their toes, and now we will actually be seeing a little bit more Mongols going forward. The Mongolian Empire strikes again.
And again, this is a matchup that both civilizations, I think, Mongols plays pretty well into, especially on Gorge. The big difference here is there's not really a tower rushing the gold, because the gold's in between the two TCs. But there is, like you said earlier, I think tower rushing the wood line, or at least getting vision of your whole entire opponent's base with that outpost. It allows you to react, allows you to have the knowledge and information.
That's exactly what I'm hoping to see as well between these guys. I want to see how that tower placement will look. And guys, we'll be hopping with no downtime today, apparently. We're just constantly pumping out, you know, voices. So guys, let's go see if that tower is actually going to go up. Are we seeing a Mongolian Empire tower rush? Are we seeing a little bit more of a standard play coming out from our Chad players? We are not. That's going to be a rush of some sort.
We'll see. You know, he could always opt for horsemen instead. He could always opt for, you know, an early pastures and be super, super conservative. But I'm expecting the tower rush. Just like I said, drop an outpost on that front side, on the wood line. You can try to get around in between onto the gold, but that's a little bit more difficult to do. But would be lovely if you can actually get it there. But remember, you have two opponents that can pull villagers that can deal with your spears in the outpost.
And it's going to be a barracks. Guys, a Mongol player, they do what they do. It's like playing against HRE. They're just going to produce a lot more units than you. Mongol players tower rush. HRE players win. Byzantines don't lose in their life. They don't just win, they obliterate. Or they make mangonel towers, and every single raid of yours gets shut down. Mongols, they have one vision, and one vision only. And that vision is destruction.
And this is also going to allow, we all know what a Ubits love to do. It's fast castle, and a Ubits is going to easily be able to do that if they want to, if that's the game plan. They don't have to, but they can easily have a free and clear fast castle, not only because of the tower rush, but also because of the T-Smith. It's literally on the gold.
Yeah, this is going to be a very nice way to protect your villagers. It's like a spicy tower, but spicier than anyone's ever imagined. It's like when you go to the chicken shop and they ask you how spicy. This is what that TC is going to be for the gold. You are going to be the spiciest of all the spicy TC, making sure that your Aobit friend is safely going to castle. And this is so perfect, because while your TC is spicy, your plays are even spicier, I would say. But instead, it's just two spearmen. He says that's enough.
I think what he does is Marine Lord reacted with Donzo. So the big difference between this game and the last game with Molly is there's not a real ability to pull those Donzo out and get them in a position that's you can kind of close the gap on. As I say that, maybe the Donzo is going to get into a weird position here. But there's two Donzo now. Wham at this point could choose to just walk on away and say, all right, you spent a lot of resources here. I only double produced one batch, or actually second batch in queue now.
So getting your Mongol opponent to slow down is what most players would like to do. So this is exactly what I'm hoping to see. Mongols actually has the ability to shut down Malians' early economy. And this is just you let them build, and eventually they run you over with that huge amount of units. So, yeah, let's see how this one plays out. But the sheep loot is pretty nice for Kiljardi.
Yes, it is, and this is a map that the sheep loot is very, very beneficial because that delays your move out onto the deer, delays that vulnerability behind you. However, the Kura storehouse about to finish on up. What do we see about to what was clicked from Kiljardi?
In Kiljardi, we have logistics. Not something I've seen in a hot second.
I think he's just gonna go fast castle, like super fast castle, and grab all the relics.
That would be fantastic because you're playing against both civilizations that do take a little while to get going. Japan is not known for having a night out at 4 minutes, right? You have a night out by 7 when you hit castle, or 8. But this is not something you're going to need to deal with at any point early on. So these guys do have that opportunity to go position onto the map and get even the most aggressive relics at the same time. So with 13 on food and 6 on gold, this is not going to take long at all. But he is going to have to go standard. I also would actually love...
Yeah, go. I would actually love to see the Spearman versus Donzo fight happen, and then now knowing that logistics was chosen, all those lower health spears could have been pulled back and healed up from those dervishes that popped out. So it's actually one of these things that he could have kind of played into this Dark Age play of his teammates even further if they wanted to, and continued to force Marine Lord to delay the cows, delay the houses around the pit mine, and so on, and maybe even force another trade network instead of Manticore.
The trade network we saw earlier, it just showed us what the intense pressure can do to a person. Now, Wham, though, he wants to keep pressure up, and he did see that early presence from the Malians just being able to get the barracks out. But keeping in mind, this barracks is not going to keep producing because as Malians, you want to be a greedy goose and get your cows. So he does get his upgrade instantly, so he will be able to take these on, even if just throwing a spear at them means something. However, they can get healed up yet again.
Khan. Oh my gosh. Wham knew it. Pulled the Donzo in a little bit further forward, traps a villager, and decided not to kill it, spares his life, and says, tell the people what you saw here.
And they will be running in fear back to the homes of their brothers and sisters while the boys are at the front fighting out and taking down people in their path. We see the 2 dead bodies on the floor there. The Mongol spearmen just didn't have the pressure they needed.
They at least had enough to allow Kiljardi to click up. I think he went with growth instead, so didn't even find the need. He also can't click advancement after clicking the dervishes one, now that I think about it, because it's both on the culture side. Things you don't see the dervish play a lot, so you don't always think about it. But the growth will be nice. He'll get those villagers that'll pop out, so allow that eco boost to compound with the relic play that he's sure to be able to secure as well.
And he's already placed perfectly on top of those relics, ready for that age up to tick. But guys, keep in mind, he doesn't have any production buildings yet. The camel lancers have been thought about. He says, let me get my building ready. I am going to fight this. Now, Wham, he did go for the silver tree again. And this just reinforces the idea that Wham is trading. Always.
Wham is always trading. When in doubt, just know Wham is trading. Moves up with some archers. There are only a few javelin throwers here, able to focus down one of the Donzos and takes down the other Donzo as well. So a good little pickup here by Wham. And again, all this is allowing is Kiljardi's breathing room. But we've been talking about all the breathing room from Kiljardi. We also have the floating gate coming up. So we're going to see some of the mounted samurais against camel lancers.
Now, this is usually a pretty good play from Japan, and it will definitely pay off, especially because the forward relics haven't been pressured. I would have expected these guys to... Oh, where are my relic boys right now? The relic boys, the dervishes, I would have expected them to go for a little bit more of an aggressive push, because then now this is allowing Japan to get those out and go pick them up themselves with those Shinto priests.
Yeah, we do see the first two being brought back. I'm sure he hopefully has already dropped a mosque and producing another one, or hopefully he'll be dropping one soon. But Wham has at least been like this aggressor, this like taking the map control, so it doesn't allow Dragavan to just easily take some of the ones on the mid map. Has to be kind of conservative with the first couple relics that he's going to secure, if he can even secure those, now that Camel Lancers are going to start roaming as well. Oh, there's the first one. This is what I'm afraid of. Like, you have a mounted samurai there, but you can't just kill a Camel Lancer, and first Shinto priest gets taken out before a relic gets secured.
And what makes this so big is because the floating gate is not there to produce unlimited Shinto priests. You actually have to wait for that timer to tick. And he's not going to be able to make a play for these relics for quite a while. While on the other side, you have dervishes. They're quite mobile, and they are going to go look at the next relics as well. He does get that mosque, the first mosque already up
Second
and
one
stacked.
He's ready to go, and this is one of those where, just like we saw Marine Lord last game with Killjardy as his teammate, Killjardy saying, no, let me show you how to do it. Do not make mass archers when you hit castle as the Ubids. You're supposed to make Camel Lancers, so we're going to see how the Camel Lancer play works out. Can see the mounted samurai circling around, but the big difference here is Marine Lord doesn't have a front line there to defend his javelin throwers. It was supposed to be the mounted samurai, but Wham has spears here, so Killjardy and Wham get to move forward, get to take the fight if they want.
And this feels like a little bit of a repeat of the previous game, where Marine Lord's army is just not in position to take these favorable fights. They are being caught out left and right, and this is going to be a really tough one for them to keep doing.
Oh, he pulled it back just in time.
Would
Never, ever. One of the Camel Lancers does get rallied. Killjardy gets a little distracted by the mounted samurai in his base. But behind this still, what we've noticed is Japan not having relics. And that is really the huge win for the Wham Killjardy, Wham Jam, Kill Jam team.
Kill Jam. The Kill Jam with the Mongol trade setup as well. So this is not just a normal Mongol. This is a spicy Mongol. And even though Dragavan knows about this, he's just not able to do anything about it. He wants to, but the army is in position. Towers are being upgraded as well. This is not for free.
What I'm afraid of, though, is Marine Lord's cow boom. How's the cow boom looking behind this? As we see, we're about to actually, a full cattle ranch is about to be filled. We see 3 cows moving over that way. So Marine Lord's actually getting to the point where cows are almost fully online, and he might be thinking about castle soon.
Now, Malians doesn't have any crazy things that happen in castle, right? But it does have a crazy amount of food, so the units stay pretty much the same. But they get extra spicy because there's just more of them. The problem is, can that keep up with the trade that is currently uncontested? We're up to 9 traders now. So with these towers slowly getting built up, they're going to get harder and harder to take down. But Marine Lord putting a lot of good pressure here, forcing those Camel Lancers to react to them, and they don't want to take that fight. But when the reinforcements arrive, they might love that.
Oh, nice old spot out on the second pit mine attempt. And that was a big spot from those Camel Lancers. Yes, they took some damage, but it forced Marine Lord back. He knew that army's super immobile. If that gets collapsed on and he loses that mass, it would allow Wham and Killjardy to all in right now. And oh no, that's a relic all the way from this side that Killjardy's trying to secure. Wasn't quite able to do so, but that does not give me a good feeling about how many relics that Dragavan has.
Marine Lord's economy just is going to take so long to kick in. and it doesn't feel like they have the time for this. These guys are about to run out of time because this army is really scary, and Wham is just able to produce so many units. We see 22 spearmen, 26 archers, so he's gonna love taking a fight here because javelin throwers just can't optimize and hit that well when the archer numbers are big.
And look at how many Camel Lancers there are as well. They're just such a good unit. They have that extra long charge and just a perfect front line. And the key for Wham is he doesn't have to rely on the Camel Lancers to be his front line because he has so many spears as well.
Luckily, Marine Lord does have the ability to pump out a lot of units. We can see his production's pretty healthy, but I feel like the moment the age up comes through, that's when the collapse happens, and those were some expensive units that just went down.
That looked like about 4 or so mounted samurai that went down, as well as a bannerman for 1 Camel Lancer on the other side. We are getting the points where economies are having to move out. Obviously, not really Mali as much. Japan has their farms, so they don't have to move up as early, but gold is really going to be the key for Marine Lord and Dragavan, whereas Wham and Kiljardi, they have to move out for food, but they're the ones taking the control. They're already starting to wall up. They've been trading to behind this, so they're looking solid. They're feeling pretty solid here, and you can see the eco numbers and army numbers are backing behind that as well.
Yeah, that army mass has been so scary, and even if a few of these camel lancers and any units get picked up, they can easily be replaced. Wham now also macroing up to castle. He's about to click it, and Cruelty does get clicked, so this is going to be a little bit of an aggressive play here from our Mongol, and I think that's exactly where you want to be. You want to be aggressive right now because you have 16 traders on the map, sir. You want to be in your opponent's base so they cannot stop this trade that you have that's very, very healthily running around and just delivering that sweet, sweet gold.
And did Kiljardi end up getting 7 relics? If I was watching the map correctly, is how many I think he got total?
There's
5, maybe 5.
5, yeah, that's
Okay.
5. Yeah, 5.
Okay, not as many as I thought. I thought he ended up with 7. So it looks like Dragavan was at least, and there we go. Dragavan was able to get a couple at least. So not as bad as it could have been, but still solid for Kiljardi. Push coming from Marine Lord and Dragavan, but the military numbers are on Wham and Kiljardi's side. Wham just needs to wait for upgrades. Do not take this fight until upgrades come through.
This is such a risky fight though, because those javelins are not that great at mobility, but the lancers are on top of everything. The Donzos trying their best, but this is so many units. The Khan fires the arrow in the sky. These guys are ready for a fight. Kurultai gets dropped down, and it seems like these lancers
There's too many Camel Lancers that they know what to deal with. There's too many. 26 Camel Lancers. There's no way you can hold that push. And Marine Lord says the same. Another cleanup by Wham on the Mongols, and this time Kiljardi as his teammate.
Now, this means that Marine Lord only, I believe, has 1 point on the map, on the board. So this is going to be quite a difficult situation for him to come back from. And the question is just, is he going to be able to make it through to the next day? So that's a hard one. That's a really, really hard one to be in. Now, what we're going to be doing, guys, I'm quickly going to head over to Liquipedia so that we can look at what the standings are, because we have V Bolton, who is an absolute Chad, updating the scores as they are going on. So, guys, let me quickly show you guys exactly where we are at. I just need to find my scene. This is a very hard button to press. There we go. Now, at the moment, we can see here Kiljardi now with a 3-1 all the way to the top. Wham also on 3-1, Papipo and Chrysor absolutely leading the groups.
Behind that, you can see Louis. We saw Louis get that dub with Chrysor, but looks like the other games we weren't able to cover went as well for him. Scatterbrain, Dragavan right behind that. And surprisingly enough, I don't think anyone would have put their money on this. Marine Lord's at the bottom.
Oh, that is not a sight any of us had expected to see today. So on the other side, though, a little bit more of a, I don't know, I wouldn't say predictable outcome. But Beastie being at the top, he's always been a pretty strong team gamer. Voldemort, a very big proponent of being a strong team gamer. But now the question is just, can they keep this up? We have Sass and Demu and Baltoon right there at the bottom. Now the question is just, is Sass going to be able to make a comeback? We do see that in his future brackets, he does have some favorable matchups. He does have... Oh, Sass and Voldemort are going to have a hard time against Baltoon and Myriad, though.
There's a few of these struggling matchups. You can see that, obviously, speaking of struggling matchups, B and Baltoon versus Anatan Myriad still in their first round 1-to-1 matchup. I bet you that one is a brawl on that side as well.
I can just imagine how Demu must be struggling with this, because that dealing with those long games at this point is going to be tough for him. He's a man who actually likes to get his early sleep. So he's been playing a lot of Deadlock as well. So I'm actually...
I was about to say, he's been playing some shooters, playing some FPS gaming, more action early on too.
Yeah, and now he's gonna have to adapt, but alongside him, you guys know, we have a bunch of people just playing Age of Mythology right now. So that is definitely going to be something that will impact some of these performances. But now, looking at the future, Marine Lord does have some favorable matchups. He's got a game with Puppy Paw against Giliardi Scatterbrained, and here Marine Lord and Cryosaur against Puppy Paw and Dragavan. So this one just feels a little bit switched around. And I think Marine Lord has a better chance with Wham down here as well. So I don't think Marine Lord is secured at the bottom just yet.
Scroll one more down to round 6. That is the matchup that I want to watch. Is the Marine Lord Louis MT round 6. Marine Lord Louis MT versus Wham and Puppy.
Oh, yes. These two.
That is... Oof.
I feel like Puppy and Wham might just take this one without breaking a sweat, though. These two are so in sync. They're a proper team. And Louis, he's just not able to communicate with Marine Lord. Although, Marine Lord is a man of few words. He can just ping the map and hope it works out.
Yeah, I mean, I will say sometimes you can kind of lean into the lack of communication on maps. There's certain maps that definitely break into more 2 1v1s rather than a team game. So maybe we can see some of that develop a bit, kind of game plan around the lack of communication. But either way, it is one that it was so cool just scrolling through that list, and I'm like, wow, that's a Super 6 series. Whoa, that's a Super 6. Oh, another 6 series. It was just like time after time after time, just some awesome series. And that's just how this tournament is set up and kind of leans into the structure of it.
The problem is that I foresee for a lot of these players is the long day they have ahead of them. We estimated that each round would take a maximum of an hour. And
what?
Which is why we didn't plan for best of as we know, best of 3s, because play all 2s only ensures that there are 2 games and not 3. So this is going to be a long day for most of us here. But Mr. Dabston, Dr. Dabston.
No, Mr. Dabston's fine.
We will be taking a short break. We'll be back in a second. Just want to go make some tea. I don't know, do a little bit of a stretch here and there, and then we will be back with a series that we may not have predicted we'll cast, because some of these games are taking a little bit longer. Tim in the chat.
We go.
Please call me Dabston.
Of course, Tim's saying that, the actual doctor over there.
Dr. 10 for Tim. Must be a very professional title to have in the workplace.
Yeah, that's exactly what all his patients call him. He's told me.
Okay, guys, we'll be right back. See you in about 10 minutes, I'd say. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with another round of shenanigans. So for those of you who are still here, we're going to do another game that was currently 1-0 in favor of Beastie and Anatan. While Voldemort and Myriad, the caster-killer combo that we had last week. Now, Dabston, I don't know if you know Voldemort and Myriad's casting combo deadliness, but they want to be a duo, and we need to see it in team games as well.
I did not know that I didn't know the backstory. I did check in for part of their cast, and I didn't know that they're, planning on this casting duo here now.
And their taste host is basically of Age of Empires. Oh, that's the
Oh.
plan. Oh no, but I definitely think the amount of synergy between those two is absolutely amazing. They're just such a fun pair to have, and such a fun, two humans as well. But yeah.
What's their would it be Miramar? Because that's a pretty sick beach that a lot of people go visit in the U.S. is Miramar Beach. So they can just they can make their name Miramar.
Miramar. Or it would be Voldia. No, that one doesn't sound too good. Oof, yeah, no. Yeah, no. We'll go with yours.
Well, they'll have to work on something. They'll have to figure something else over there.
Luckily, we're not in charge of famous naming compositions, but if we were, that would not be the name that I would choose to build my portfolio on, for sure. Now,
but getting into this matchup now, we see a Civ that we did not get to see all today, and it is Beastie the one who's playing it.
Finally, someone let English through, did not ban the man from playing English, which very surprised about, because many people just say English is too strong, especially in team games. Let's stop this thing in its tracks. Now, Voldemort and Myriad, they seem to be the type of people who would be able to handle a little bit of an English push if they can keep that communication going. And Beastie going with a greedy 2DC build as well against Mongols and Abbasid, that's a very risky move.
Well, you can't get tower rushed by the Mongols as the English, and you got Rus that can't get tower rushed by the Mongols as the Rus. So you kind of just get to play your own game, get to try to get some aggression out with the king, and then more importantly, Voldemort is the one who actually went with the more conservative. Oh, actually, I lied. It's economic. I could have sworn I read military wing earlier. Maybe he clicked it and then canceled it and did economic. But this is actually where, in my opinion, Voldemort on Abba can get really scary in team games with the new economic wing bonus. It's 35% cheaper on everything, makes their farm transition easier, which can actually get just as strong as English farms too.
The crazy part about that is now that Voldemort, he's already ready for that second TC. Oh, almost there. We can see he's getting quite a lot of stone quite early on, and I would not be surprised if we get to see that 3 TC build that you're talking about, because he's got 4 on here. Oh, no, he's pulling off. I was about to say, if he keeps them on there, we're going to be seeing 3 TCs, and I honestly would love to see something like that in this game. Woo.
He's going for some fast golden age, and it's actually the Uvu that's getting pressured down. Myriad doesn't have any answer for just some scouts, it seems, and the king, as Keshik's maybe going to be his oh no, it's Keshik's going to be his route to stop this. Villager comes out to try to heal it up. It's just in range to be able to make sure it doesn't end up going down.
Yeah, very, very good timing here on the Keshiks, keeping this thing alive, but keeping in mind, sitting there and healing this bad boy up is going to cost wood. And we know Prairie is very famous for just not having that huge amounts of wood that you would need on, on any civilization that's wood heavy. Especially something like English. But that's also why we see the Abbey of Kings opening, of course. Because you get a king, you don't need to deal with the longbows.
Yeah, much less wood heavy when you're going this fast castle route. Yes, you need wood for farms, but that's kind of it. You're not going with those longbows as mentioned. Meanwhile, Anatan looks like he might be making that pro scouts to fast castle play. Might not even be doing the pro scouts, but just kind of going up to a quicker castle age. And no, it's wheelbarrow and double broad axe first. Voldemort, however, has 3 TCs down already.
Voldemort stuck with the 3 TC that I honestly did not expect when I saw him pulling it off. But the man says we need to get ahead economically and we need to make them pay. But I feel like when you're playing Rus, you're quite able to punish someone for going 3 TC. Because of those knights. We saw the knights earlier today and how much damage they can do when they get to that late game point. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot of action here from Anatan. The Keshiks are doing some work though.
Is able to pick up. Did it? Yeah, picked up a villager there with the Keshiks. And the nice part now with Voldemort is all of those TCs, they're working with much cheaper food costs comparative to, you know, Beastie's TCs. He's got to get some farms down to make sure he doesn't have to move out onto the deer. Makes it hard to continue to produce and get on up. Meanwhile, Abba, he's on the back side, he's on the front side berries, and he secured up a back gold for himself as well.
The problem is now
Keshik's taking the fight.
They're so good. That's the problem with Keshiks. The moment the numbers start increasing like this, you can make your spearmen, but they'll get picked off pretty easily. And that's exactly here what's so dangerous, because they heal up with every hit. You're getting the idle time, you're getting the kills here and there, and Beastie is just not able to flourish as you would. Oh, but they do spike. They do get spicy and they fight back.
Yeah, they take quite a bit more damage than regular knights from Town Center fire, so it's hard to dive that to English Town Center, but is causing quite a bit of delay on Beastie's, you know, wood line, on him getting wood online, which delays him getting farms. He still hasn't moved out to actual food. However, Anatan is doing some raiding of his own as well. Did not end up going for that fast castle, just went for more eco upgrades, got that kind of eco online behind it, and now is moving out with knights taking control. Valdemar needing to probably mass up some spears, but instead looking like castle's going to be his play.
The thing is, if you're going for castle in this position, it is so easy to lose the game right here, just because of that constant aggression. And I don't think he is ready. Oh, as I say that, he's getting a barracks. He's going to defend himself. The man is going to be ready for that push. And he instantly queues up 3 spearmen. He realizes, I cannot go fast castle. So I think what we're seeing happen here right now is a very strong case of the caster curse again and again and again. As Dabston, he's just making all these calls and exactly the opposite keep happening. So
It's what you need. Sometimes you're just willing things into existence, because Valdemar, he needs to play this feudal. If he had tried to go just castle, he would have lost. He knows this. He got forced onto these spears, doesn't have enough room inside that TC, and Anatan is making him pay. Villagers starting to take a lot of damage. There's a few spears that popped out, but one spear is not enough to deal with that many knights. TC fire trying to help, and Anatan is still fine with this and taking more villagers down.
now, keeping in mind that this is not that expensive as a loss, but the amount is starting to catch up. Now, Beastie being on 2TC, look at those farms. He's got his farm economy set up. And the Keshiks, they are doing work, but they don't have unlimited HP. They're not like knights, French knights, that can heal up. But luckily, Rus knights can't heal up either. So these guys will keep coming in, but the new ones will need to replace them. And they won't just be able to go back in and out that easily. But Anatan, honestly, doing an amazing work at keeping him on his feet.
Yeah, he's sending those knights all throughout the map, raiding both sides, causing a lot of idle time. But he is getting to the point now that these knights are starting to get thrown away for nothing, losing some knights under the Mongol TC, potentially losing some knights under the ABBA TCs. And Valdemar looks like he finally has stabilized a bit, finally getting a little bit of military out to defend himself.
Now, the Mangudai getting chosen, definitely something I think a lot of people were excited about with this patch. Mangudai is a unit that we didn't get to see much of, but now when we're seeing Mongols, especially with Deer Stones, Mangudai has been speculated to be a pretty viable choice.
Culture Wing is on its way for Valdemar, so once he had a few of those units to be able to defend himself for a split second, he said, great Castle Age. ABBA loves being at the Castle Age, should be able to start building up that villager lead again now that Eco's not being damaged and harassed and walls are being put up.
Now, going for the Culture Wing, they don't unlock composite bows. So this is usually a very big play and a very good timing for Abbasid. But him going for that Culture Wing, I believe, is just going to allow him to have that cheaper age up. And even if he wanted to make some crazy Imperial play, he'd be able to do so. But I do expect Mr. Voldemort to be a little bit more conservative and play this safe. But Myriad is getting a lot of idle time here. He needs to be careful.
Did you see how speedy those villagers were with Wheelbarrow and Deerstones? They were like outrunning the knights.
Yeah, the Deer Stones just changes the game so much. For those of you who don't know, this just allows things to run a little bit faster. And that's also why people leave it in their base. But when you do see a Mongol bring this bad boy to the front of your base, you know you're about to get all in. So the market, though, getting ready for the trade. The man knows what Mongol is good for, and trading is definitely that.
Trading is definitely that, and trading is definitely needed. In these high elo gameplays, you need something to get an eco boost, whether it's multi TCs or whether it's trade, and that's where Mongols always loves to play with trade. Now they got more units to utilize that gold into with Keshiks and with Mangadai that we're seeing here now as well.
Yeah, with Keshiks and Mangadai, you definitely have that versatility on the field where you can do the damage, you're gonna be able to get out, you're gonna be able to kite the knights, and that's exactly what he needed here. Again, a bunch of idle time here for the villagers, but we do see that he's decided to go for them camel riders. Not as spicy as the camel lancers, but definitely a force to be reckoned with.
Yes, indeed. Castle Age, though, has been matched on the other side for Beastie, and not only Beastie, Anatan is dropping the Abbey and has also dropped a second TC himself, so will slowly get some eco boost of his own. Oh, he's just now building it. I guess I spotted that pretty early.
Yeah, no, you're on it. Absolutely. This is one of those instances where you see your opponents absolutely flourishing with their many, many TCs, but you realize, I need to keep up with this. I need to find a way to keep up with this. And Beastie and Anton, they do have a little bit of a villager disadvantage, but it isn't that much yet to make such a significant change. But look at the work of these Mangadai, though.
And feudal age units diving under an English town center never feels good. Mangadai and Keshiks both going under that. And Anatan sees all of Myriad's units in Beastie's base and says, all right, perfect time to dive the Mongol base. There are no walls. There weren't a lot of outposts next to the TC either. And this is the big problem with Mongols in team games is you need like 3, 4, 5 outposts next to your TC at some point, which just feels so bad to do.
Yeah, this is usually the thing you see when you teach your friends how to play the game, and all of a sudden they just build a bunch of TCs, and you're like, no, not TCs, towers around the TC, and you're like, I stop. But the Mangadai they're able to clean these up, but not, the idle time, definitely just not as worth it as you can imagine. But Myriad and Voldemort, they're looking good.
Yeah, they've definitely stabilized. They've gotten themselves a good foothold in this game. Now is when the mid game starts to open things up. Walls have been down, but where are relics going to be going? Where are some of these long-term passive resources? And now you have 4, 5, 6 control groups that you have to deal with, and you got to make sure you're not taking, inefficient trades and throwing units away.
Yeah, the problem at this point is you're just not really sure what your opponent is going to be doing because there's so much action on the map. Your scout doesn't get all the vision. You don't know exactly what your opponents are doing, especially when you're playing against a civilization like Abbasid that is able to actually wall, right? And I feel like Myriad and Voldemort have been having that communication. They do know what's waiting for them, and they're able to respond and produce as much as they need to handle this. But Beastie looks like he's hungry for some blood right now.
Yeah, starting to get that infantry mass that English loves, getting that spear crossbow combo. When you're in your base, it's even better because you got that network of castles. But eventually, Beastie being on the English, we know how he loves to move out with some outposts, move out with some keeps, but needs to watch out at home as Myriad doing another dive on that English base, hitting a few villagers, but men-at-arms are there to hold as well.
And the Mangadai are really nice, but they don't do that well against men-at-arms. The TC only needing to house 14 villagers. I feel like he may have learned his lesson. Moving a few of these bad boys away from the TC so that they don't fill up the space, but just get picked up at the gold.
Yeah, he learned his lesson at the TC, but did not learn his lesson at the gold. Slow reaction as well. 5 villagers falling. Anatan making some good damage, some good return fire. And look at the army number of Beastie and Anatan. It all of a sudden has gone sky high, and it feels like it's majority just Beastie's infantry starting to move together, grouped up across the map. And I almost feel like Myriad and Valdemar's whole army couldn't even deal with the English group.
That's the problem with English. You let them cook, and once they've cooked up a storm, they bring their army to your base. But for Myriad and Voldemort, they do want to defend this, and they do want to give it a go, but this is such a risky fight. The Spearmen are getting some really good hits here, but the Mangudai are trying to focus down as much as they can, but these crossbows are doing amazing work too. The King does go down. The Spearmen trying to fight a really good fight, but Beastie Anatine combo is still really scary because they have men-at-arms, and these are not getting shut down anytime soon.
Yeah, that was what I was about to say. I feel like there's no real answer for the men-at-arms. As we say that, Valdemar starts queuing up crossbows, starts sending across Ghulams. That is the good answer. That is the correct answer, but Myriad's still stuck in feudal, and this feels so bad. Trade still not quite online to where you'd want it to be. TC getting dove yet again and again and again. More reinforcing units coming across for Valdemar, but Beastie, he's got 23 men-at-arms just sitting here idling the TC and Myriad.
Now the TC might be idle, but the villager count is actually staying pretty stable, which is honestly very surprising. The kill, or the blow was heavy, but it wasn't heavy enough. Eventually the men-at-arms do get picked up, and the TC is firing away, actually allowing them to clean up this big army. And Beast and Anatand, they don't have enough to keep replenishing this. The trade has been shut down a little bit, but at the same time, Valdemar's sending some resources to his teammate here, so Myriad needs to try to find a way to stay in this, but we can see Valdemar sending his teammate wood when already having 1,500 wood. Is this just going to be the purest farm transition in the world?
Well, for Myriad, it just needs to be another TC and maybe a couple pastures would be my attempt. If I'm the Mongol player right now, get yourself some sort of eco, and then honestly wait for Valdemar to send him Castle Age, because Valdemar's eco so online, so untouched. He just needs to idle military for a little bit or get to max pop, which he is at, and then just send Myriad Castle and just let him go castle with his own resources.
But Beastie is so confident right now. The man is like, I'll just fire down your TC, it's fine. You can't do much against this. The problem is Beastie's army might get, will get cleaned up here. With these guys coming from the back, Valdemar's sending a very scary army towards him. But Myriad, we need farms. We need more eco. He's got a farm transition completely set up, but he's just been pumping out so many feudal age units to try and stay in this game.
Yeah, just need something to get online. Myriad has 1,800 wood in the bank over here. He can drop 2 extra TCs being the Mongol player now and actually get back into it a bit. Valdemar fighting Beastie, but the key here for Beastie, he has that network of castles bonus. Reinforcements a little bit closer for Valdemar, but here comes Anatan with some knights.
And the knights are going to be so difficult to handle. Valdemar sending more wood to his ally. I don't know, Myriad, is he just going to build a ton of pastures to try and... Is it just TCs? Oh, it's just TCs.
Finally, and markets, it's maybe TCs and markets. That's the way to get his eco back online. Valdemar has enough to hold this for a little bit, I feel like, but not enough to hold for long term. He needs the teammate, and the only way his teammate's going to be able to do anything is if he can get castle and have a little bit of economy too.
Now, Valdemar's doing an amazing job at target firing, and we do see all that wood being spent now, maybe getting a little bit more. Is that going to be another one? Oof, Myriad really trying to get that eco back up, and I completely forgot that Mongols just has a wood costing TCs. So I believe it's 900, right?
Yeah, it's 900.
850. 850.
850.
We're
oh,
out
wow.
of time.
I forgot. When did that happen? Demu with the raid as well.
Thank you, Mr. Demu. Appreciate it. But Beastie is looking to age up, boys. And he's looking to age up right in front of the base of Myriad. He says, sir, if you want to go for your million TCs, I'm going to be bringing damage to your base. But Valdemar's doing a good job at holding this.
Yeah, he's holding it, but this is where BC and Anatan's slowly going to push forward. They're fighting 2v1s, so they're taking, a little bit more efficient trades, taking over more of this map control, and Myriad and Valdemar are going to have a short bit of timing to try to break out, but now English are finally where they want to be. Imperial Age, we're going to see those farms get that upgrade that they know and love. Enclosures producing some gold now.
Now, this type of pressure that you have on the middle of the base is so crucial as the English player, of course. Because you're just forcing your opponent to constantly take trades that are more favorable for you. Even if it's something as simple as getting a few siege units on the map, it is so expensive. Voldemort, though, going for the military wing, going to Imperial, he's sending his ally everything he can. Myriad says, I want to help you, but I just cannot. Now, he does have the resources to go for Castle.
And this is what I was talking about. He just hit Imperial and then sent him resources for... He needed the resources for Castle way earlier. He needed to get this eco back online, get back up a little bit earlier, and it just didn't happen. And I feel like now it's just going to be too late. Numbers don't look that bad. The graph doesn't look that bad, but we know the bigger situation right now that the players are in. BC's going to be way ahead as far as the tech goes, as far as upgrades go. They have triple sacred site control, so there's a timer behind this, and they're trying to go wall in the trade, which Voldemort now has Voldemort has spent so many resources on this other side of the map too. He's gone full farm transition, stone walls, everything of the sort. Meanwhile, Myriad was just bleeding.
And the bleeding may stop for a moment here, because we can see he's on 72 villagers. He's starting to get back, but with Voldemort's army, Voldemort needs to be able to come here and actually help. We do see this trade about to get shut down, like you said, with the walls. This is just going to be so difficult to defeat. But with Voldemort's army here, they will be able to, I believe, hold this off. But I said he was going to stop bleeding, but now he keeps bleeding. Where Myriad is running for his life, he's pulled all his buildings. The sheep are standing here waiting to die. And the problem with those sheep is, I believe that once the Bastards spawn them, there's a maximum amount that can be alive. So let's hope he does remember to move those a little bit closer to the base.
Yeah, the big problem here, Myriad, he got given resources for Imp. He's going up to Imp, but now he doesn't have the production. He didn't have the actual military to be able to do stuff. Has to cancel the Imperial Age 2. The military mass is right there knocking on the doorstep. Beastie continuing to take the fight. Anatan circling around with the knights, getting on top of the crossbows, getting on top of some villagers, and throughout this time, they're just keep crawling throughout the map as well. More and more keeps, more and more map control.
Beastie on English just showing the commanding force of not being able to raid the English base. And when you do, they're just able to garrison in the TC, get the White Tower up, and get to that late game. The crossbows are trying to fire down as much as they can. They do get a king, but at what cost? It just looks like this is an army that will never stop. We see more men-at-arms, and with the amount of crossbows from Voldemort, you cannot outproduce this. Myriad, though, holding a lot of that gold hostage and just not able to do anything with it.
Yeah, this is just now starting to look worse and worse and worse. It's been in a bad spot for Myriad for a while, but now it looks like Voldemort's economy is the one that's starting to get pressured as well, because Myriad, there's not much pink left on the map.
With 50 vills, you're barely gonna break a sweat trying to break those down, because they're all dead already. But Voldemort, he has so much for you to kill. At this point, it feels like Voldemort has too much. Maybe to get more military, they do need to kill a few extra, but with the resources in the bank, it's not the time for that just yet.
Knights still circling. Beastie about to just send those men-at-arms throughout the economy. Trade lines starting to be denied. There's a little bit of some keep wars here in the center, but it is looking like the beginning of the Purpleville starting to run, starting to try to hide, find somewhere that they're safe, but there doesn't seem to be many places.
Voldemort is doing an amazing job at keeping those military numbers up. We see 3 military from Myriad. He's now Imperial, though, so if Myriad can perform a miracle here, and he says, I think Keshix might be the miracle we're looking for. A bombard also being queued up from Voldemort. He's trying to get back control of a part of this map, because right now, I feel like Beastie and them really have the map by every edge. They're taking 80% of the map. Oh, Voldemort just trying to help his teammate again. Myriad now able to make a ton of units with those resources. Let's just see if he's going to be able to produce anything. And Voldemort just sending this because he's at max pop. There's just no more space for anything.
And I feel like the Cognate Palace might have been a little bit more useful, at least having some military units spawn out that are already Imperial Age teched, but instead getting a little bit of stone influence in the middle of nowhere with nothing around it. But Valdemar still trying to hold, doing everything he can, but it's just 2v1 ever since his teammate got 2v1'd as well.
And that's how a lot of these pro players do these games. They realize, hey, I focus the one guy, get him out, then it's just going to be a 2v1 for the rest of the game. And they're just doing that absolutely beautifully. And that's just the power of having a Knight Civilization on your side. With the Knight Civilizations, you can TC dive, you can everything dive, and Beastie and Anatant just showed exactly that. Anatant is definitely a player that's been up and coming. He's been performing better and better. And seeing his performance in these team games has been absolutely wonderful as well. Even in last week's team games, he was a commanding force among the others too. He knew what he wanted, and he's doing an amazing job at showing that too, with a strong teammate like Beastie.
Oh, of course, of course. And you can see, I said keep prawl. I didn't know how many keeps we were talking about reinforcing those sacred sites. They knew there was going to be no way to push back out. And the 2-0 victory in this play all two from Beastie and Anatan.
And you can just see those graphs kind of holding it together here. It did look like Anatant was falling behind compared to Valdemar. But Valdemar, like you said, the 2v1, the moment those graphs just kind of got together to this 138 point, everything went downhill. Poor Myriad circling the drain, holding on for dear life, but just not able to make it through to the late game.
Yeah, that was one of those that, I mean, his teammate boomed up. He just couldn't quite hold the push that was coming out on to the Mongol base. Valdemar, he had that real slow economy. And there was also this timing push that BC had a lot of men at arms. And at that point, the only military mass from Myriad and Valdemar was spears, Mangadai, and I think that was basically it.
And Mangadai have it in their name as well. Man, they die. Like, they just die every single time. They're squishy, but once you have the archer mass and you can take them down, that's kind of what happened to them. Then they did really well against those night raids, and they were able to keep them in there for a while, but it was not long-lived. Now, I do have some good news though. Group 1 is now in round 3, and they are playing their games currently. Well, yeah, so we did catch up. But we might hop into, because guys, we planned a few of these games to watch them, but it feels like this is getting a little bit harder. Beastie and Demu, they're up next against B and Anatant. And I don't know. I think Beastie and Demu might be a little bit cooked.
I mean, we know that B and Anatan have some familiarity together. They played in some team game tournaments together. They practiced together for a significant amount of time. So we talked about communication being like the number one, most important thing here. And there's going to be a lot of that. They're going to have that kind of familiarity already.
Yeah, the problem when you're facing players like B and Anatant, you guys can see they're both wearing that yellow jersey right there, and I believe both of them were part of the 3D clan. Now, B and Anatant going to be an absolute menace to break, because again, Anatant's been on the rise. This is a man we're expecting to see in the top 4 pretty soon. So I'm really, really glad that Anatant can start to make that show here. Well, B has been quite a bit more inactive. They're going up against giants. You guys know, all of you here from the Demu raid, welcome. But Demu and Beastie now gonna pair up to take down the Russian-speaking Chads that we have over on the other side. So, I don't know, luckily Beastie speaks okay English. He always makes fun of the British accent, so he's like, you fucking raw. And I'm excited to hear how that turns out.
Yeah, maybe he'll do that during it, and they'll headbutt each other a little bit,
The headbutt.
But that is good.
At least it'll have a soft landing for Demu, because Beastie's hair is quite thick, so might be a little bit different than he's used to. We have to make the ball jokes. I'm sorry, Demu.
Kick him while he's down. Kick him while he's down.
Well, let's actually go see those standings. Let's see where the boys are, because guys, there's been progress all around. Let me just quickly make this thing a little bit bigger so everyone can see what we're going to be looking at. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the current standings in the group. Now, as we said a little bit earlier, we weren't expecting to see Marine Lord down here at the bottom. So, Marine Lord has a long way to fight back up. So, I'm very worried for Marine Lord and his life in this tournament, while Beastie is chilling here at the top, and his next game being probably one of his harder ones that he's gonna have to fight.
Yeah, I mean, this is one where you said a harder one. I feel like there's so many of these series that it's always just so difficult, not necessarily about just the team you're playing against, but also having to adapt to your teammates' play style and who you're playing with, whether they're a super strong player, whether they're one of the weaker ones or one of the in-betweens. They still have like a play style that you kind of want to try to lean into, whether it's more aggressive, whether it's more macro, boomy, whatever it may be.
Now, both of these groups have players that people kind of fear as well. So I would say in Group A, you would have expected Wham, Puppypaw, Marine Lord, and Louis or Kiljardy to make it through.
I think Louis would be my favorite comparatively. He has the team game experience. Obviously, the big hiccup is the communication issue, like you have mentioned, as a little bit of some language barrier between some teammates there. But those would definitely, you hit the nail right on the head with the first three for sure, and then the next two would definitely be Kiljardy or Louis.
Yeah, Kiljardy or Louis. This is the problem with this format. It's not just a normal team game format. It is the format that actually puts you in a position where you have to adjust to your teammate. So while Louis would be absolutely killer in a tournament with someone that he can effectively communicate with, this might be a lot harder. But on the other side, what are your predictions here?
You know, we already hit the top two, which would be my assumption still, Beastie and Anatan. That is where, even though some of these players have been taking some breaks, have been playing some different games at times, I would actually still lean in with B being as probably to follow him with the third. And then I'd say the fourth between probably Demu and Baltoon, just because I know Baltoon's a team game, Chad, and he's been another one that's been rising up the ranks as well.
Yeah, Baltoon has definitely made a little bit of a difference there on the scene. I think in the latest events with King of the North, we also saw that some of these players just were able to do a little bit more of a showing than we would have expected from them in the past. So definitely Baltoon and Kiljardy emerging from there without breaking a sweat, I'd say. I think both of them have steadily climbed, and they're really showing us that they have the ability to stay here at the top. But now, in round 3, and you guys can see we have 7 rounds today, so this is still a long day ahead of us. Now, Wham and Louis against Dragavan and Chrysor, we have a very clear favorite on this side. A Marine Lord should be able to recover his score over here. But now the question is, if Beastie is going to be able to maintain this lead that he's on. And looking at his brackets, I feel like he might have the opportunity to do so.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the rest of the series, I feel like he kind of already got through some of the difficult ones. I mean, playing against the Demu Sass isn't an easy combo to match up against. But then some of the later stages still, it's ones that I feel like Beastie doesn't have that weakness that some of the other players has, where he can just kind of match up with the play styles of his teammates or play into the weaknesses of his opponents as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Like understanding how to be aggressive, how to back down. I guess the question for us then basically is, are these people at the bottom going to be able to crawl their way back up? And I'm hoping to see that from Demu. I know he's been enjoying his other games, but you know, We still believe in our Demu. He's still the Bold Lord of the scene. And ladies and gentlemen, I believe we are going exactly into that game. So, Dr. Dabston, introduce us into the boys.
Here we are, game number 1 between the old OG 3D squad, but now we have MYI and 3DB, Anatan and B, and then we got Beastie and Demu on the other side, and yet again, English is getting allowed through, this one on the hands of Demu.
And Demu is not a man you want to give English to. Demu is a very scary English player. Now, the reason he's also a very scary English player is probably because it's one of the easiest civilizations that you can play if you haven't played Age of Empires much, because you're playing FPS games. So they have a very FPS feel to them. So maybe Demu finds a little bit of that deadlock knowledge that he's been working on and getting them back into the game.
Their town center does act like a machine gun instead of firing arrows. So yeah, it is leaning into more of that FPS gameplay. But English has always been one of his comfort picks, one of his comfort civilizations. Over on the other side, teammate Beastie. We all know Beastie on the Delhi. There's been times where now Delhi seems like it's kind of opened up their gameplay where they're not scared to go imp anymore. They're not scared to make a bunch of scholars like they used to be if they want to go Dome of the Faith. So they actually have some variability in the way that their game can be played.
Now, I would like to see how Anatan, I was going to say how Anatan adjusts to the fact that he's playing against English, and we see the same old opening, everyone going for that early pasture to get that first sheep. Now, we know with the recent changes, the sheep come out a little bit faster, but in essence, it's still the same value. So, is Mongol still okay, even though they are forced to open with a pasture?
I mean, you're not always forced to open with the pasture, but I think the pasture is just, it's almost like dropping an early farm. It's just like, all right, I know food's going to be a little bit easier for me throughout the game. I might not have to go out onto the deer, or more importantly, out onto the berries. Going out on the deer's fine. But if then once you drop a couple more, that's when you kind of get into the later stages. You definitely don't have the same food income that other civilizations have that have all these extra food upgrades like we can see from ABBA or the English farm bonuses or you know, berry bonuses from Delhi. So that's their way kind of in it. And I'd much rather just have farms and have those other upgrades.
Mm-hmm. Completely understandable. I mean, that's the nice thing about farms, and that's also why we are all English enjoyers in this game. So the best part is we get to see the OG English playstyle. So Dabston, how do you feel about the longbows compared to the king? Because I am very much a longbow enjoyer, and I feel like when you're playing against an Abbasid, Eco Wing, you're definitely playing into the strength of English.
I'm a longbow enjoyer myself as well. It's just one of those that, you know, if I haven't played in a while, I'm going back in, I'm going feudal longbows. It's easy, especially if you have a teammate to help prop you up. And we already know what Beastie loves to do on Delhi. It's Ghazi Raiders. There's so many times when he like moves around with the Ghazi Raiders, pulls you, and all of a sudden 10 Ghazi Raiders hits a wood line and picks off 8 to 10 vills. And then it feels like there's just this hole that you can never come back from. Well, Demu is going to have a front line of Ghazi Raiders whenever he wants it as well, so might not have to make a barracks or as many spears and can really pump this number up if he wants to. As I say, that barracks still comes down, but doesn't have to rely on them as much, and will also have BC to support with that raiding party.
The reason for this barracks is also so important. We see it also doesn't queue up a longbow instantly. And it's really important for the player because you're playing against Mongols. And Mongols, they're just famous for those Keshik plays. So once you have a bunch of longbows on and the stable gets plopped down instantly, because if you're playing against English with longbows, you need to find a way to take them down. And the only way is to get a healthy load of Keshiks right on top of his face. So definitely a smart move here by making that first spearman and then going into longbows, because you need to force a reaction from this. As English, you usually have a little bit of a disadvantage against the Mongols, but we'll see if that plays out if you're fighting against proper spearmen along the way.
First wants to deal with the Khan from being annoying. Khan just doing as much damage as possible to a few of those villagers. And then Anatan is going to be able to follow this up with the Keshik. Might not have to, four-hit it like it does. It is not a French knight. It is just a little Keshik that will be coming across if he gets to that point. Could also opt to just chill. There it is, double producing Keshiks. We saw him on the roost. We knew he was going to lean into Cav again. He did a ton of damage that last series and wants to keep up aggression, keep up using, some control grids, using some mobility.
Yeah, the Keshik power, especially getting that double Keshik out so early, just forces your opponent to, again, react. And you don't have a lot of spearmen at this point to be able to handle a double Keshik. Even 3 spearmen are not going to cut it. So that's why this production is still gonna... You have to invest a lot, and you're not going to take the most favorable trades. I just don't think that Anatan's the kind of guy who will throw a Keshik away. He's going to go look for some sustainable damage.
Yeah, the one problem, though, with the Keshiks is going to be not the English play. It's going to be the Ghazi Raiders. If they get these Ghazi Raider number up at all, you can pick off, those reinforcing Keshiks, the ones that are left alone. Or once you build up enough numbers, force the fight, and then the spears can hopefully catch up as well.
Oof, and we see that first
Sure
fight
enough.
coming in. Oof.
Oh, but there's a camel archer here, so allowing the camel debuff kind of makes up for the extra armor damage that the Keshiks are getting, or that the Ghazi Raiders are getting.
The amount of scholars he has here just to keep these guys alive, they're just not enough to keep all of them alive. So you want to make sure that you're trading these, pulling them back, healing them up so they can keep these fights going. But guys, keep in mind, Keshiks can also heal, they just need more hits. So these scholars doing an amazing work at keeping this army healthy, and this is the first time we're seeing the Dome of the Faith at work in a team game.
Yeah, and this is one where the big drawback I see for Beastie and Demu right now is just the lack of mobility by the English player. B and Anatan both on very highly mobile armies, so they can just bounce back and forth, pick off units here and there, pick off villagers here and there, and so Demu, he's going to try to move across with his mass, but this is where, again, they can punish it if they group up together. After those few spears get picked off, the Keshiks get to do whatever they want. Spears only need a few more hits, and Keshiks are taking the fight, and Beastie is not here with the Ghazi Raiders. This isn't a fight you want to take. You always want to fight with your teammate. Ghazi Raiders on the way, but they're just too late, and English loses every single one of their military units, just about. A few longbows left. I think there might be enough Keshik here to just out-heal the Ghazi Raiders.
That's the problem when you're playing with an English teammate. Yes, English is considered one of the strongest civs in team games, but when you're in the driving seat, and right now it just doesn't look like they're in the driving seat. English's army is so immobile, easy to get caught out, and it just looks like these camels have honestly been doing the best work at keeping that debuff. It's sending a very healthy message to these Ghazi Raiders.
And 3 camel archers one-shots a spear as well. So you're able to really just kind of thin out that spear number very, very quickly and allow the Keshiks to dive, which is exactly what B did that last fight. And now that that number got thinned out, it's that much harder to remass back up. Think about English in 1v1s too. They have the same problem. I would say with me when I'm playing English, one of the biggest difficulties when to move out with your mass, or when you're streaming across and get pushed back, right when you lose that mass, it's like, well, crap, what do I do?
Yeah, the problem with English is replenishing that army has always been a very big Monka-steer situation for any English players. English players, they struggle getting back in there once they've been punished out. So now we're hoping to see him being able to do that, and he did get that army mass up. We do see the military mass is again in the favor of them, but keeping in mind this is not a very high value military mass. We're fighting against Keshiks, which are those mini knights, and B, he's doing some wham walls, some feudal walls.
Yeah. Who could have guessed? But the Keshiks finally connect onto Beastie's gold vein. He was heavy on that gold vein. That also gives information that Beastie is clearly wanting to go castle.
Now, Beastie wanting to go castle as Delhi is definitely one of the newer plays we've seen, because we've seen those elephants coming out, which is not something that was very common for most people. But with the amount of scouts, I just realized we had a professional scouts daily, and he's been snacking on those unlimited deer for a while. Now, Beastie has spent all those resources that he so happily acquired at the back there. So, Beastie definitely gonna try to
look at this bait in the bottom side. I think B was waiting with his units. Yes, he was ready to just turn immediately. BC, though, so quick. So readily available.
And Demu having to pull this many villagers to try and get a wall up. 11 villagers building this wall just to try and stop these raids. But this is going to be such a hard catch. If they're able to circle this army, but it feels like they're doing some really good damage.
Yeah, and walling this out, they might be able to wall out Anatan and B's army from regrouping back together. But the big problem here is they also walled themselves out from getting a safe spot home. Gate gets finished, though. Ghazi's forced to take the fight, a fight that they probably don't want to take. A few more units get taken out as well. This seems like a pretty solid fight for B and Anatan, all things considered, and they can actually just run right around this wall. Not sure if they realized it yet. And was that more villagers getting taken down on the front side of the wood line? It was!
Oh, there's so many dead bodies. Oh!
No! Another 4 or 5 villagers have gone down there. Reinforcing mass takes out a few more of Demu's units. And scholars have been pulled. That's so many scholars. So military number is quite deceiving, as 15 of that military up for Beastie and Demu is scholars.
The problem is those scholars being part of the military is so important, and they haven't been there for the fights. They haven't been there to heal up the army, to take those favorable trades. So this is a very tough position for them to get out of. These scholars are looking really nice and fancy, healing these bad boys up, but in those numbers, it's just not going to be able to crunch this down like they need to. That's a lot of horsemen. And with those few camels there, they're debuffing all of these Ghazi raiders. Demu has lost his army again and again, and I don't know if he's going to be able to keep this up. He does have a few snipes with those longbows, and they're doing amazing work, but again, at the same time, there's this constant pressure on every part of the map, and it doesn't feel like Beastie and Demu are keeping up.
Yeah, the big thing that benefits Beastie and Demu is there's not like extra eco really behind this that B and Anatan have built up. There's no secondary TCs, there's no trade online, but the same can be said on the other side. You know, there's no sacred sites even being taken at the 13-minute mark from the Delhi player.
And that just shows the dominance of our 3D and X3D team. They are absolutely obliterating this map control that they had in their hands, and they keep just putting the pressure up. These walls that Demu tried to get up was so costly, and I don't know how he's going to crawl back into this game unless he gets a very clean castle and doesn't get raided for it. But Beastie is the one who's going to click castle.
Yeah, and we're finally at a point, though, that like Beastie and Demu have broken out. They're starting to push forward. They have a really scary number together. But will they be able to take the good fight? Again, the Ghazis aren't here. The high mobile mass of B and Anatan, they're just going to dive on Demu's army right as it moves out. This is the problem. 3 times now this game, and Demu is about to lose his whole mass right as Beastie arrives. It's too late now. Keshiks are going to dive that. He's aging up and taking a fight as he's aging up. The big no-no.
This is the one thing you never ever do as a player unless you are many supply ahead, and this is not the case for them whatsoever. This scholars
scholars! No! Oh no!
Rest in peace.
Ghazi's having to turn yet again. Demu losing his mass. Scholars falling. Villagers on the front side woodline most likely going to be denied as well. And this is such a good timing if you are a B and Anatan fan. They took a huge mass down. BC's going up and has sacred site control though. So will Anatan and B be able to respond adequately to this now that Castle Age just finishes?
You just see your opponents going to castle. You know this is my time to go and take the fight. Now, the thing is, the armies need to be together. That's a lot of Keshiks. 20 Keshiks that will be collapsing on top of you. it doesn't feel like English is known to survive, but it doesn't feel like they're gonna survive this one. This is a very, very big raid. They're under the TC. People are falling apart. We are falling apart. And just like that, everybody goes down. Scholars trying to heal.
Demu's idling. Scholars jump inside the TC. They hop over to the other side. Longbow's trying to kite back. There's just not many units here from Beastie and Demu. A little bit ago, they were up 75, 80 military pop. Now they're down below 20. Can minute arm or knights be the difference, as that is what BC is starting to produce? But Demu is going to be fully idled and going to be heavily hurt after this, already down to under 30 villagers.
The problem is he couldn't even utilize this TC fully. We only have 9 villagers surviving over here. Where are the rest of them? Desperately trying to look for some resources, but the Ghazis are smelling blood. Yes, English villagers are spicy. They should be able to take at least 2 of these guys, but at what cost? And knights just don't do that well. I feel like this is where they tap out.
And Demu hasn't spotted this yet. There was so much going on the other sides. He sent the villagers out, thought they were safe. He's going to look back over there in a second and not have any more villagers there.
All dying.
Oh, no.
They're all dying. Can we get a doctor in here? Dr. Dabston?
10 for 10, are you here? We need a doctor. They pull out their short bows finally, but it's too late. B sends more reinforcing units there. Anatan sending more reinforcing units there. Beastie is going to have to 1v2 this game now, as Demu's going to be at under 10 pop, under 15 pop.
A Beastie is cooking with the House of Learning, but I don't think there's a lot of learning that can happen. You can study as much as you want, but you're not going to study hard enough to pray away 2 of these strong players. We can now see that's almost double villager count. This is a very, very scared English. And
finally behind this, Anatan, B does decide to go second TC, and Anatan is about to go up to Castle Age. Does not want to get wall of load. That's a way back in the game right now.
And he does get the prelate a little bit closer to his base, but that bad boy will go down if these Kesheks look at him a little bit funny, and they do. The spearman coming out, he's not going to be able to stop this. And Beastie desperately trying to get a little bit of stone so that he can get that keep economy going.
Oh, and not only the keep economy, he needs food economy. There's so many villagers here, so just as Demu's eco just got crushed, we are about to see the Delhi economy go into shambles. Culture wing being aged up as we speak from B. I thought Anatan was going up. Instead, it's 9 Keshiks in queue. He's wanting to stay feudal, wanting to keep up this aggression, and Beastie is starting to get hurt. Villager count under 40 for him. Demu's up to 16 villagers at the 18-minute mark.
This is the lowest count village or English player I've seen in a very long time. B is getting berries right at his base. At least he has farms. The farm transition is complete. Oh, the army does get
regrouping.
The villagers being healed
just
up
as
again.
They have nowhere to go. Just as Demu ran into the corner, Beastie, he doesn't know where to go with his villagers after that push. He's got 38. He somewhat feels stabilized for a second, but I feel like that's just Anatan and B regrouping for the final kill.
We can see here the villager count is telling us a very, very sad story, and it's a story of how Abbasid on 1 TC has more villagers than both of Beastie and Demu combined. Now that he did get his second TC, we can't discount that, but he was on 1 TC for about 15 minutes. So that is the only eco wing Abbasid that changed his mind and adjusted his playstyle in that moment. So very well thought out by B. He went for the eco wing, but he saw that the longbows were chosen and instantly switched over to the idea of, I'm just going to use these cheaper villagers and do what I can do best and outperform.
I mean, again, leave it to B to do some off-the-wall strats, you know, the bait and switch. They probably thought B was ready to boom up, go 2-3 TCs ahead. They just got harassed into nothingness. BC is trying to do everything he can to stabilize, and the way he thinks to do that is drop a couple keeps, get compounded to the defender, get his own villager count back up and running, and also static D. We know how strong that is in AoE 4.
Now, static defenses work well, right? If your opponent is drawn like a fruit fly to them. But neither B nor Anatand are the kind of players who are going to get fooled by running into a keep constantly. So these two players, even though they see a keep, they know that there are villagers that they can go and harass on the backlines. And looking at these Keshiks doing some good work. Look at that idle time of the villagers, but honestly, they just kept the knights close, or lancers, close to base so that the Keshiks can finish them off.
Yeah, and I feel like you just called out every diamond and below player about keeps.
Yes.
Because that is every single one. A keep gets dropped and they're like, I have to kill the keep now. It's like, no, just walk around it. Just go around it. You can go around. And it's like, no. I'm going to headbutt myself until that keep falls.
And Beastie also gets this keep very close to his base, which, to be fair, he needed this. But this is not going to allow for him to have another keep. This poor stone is going to be the last bit of stone that B and Anatand will allow him to mine.
Speaking of mining, there is not going to be much more mining left as the Kurultai pushes forward. B and Anatan group up together, this time both Castle Age, and diving Demu yet again.
And this is probably the saddest part for English, where your machine gun TC cannot fire hard enough to survive any fight. 11 villagers are saved in this TC, the others about to die by the hands of Keshiks, and Demu has had enough. He calls it, and he says, Beastie, next one. Good luck.
Yeah, get me out of that one. That's also one that, and I think this goes. B and Anatan made Demu and Beastie look bad, and it's just because they use mobility. They've clearly played together a ton. They took 3 or 4 different 2v1 fights in the first 10 minutes of the game. That was the whole storyline. The villager count obviously was after that. There was no ability to hold, but there were such good dives together.
When you have a villager graph looking like that is English, that's how you know maybe they deserve to take the W. As an English player, I know we've called out the whole of Twitch chat. Marino, thank you very much for the raid. Appreciate it, sir. But all of you English players, me included, me the dirty English player, definitely got taught about the manners in that game. We cannot just go longbows and expect it to work. You cannot just trust the English army all alone. And your ally needs to be there to support. But Bemu losing this one, and B-Tand go on for the next one. Now the composition here, I feel like Bemu here has the mobility for this game. Do they turn the tides, Dabston?
This is one that, it does allow some more aggression, but one of the key things on the other side is double static defenses at the start. So depending, I haven't seen the map choice yet. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
That changes everything. I actually like the Ayuba French combo, even though China and Rus seem better on water. I feel like this is one of those things that Ayubid can get that really quick age up, not allow the opponents to have their fishing online, and then all of a sudden French comes in with better eco, more military ships once feudal age happens.
That is definitely something that I feel like China and Rus are just going to completely outperform on. French is not known for its majestic water plays, so I don't know what miracle they're going to try to perform, but Archipelago is going to be a really hard one. Now, we just got word that Archipelago was a little bit buggy, but just keep in mind that we can decrease it to the 6-player size. And guys, I can see a lot of players are a little bit worried about how long this is going to go. Because they realize this is group 3. And this is going to be tough to continue on. So Bemu definitely needs a win on the board for them, because Demu right now is 1-4 and he needs a win. This has to be the one.
It's just, I'm excited to see an Archipelago game. We've seen a couple of these like heavier water maps more recently in some of the previous tournaments, but we haven't seen them in a 2v2 structure. And that's one that I feel like we can have some more excitement. Are we going to see transport ship drops with, knights? Are we going to see, you know, typical water play? The thing is, it's twice as effective when it comes to water in general, just like on land. So if you're taking 2v1 fights, if all of a sudden you're splitting the map for multiple 1v1s, and then all of a sudden you pull your ships on over and you dive the base, dive the water, dive the docks, it can get very, very scary.
Now, I know a lot of people don't like the water map play. That's definitely something people have been complaining about. So I'm really hoping to see that EGCO's Archipelago is going to fit the mold. But, Dabston, we're ready. So let's roll on in and see how B-Tand and Bemu take this game.
I love the names. We are jumping on into it. MYI Anatand and 3DB spawning on the eastern side. And we have Beastie and Demu spawning on the west. I love the layout. Look at this. How just open it is. How you can just see it's about to be a lot of action here on the water.
Yeah, definitely. This is going to be really, really tough for them to, chop for a very long time, because once a ship comes and parks over here, you're not going to be able to, chop and keep producing ships. You're going to need to move out and make some plays on the outside.
Yep, you got to take the other islands, and I feel like that's actually what a lot of these water maps that have become a little bit more popular have developed into. It's kind of one that there is somewhat of a focus on land as well as water, and it's one that, yes, winning water helps, but there's still a lot of other things going on that you have to take into account.
This is quite interesting. The deer spawning on the island, you're able to push the deer quite close pretty easily and gather that bounty. And I think this is something that we haven't had the opportunity to see with the new Rus, how quickly that bounty gathers. Now, the new bounty system definitely is something that is going to show its face today and try to see how much of an influence that is. Because I don't think we've had a lot of Rus games where we've seen professional scouts. But this is a beautiful map. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, this is one where the Rus bounty, they lose some tempo in the earlier games, typically gain them in the mid to later packs, but that's on land maps. On water, if you're able to start on the deer, it actually kind of is very helpful, because normally you'd get your 5 deer kills here at the start, or 7, or however many it is, and that's it. But this is where each deer gives you 35 total.
Now the deer, they're gonna be able to, and getting that bounty is still giving you that gold. Definitely something you need to keep in the game going. And I don't know if this changes the water of Rus. Do you still need to go for the gold as you would with most civilizations? Because Rus has been a civilization that had to build a mining camp. They actually discovered what that is in Dark Age. Pretty wild. So, I don't know. I feel like this is the questions we're about to get answered. But now, let's go see what Beastie is cooking over here on the teal side. Still just shipping. Shipping. Oh, wait. Wait. No, that's the wrong guy. Anodand, you're the man. He's just getting more ships. Never mind. The man is just gonna get more and more. Now, usually Rus opens up with 2 fishing ships and switches over to gold. So, is that something that we're still gonna be seeing from players?
That's exactly what we saw here. He actually has a little bit of gold already from the deer, and I think like the next drop off of all of his food will allow him the age up with the gold drop off as well. So it's going to be still a very, very kind of clean and quick timing from the Rus side of things.
Okay, so Rus is still going to have its usual time, and they do actually go for that extra fishing ship the moment he had enough. This split is quite interesting. But my question really is Golden Gate all the way, right? We're just going to Golden Gate.
Golden Gate all the way. 100%. Like, while it sounds good to like get more wood economy and maybe have like a little bit of protection for your dock, Golden Gate provides so much value throughout the whole course of the game. You're able to just rebalance your eco. You can go heavier onto the wood line, not have to worry about the gold. If you need gold for demos, you just sell a little bit. And it also allows you to sell off the plethora of food you typically get from your fishing.
I mean, that makes a lot of sense. Now, I would just love to see how this actually pans out for these players when Rus has been such a powerhouse, but the transport ship tells me a different story. Are we instantly going to make a play for the wood line over here? Which might be the right move.
No. No. So the transport ship is cheaper than a regular ship. You move across and you use that to transform into an attack ship.
Ooh. Okay.
So that way, because a fishing boat's like 150 to make, whereas a transport ship's 100, I believe. So you're saving yourself 50 wood.
Okay.
My question is, with the scout, does he like drop it off on the island behind the wood line and just like let it sit there?
Definitely, because you want to have the ability to see exactly where you can attack. Now, guys, with these boats going through here, we know this is a stealth forest, but for the water. So if he puts this thing down with the scout on the land, he's going to be able to put his attack ships here and attack much further than you usually would. And he goes for School of Cavalry.
And sure enough, scout gets dropped. Transport ship is transforming. Wants to start denying this forward water. It's waiting. Dimmu knows it's coming. It should just do a forced drop off and jump inside with both fishing boats.
Yeah,
Can we see the body blocking though?
Not today.
Nope, not quite.
But the idle time is invaluable, and this is something that a lot of people, and just like that, let's see if the boat is actually going to be able to deny anything. He's going for the second dock, and this is the greedy play from Dimmu. Dimmu went for the double dock, but he ages up and getting that warcog right now. The Springald ship should be able to touch shut that bad boy down, but on the back line here, we just see more fishing ships.
Think about how much value this has provided, though. What is that? 8 fishing boats that are now being idled. They're running away, and I think he's actually going to kill one of them.
If he gets a kill, this is even more worth it.
Oh.
And, the dodge. No dodge? No, never mind. There will be one victim going down today. Almost the dodge.
Oh, almost dodges the other. Scout still trying to be micro to stay alive. That scout should get taken down by Dimmu. Over on the other side, BC's hit Feudal. B has hit Feudal. So I'm sure they will start getting some attacking going over there. And actually, I wouldn't even hate for Anatan to move across with his ship to try to idle some more of fishing over on the other side.
Now, Beastie is going to be in a very unique position here, being the Aeobids. He went for the culture wing, which, wait, that meant he got the cheaper Aeo drop. But what is the next move then? Eco wing?
I think Eco Wing is the next move. Usually, I feel like usually you're having a much like quicker timing with that, whether he would have saved his teammate or whether he would have done some pressure on the B, but I'm not really sure. We were too distracted with Anatan's early aggression with the Rus.
Now, it does look like he's looking for some damage, but on his side, there is absolutely nothing to harass. The fishing ships are spread everywhere else, and I don't think he wants to take a risky fight like this because B is ready. Both of them went a little bit greedy, went for a lot more fishing ships than you usually see on a standard water map.
Oh, Dimmu moving a little bit too far forward with his galley. Took a couple extra shots, but does not get... Oh, it does get taken out!
Casticus. It's the Casticus. You keep doing it.
I thought that he was in the stealth forest at that point. I assumed with our point of view that he was gone, but look at how he is just baiting with those demo ships. He wants Anatan to move forward, and actually Beastie comes across. They want a 2v1 Anatan here and make sure that they can kind of take a really, really good first engagement, but instead, B moves over to his side, forces Beastie to pull back.
Now, Beastie might be baiting him here. No, never mind. That's just a galley going down. But the Springald ships are ready. They're going to go flank and get B in an unfavorable position. And that's a lot of Springald ships. There are no arrow ships in this composition at all. And that is the question we usually have. Do you have the ability to just micro and get rid of the demo ships in that way? But B is already responding. He's getting that extra demo in the queue. I'm trying not to say demo, but demo, and it's really difficult.
Remember, it's Bimu, you know?
Bemu,
so just...
yes. So let's see if the Bemu ship is going to be doing anything against the Bemu team. Now, the fight down here is about to happen, but this is going to be a battle of micro.
This is one where I feel like I've started to see this more and more often on water, where both players, it's like you don't want to dive in full for this engagement because you don't know when you can actually like close out and take this decisive fight. And so it's a lot more hesitant where it's like back and forth, back and forth. And I feel like it kind of develops into this later stages of the game where a lot earlier in games where we'd see water done at 7-8 minutes.
Yeah, the fact that you're playing against Rus, they can also be, this being a very big map, you're able to go fish pretty safely because you don't need to go and drop off your fish. So I feel like for Rus, this is such a comfort map as well. As long as you keep the pressure on there, they're not going to be able to find your ships and actually deny you of any of those. But this looks like there could be some action over here.
Yeah, Bruce definitely starts to gain a lot more advantage over the course of time as well with those fishing ships. As you run out of those initial ones, or as your fish booming on more and more, then you got to move out further and further, and they get that advantage. But Demu is ready to try to take down some docks. Anatan was moving over to help B all in BC, and it looks like instead they're about to double dive onto Demu. BC needs to move up, either pressure B's dock or help defend his teammate, but I'm not sure. I don't see the ships moving out yet. Looks like B is just going to take out some of those reinforcing ships from Demu and allow Anatan to push Demu off of his dock.
Now, this is a very scary position to be in. We know that water can be so dicey, especially with these demo ships going from all the different directions. It's looking to make a connection, and it does not. The micro just looking real good, but the second one is here, and he doesn't get a shot off either. But B is surrounding Beastie right now, and this is looking a little bit scary. It looks like B has a lot more ships here than Beastie. In position, at least.
Yeah, there's I was about to say there's 11 sprinkled ships for BC. I just don't know where all of them were. There were only a few more up and forward, but needs to watch out for how many demo ships B has. Great snipes by BC right off the bat. Demo ship does close the gap. Didn't look like it connected though. So great micro by BC on the other side. More fights going on. Another demo ship trying to close the gap. Isn't quite able to do so, but Demu looks like he might be faltering on his side. However, Beastie, I think he was winning his side of the pond. Not really sure. There's so many ships here. There's so many demos, and that could be the difference at any point in time. Defender's advantage is always key when it comes to these water fights, though.
And it looks like Beastie has won his side, but on the other side, Anatan has won his, and he's going for the high trade house. Demo, on the other hand, he's macroing up to castle, and I don't know what he's going to do with that castle age. Beastie
is macroing up to castle. Oh, the big problem here is Anatan can always swap over to Beastie's side if he won enough, and same thing can be said for Beastie. He can always just run over, try to kill Anatan's fishing, try to kill Anatan's eco as well, but looks like both players are kind of just falling back for the time being.
Now, we need to see if that fishing upgrade comes in, and here we have it. The military upgrades are coming in, and this is going to be a very scary army to deal with. Anatan's ships, though, they're not going to be far behind, and this is going to be a very scary mess. It looks like both of them are going upwards. Now, Anatan needs to play this carefully. He cannot lose ships here. If him and B band together, they could take down Beastie, but Beastie's ships are upgraded.
Yeah, Anatan needs to get some upgrades of his own, whether it's the armored hull, whether it's the sprinkled range, something of the sort. Demu, not quite in position to help Beastie. Beastie's falling back towards his base. Demo ships near the dock. They're trying to get actual connections. Looks like they were able to hit some demo ships of their own, and a great demo surround from Anatan, able to close the gap, take down a ton of ships, and Beastie falling back further, asking for help from Demu, saying, hey, I'm getting 2v1'd over here, come help me.
This is such a tough spot to be in because both of you don't know what your opponent is doing. He's got the explosive Dow on top, but it only connects a little bit, taking down 2, but it actually looks like they're in the lead here. The Demu flank, he's going to get a very juicy shot off. Gets 2 ships possibly. Very, very well played by Demu here.
There is the Barbican up at least as a little bit of a defender, but with this many ships, it does not matter. Demo ship running on forward. Decent connection on that one. Another Springled ship taken on down, and I believe wood lines are starting to get thin. We might see the point where transport ships are needed, and this is that timing that it could be absolutely devastating, and Beastie has already gone with the transport ship. He's a step ahead of everyone, it feels like.
The risky part now comes when you're at this thinning little wood line and you get a little Springled ship close to that wood line. So I think the fact that they're keeping these fights away from their wood lines is so convenient. B definitely got a really good spawn at the back here, getting that very safe position for his wood line too. But now the boys are looking at moving over, and Beastie and Demu, they do have a very scary army, but the guild hall also coming down from Demu now, and B hasn't started his age up yet. Luckily, he's China, so that happens pretty fast for them as well.
He did go Song Dynasty as well. The transport ships are on the way, but Beastie and Demu are attacking in between the two bases, making it very hard. I think we just saw a couple of ships fall. Not sure how much damage was done, but military numbers throughout this whole game, it's crazy to look up at the top, and it's like dead even.
Oh, Imperial Palace also from B. We're going to get some good vision here. Imperial Palace is Division 1, right? Yes.
Yeah, Vision 1.
This is going to be nice.
Yeah, it's going to be so much vision on the water, but also allows them to see exactly where Eco is. So it's not going to matter, though, because Beastie's already prepping a keep on that land. Wants to make sure that there's no shenanigans over there on his wood, as that is his bread and butter for water. Demu attacking the side of Anatan. Anatan still not over there to defend it yet. Looks like B on his way as well. They want to take these fights 2v1 and really have a decisive victory here.
Now, this is a very sneaky move. He's baiting out B to come that way, while Beastie is going straight for B's base. He knows that they have run out of wood, but B's ready to respond. He pulls back up, and 2 docks will go down, possibly 3. Oh, there's a 4th one sitting in position as well. And now they're all rallied back up towards Beastie, trying not to lose too much here. And this is now the push by Beastie and Demu, pulling back, going in, pulling back, and going in. And now Beastie is in a lot of danger. That's a lot of demo ships.
Oh my, demo ships. There's so many of them. There are a few galleys. Just need to spread those out. And how many of those demos just got sniped? Unbelievable job by Beastie, but all of the galleys have fallen now, I believe. Was that enough damage from the demos to be worth it? I don't feel like it.
Demo also had to pull back. He got a few docks, but...
Anatan's coming.
Oof,
oh no.
Anatan has a scary army. It doesn't look like Beastie has the ships to be dealing with this. Doesn't look like Beastie's going to be able to survive this. This is a very big push, but we say this and then there's a bunch of demo ships and they might just explode. And Demo on demos, we'll see if the name fits.
Yeah, we can see B and Anatan might just turn around and 2v1 Demu, though. A few of the demos get spotted out by the demos of B and just decide to trade 1 for 1, 2 for 2, whatever you want to call it.
And it's
the numbers are still so even. It's going to be all about how these demolition ships connect. A bunch of them just got sniped out right before they were able to close the gap on both sides. I feel like it was just resources thrown away, and Beastie and Demu forcing B and Anatan back.
And this could have been the game. The fact that Demu had so many demos at the back made this a very, very good exchange for them. And it looks like Beastie and Demu will be able to close this out unless a whole army of demolition ships run into them. So this could be the game.
Anatan has so many resources in the bank. It looks like he's about to be able to go Imperial Age. It just shows you the power of Bruce Fishing. Really needs to drop a market, sell some of that food, buy some more wood, try to get more ships out. But I think his problem was actually the production. All the docks got taken out, so he had to start dropping docks, and it started lacking the production. However, this is still holding for the time being on both sides.
This is the problem as well with water. The moment you stop putting pressure, your ally could just lose the whole water out. And we say this, but there's 2 very juicy connects. And this might just be a destruction here. The Barbican really getting its value though. It's caused a lot of panic, and he hasn't been able to do much to it. And just giving quite a commanding presence, but Anatan still has a formidable army, taking down quite a few of Beastie's ships, but they're surviving quite a beating.
Behind this, Demu has dropped a second TC out on that wood line. Anatan drops a keep over there. Relics have been secured by Demu. Looks like relics are about to be secured from Anatan. None yet for Beastie, but I mean, there was a time where Beastie and Demu were just up 50 military, and now it's almost even again. This is wild how close this game has just continually stayed.
And this is the power of not being able to harass these wood lines. The fact that Anatan and Beastie both have a keep here, and Demu and B just having the safe spots at the back, it just doesn't allow for you to shut down your opponent fully.
Yeah, there's also so many roost ships just spread throughout on those random deep sea fish, but a couple more of B's ships are falling. Anatan's ships into Demo's. Beastie is about to connect hugely with a few Demo ships, and Anatan just lost a huge mass. Demu stepping up. This might finally be what they needed. The Barbicans at under half health. All the Demos from B and Anatan are getting sniped before they can connect, and military mass is now doubled.
And finally, the Barbican does go down. That commanding little building, definitely doing work, but just not enough. Demu just coming in, saving the day a little bit, while Beastie was very scared for his life with that early loss on the water from Demu. Now, both of these players just constantly putting this pressure down on their opponents. They just need to find a way to stop these wood lines. If they do not,
look at Demu's wood line. Is there a keep getting dropped? There is. It's finished.
This is so dangerous. The thing is, he does have the opportunity.
He's trying to rush down and pull out the shivs. The shivs are gonna get pulled.
Oh, the shivs are going to be spicy, but they're gonna be fighting it.
Oh.
There should be enough villagers to get this keep up, though.
The keep should go up. The shivs do a lot more damage than expected, but will this be enough? Yeah, he can't do it. He doesn't know where to go.
He knows this is it. This is my one play, and he will be able to get the keep up, but at what cost?
Demu should get the shivs out. Yeah, I was about to say Demu should get the shivs out, I think. This is starting to turn into a chaotic map instead of your plain Jane, water map like we've been seeing. B starting to push back Beastie a little bit back, from his island potentially, because Anatan's rallying as well.
These two
Woodline from Demu.
Woodline from Demu is under pressure, but now luckily he's got a safe one. And they do have some trade going on. The boys have decided, hey, this is how we win the game, and the military ships, they have decreased significantly, but Demu, he does have 2,000 gold. And now you have to ask yourself, what do I do with all this gold?
There's 30 water traders out. I feel like that kind of came out of nowhere. I looked up and I saw 14 a little bit ago, and I'm still trying to figure out where all the water trade is going and how efficient it actually is. But that's still 30 more eco that BC and Demu have that B and Anatan do not.
It just feels pretty crazy to get to this point of the game on water where both people are so close to 200 supply. You see these transport ships are ready to transform. Demu trying to shut them down, but they just want to get that pressure down. If they know about the trade ships, and they do. They know about
now they do.
So the question is, are they also going to be starting the trade? It feels like you have to at this point.
Yeah, I mean, you got your back golds. I'm not sure how efficient it is. Can we click on one of those just to see? It's probably like 50, 60 if I had to guess. Yeah, 52. I mean, 52 of each. So 104. Yeah, I would say that's definitely worth it to go ahead and get going, especially because wood and gold is so
crucial
for demo ships, especially.
Yeah, at this point, Demu can just buy Imperial. Oh, what are we doing? We're going on a trip, boys.
Is he going to go to Beastie's Island? I feel like he might have to go to Beastie's Island.
The thing is, you do want to deny your opponent. Oh, and he goes for the siege workshop here, trying to ram these things down. But there's still a fight happening. And they're splitting them up.
3DB's going Imperial to match Beastie right now. He can get Balchads out.
Well, the Balchads are going to be destructive if they don't get sniped down pretty quickly. And Beastie doesn't look to be waiting. He's probably queued up those upgrades by now. And he's going to go and do some damage while he can. Barbican is back up, but not really upgraded. So it will do these light little hits. And these ships are tanked out. Anatan sending some food to B. Is B just using it to get the Balchads? It seems to be the case.
And Anatan's like given up his side of the water. He lost all of his docks around it. I think he's just going pure for denying Demu's wood play and also helping B win water because he knows if B wins his side, then he can steamroll it all. Demo's trading out on either side. That was honestly hilarious to watch. Just a bunch of demos trading on out. B still has a significant amount behind, but Beastie and Demu are still just winning this fight. Well, Beastie's winning the fight 1v2, and Demu's taking out all of Anatan's docks behind this.
At this point, you get to this very awkward scenario where you're like, okay, how do I close this out? How do I close this out? Demu is trying to close it out by just going everywhere, but we need a shutdown on the wood lines. Beastie knows, but the villagers are ready.
The villagers are ready. A couple stables got quick built. Shivs get pulled out, and I love he like reallocated where the villagers were to make sure all of the villagers can get the shivs out, get as much damage as possible. Those villagers, I believe about half are going to go down. Are they going to get the keep? I think the keep goes up.
And it will definitely
it's so close.
Be worth it. The fact that you can get this keep up and you lost so many, but you have the traders to back this up with, this is so close.
It's so close. It's up. It's up. Oh my gosh, it goes up just in time.
And he doesn't have boiling oil yet. That would have been a distraction. But no, Demu says, I'll just support you. Don't worry, girl. I got you. I'm going to take care of these. So any reinforcements coming that way will be handled. The Balchads not making it out, but the double explosion is wild. Oh, Beastie's whole military army gets taken down. Most of it. Balchads are still alive.
But Balchads are still alive. B looks like he's able to press up, but just like Anatan tried to siege down Demu's side, Beastie is doing the same to B, and I saw the Red Palace go up. Anatan's about to lose all the villagers on that wood line that he was trying to do, so it feels like Anatan is kind of out of this game at this point.
Anatan is struggling to keep his head above water. He's literally in Demu's side from last game and struggling to stay afloat. Now, Anatan needs to find a way to just get back, and the way he does is by dropping a double TC. Says, if I'm gonna survive, I'm gonna need more veils, brother.
I don't know how much room these vills have to gather and do things. They do have some nice little 8Ks and a big wood line, but that's very limited. So if this game goes another 10 minutes or so, I feel like that whole island's gonna be drained.
That island is also the last bit of their hope, I would say, because Beastie and Demu just have a little bit of an edge on the water right now. So they can't set up a trade route. The moment you set up a trade route, it will get shut down. And with the keep here and a siege workshop getting in here as well, you're definitely forcing B to respond unfavorably. But Beastie is pop capped and the bombard won't make it.
The bombard oh, it pops out just in time. Maybe he deleted something. Villagers need to just be pulled to go burn the bombard, as there's nothing there to keep it alive, though.
There's another bombard ready to fight back at it, but the thing has boiling oil, though, so you don't want to throw away too many vills. Problem is, there's a fight in the middle, everything's happening. B says, my Balchads are waiting for you, brother, and they're
How many Balchads is that? It's 10 Balchads!
That's so expensive.
What?
How do you kill them?
I don't know. That's a good question, actually.
And the bombard fight gets won by B. The keep will go down. Bombard won't live to see another day. Oh, B just sending resources to Anatan. It's like, come back, brother. I need you.
That's Imperial Age she just got sent. So Anatan can go Imperial. I wonder if Spasskaya Tower is just going to get dropped. And there it is, Spasskaya Tower being dropped.
Where do we put it though?
It's on the island. Yeah, in front of his keep.
Yeah,
It'll actually allow his docks to stay alive so he can keep producing, because that's Anatan's biggest problem is he keeps on just getting his docks destroyed.
And at this point, Beastie and Demo just don't seem like they know what to do to close this out. I say this, and then I see all these demo ships, and they're ready to go take out the Barbican, and then we continue. I've never seen the Quebec warship. How do we say that? Do you know?
Yeah.
I bet.
Zaybec?
Zaybec? Zaybec, what sounds more Aeobity? No, I have no idea.
I'm sure we'll have someone in chat be like, well, it's actually...
You can't just quote Twitch chat like that. That was perfect.
Zaybec. Okay.
Zaybec. Okay. So the Zaybecs, they aren't as special as the Belchads, or are they pretty even? It's just the animation of Nest of Bees. I just love the animations of Nest of Bees. Ooh,
I mean...
Oh my god.
Demos can't get close enough. The Balchads are kind of just shredding everything in their path, and it feels like Anatan is actually getting close to being back online and taking back over water here with this many Balchads.
And this is not the question of, is China on water just too good in Imp? Is there something that can break these things down? It doesn't look like it. But Beastie, he needs to find a way to, I don't know, to take something down, and it just doesn't feel like there's an answer to it. What do you do?
I feel like water trade might be the next step for being Anatan, or at least deny the water trade on the other side if they can actually continue this pressure forward.
This feels like the only way to win this is by having the ultimate 5-head play. You need to coordinate, you need to catch your opponents out and then make that push. But it looked like Beastie and Demo won the game again and again and again, and they're still here. Demos will go through one or two.
And they took up one Balchat.
That was expensive.
I always laugh at some of the demo trades. You'll see like 10 demos and they all get taken down and you're like, that was just a huge waste of resources. Like they didn't do anything.
These Quebecs are really trying their best to fight and survive, but they're not going to be making it. The Balchads are just Nest of Beesing way too hard on top of these ships. And he's trying to flank, trying to find a way to close in on these, but he's just not able to. I just had a yell from the other room.
Oh no. Oh no. While we've been focusing on this one, Anatan looks like he has been being pushed back further and further and further.
Demo just actually getting control of the water, and the delicious, disgusting connects of the Demos finally hitting them from the top and from the bottom.
Comes in. What a huge play!
And that was the scream I probably heard from the other room.
That was probably exactly what Beastie needs to break on through this. Might be able to take down the main island of B. Might be able to take down the main island of Anatan and get onto the heart of the economy, which B and Anatan are at 230, right there with Beastie. But Beastie and Demu, they just got the military mass that is not easy to be dealt with.
These demo ships are just doing so well. They have that extra bit of a range that just... It looks wonderful, it explodes wonderful, and these guys are not going to be able to be replenished because the wood lines, you know, they're getting kind of iffy, and people are running very, very far to deliver those. This feels like the time where B and Anatan realize, hey, we're not stopping this. Look at these demos, just waiting for the next Balchads to arrive.
I feel like this is the point where Anatan just rallies towards the middle of map with his docks instead of towards his home and tries to cut off reinforcements, tries to cut off water trade, and forces just the reinforcements back just like you would with the land army.
And we just saw
allow B to hold.
Yeah, the only way that he can do that is by actually cutting this off. And that is usually the only weakness you can exploit when you are this far behind. You need to catch the army when it is most vulnerable, and that is when it's running and not focusing on anything sniping it. But with the army reinforcements, we see the stream, the straight line of just going forward, and this should be it. They're closing in on the base. Once they get to this island, there's no coming back.
Yeah, I think they've taken down every dock on the main island, so then it just becomes, now get onto the back island, get onto the back eco, get onto those docks, and once you take down any more docks, it is going to be impossible for B and Anatan to break back out and do anything.
I didn't realize how amazing these Bao-chans are. They absolutely obliterate everything in their path. Another trade ship being caught out. They know they've gotten to the root of this economy, and once they shut this down, there's no coming back. Two of the traders do go down, and that might not sound like a lot, but right now that's their only source of gold income, I would say. Oh no, never mind. He's still got a chunky ass gold over there.
Yeah, there's 10 Bao-chads in queue. The problem for B isn't the Bao-chads. It's not the resources. It's the production. He needs more docks, and that's what has constantly been taken down. Demo mass from Demu, and he is just on top of these Bao-chads as they come out and taking down ship after ship after ship. Anatan trying to help hold, trying to help do something, and actually has a 70 mass somewhere. Has finally built this up. It just feels like it might be too late.
And he taps out. Beastie and Demo get a game of B and Anatan, and the series will end with 1-1. B's making them work for it, though. He's not tapping
Definitely
out.
making them work for it. He said, all right, my teammate might have given up, but he's like, I've been fighting 1v2 for a while now already. I can hold this. And not anymore.
Yeah. He called it. He called it. Now, honestly, Dabson, I hate water maps. I think if they're in every single matchup, I will emotionally dread my existence. But this was very fun. I love seeing this in 2v2. I think the amount of outplays you can do, the fact that you have to split up and go into these different directions while baiting both your opponents and trying to do damage on the sides, it definitely shows a different side to the water maps. And I'm excited to see if there are any other tournaments who will utilize a little bit more of the clever water play going ahead in the future.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is one of those things as a player, I hate water. Hate water, hate water. As a caster, it has grown on me a lot.
Really?
I find myself a time and time again, I think it's a lot of times it's with the more chaotic water maps. Like, obviously, I don't think Socotra counts, but like the moving out and some of those crazier ones that we had in some tournaments for a while, it just allowed this kind of two-sided gameplay to start happening, and you're just seeing a lot of crazy plays, and a lot of times, just like happened in this game, the cast ends and you're like, wow, that was actually a wild game. That was crazy back and forth. Yes, it probably should have and could have been ended earlier, but it almost felt like B and Anatan had the game in their hands a few minutes after.
It definitely felt that way. It felt like problem is, it felt like everyone had a little bit of this and a little bit of that and a little bit of this constantly. And that's what made this so hard to predict. At some point, I thought B and Anatan were just going to walk right through them. And then all of a sudden was like, hey, let me show you. Oh,
Exactly. But that one was, I guess, the first set of round number 3 finishing on up. And we saw another 1-1 series, which just shows you, these are not all one-sided matchups. That could have gone either way on both the games, it felt like. And it's just really, really cool seeing, different play styles pair well together.
Yeah, the thing is, when you have the language advantage, the playstyle advantage, the knowledge advantage, when you know your partner, the plays are just so much better. And I felt like B and Anatan really showed that you can actually beat someone like Beastie and Demu if you know each other well, because Beastie and Demu do outrank them a little bit, especially considering B has been playing other games. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, I want to
Exactly.
I want to hop over to the standings and just see where we're at, because this is still a bit. I'm actually talking to our admins at the back to just inquire to see what we can do, because I know that most of the players cannot stay for 7 rounds, and this is going to be tough for those. So we might consider locking the bottom 2 and the top 2 for the day. Like, in 2 more rounds. And then the last 4 need to battle it out tomorrow. Might be a little bit easier for them.
Okay.
Yeah. So
A
people
little bit of some shift of schedule here.
Yeah, just to make sure that the players actually get to go to bed tonight, because that was round 3, and there's still a lot of rounds to go, and these boys, they're gonna need a lot of brain for this. And I make the pun because we have Scatterbrained up next with Wan against Louis and
Scatterwham and Lou Jardy and Scatterwham. I'm always excited to see what team names have been come up with on the overlays here.
Every round we get an extra special team name combination. So Scatterwham, definitely a name I like. Last week I was hoping I would end up with Wham, so as my teammate, so it would be Whamman or just, but yeah, I don't know.
Good, yeah.
But instead I got Beastie. Wham. And Lou Jardy.
Wham Wham's pretty good. That's pretty,
pretty nice, yeah. I'm actually surprised. Now, for those of you asking who's Scatterbrained is one of the players that got knocked out by Cat. Cat was supposed to play this weekend, but Cat dropped out. And Scatterbrained, he almost took Cat down, 3-2. So he was very close to qualifying, so we sent him an invite, and he accepted. And honestly, he's been doing pretty well. He's secured 2 wins already. He's currently ranked 6 in his group. Marine Lord, ranked 5. So we need to see if Marine Lord is going to be able to crawl his way back out of there. And guys, I just want to say thank you to all the subs that came in during this time. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. For everyone who is here today, I just want to take a quick second to talk about why we're doing this event so everyone can know. And this is simply to raise awareness for long COVID. The disease is not, we're all familiar with COVID, but the disease of long COVID is not as well known because it's just not something that we read about or hear about. So the whole effort of today is to raise awareness, and any donation that we do get is going directly to the Belgian Association for Long COVID Research. So we really appreciate everyone's support because we did get quite a few, and just want to thank you guys again. Our donor for this tournament also agreed to match every single dollar that comes into this event, as well as the 5K prize pool that he already put down, which is insane. So that is wild. So thank you very much, all of you, for joining, and I hope we can keep the show going for you until the players fall down. Hey, Mr. Beastie Cutie.
Oh, hello. Fun little series that we just got to cast.
Did you have fun with them? Was it demonstration? I don't know. A land map. That they said they picked, I don't know if you guys heard him, but he said they picked water even because they thought it would be more fun, even though they didn't have the right sips for it. That sounds like a very...
It definitely was fun in our eyes.
It was definitely fun. So you did the job there. Very nice. Destruction, he says. So our next match is ready, and let's roll on in. And guys, we do see another Mongol pick, which honestly, I'm happy about. We didn't get to see any of that last week. So now let's see if it actually pays off. And do we see another Uwu? Oh, I was going to say another Uwu opening, but another pasture opening. Or do we see a barracks this time?
I mean, this is, I think, Wham's 3rd game on the Mongols that we're casting today, and he has been successful with it all 3 times, and I think he went Spears all 3 games. He's sitting there with that villager, grabbed a little bit of gold, and a barracks is indeed going to be the opening. This Mongol-French combo is such a strong combo to me in team games.
The fact that you have the power of that early game, like super early game, and then combined with the pressure from the knights the moment you hit feudal, it just makes for such a complicated match at the end. Or for such a complicated pressure at the end.
Exactly. It just kind of allows, maybe Byzantine isn't able to get their olive groves online as early, and then all of a sudden, not only is it a tower on the berries or, you know, on their gold or wherever the tower may go up. It's also a knight following it up and putting even more delay there.
That definitely sounds like it could be a little bit of a double whammy here intended with the pun there, because when you started Tower Rush, and I assume we're going for the golds as Byzantines, it seems so. The Byzantines, because what you don't just do is you also rush the berries over here and you split the team apart. So that might actually be a very interesting play. Let's out. No, never mind.
Yeah, I know
realizes.
a lot of times. Yeah. It's also the outpost. A lot of times you want to make sure to delay the oil from coming in as soon as possible. Very conservative Grand Winery. I don't think he left enough room for farms next to his TC. So I think he's a half tile off there, but that is also one that could pay off where a little bit harder for this outpost to do as much damage.
So to get the outpost up is going to be quite easy as well, because even if you pull your villagers, you don't have that accurate way influence that easily. So you do have it at the back here, but you do need to activate it perfectly and then let them get out and go deny that tower. So I don't know if Louis would even attempt such a thing, but he's going for a lot of wood. He knows what he needs to do.
Yeah, it might be just delay the tower for as long as possible, drop a range right off of the bat, but the outpost is starting to be built. 2 spears there, another 2 rallying across the map, and it doesn't look like Louis is going to do the Vil pull. I think he's just gonna call it quits and say go on ahead, get the outpost up. He even deleted his mining camp already.
He doesn't want to get that extra bit of resources to his opponent, and that is such an important play for him. He now, getting all that wood, he's going to be able to pump out units at the speed of light. He gets a house here, and let's see what his army or military comp of choice is going to be. Archery range, I was going to say it's easily a barracks, right? Because limit an A.
Well, you have to start with a range to deny the outpost rush. If you start with a barracks, they can probably still get another outpost up before you do anything, and you can't really allow that, especially with the small wood lines of this map. If your next wood gets denied, your next gold gets denied, it's almost, you know, game ending there. But the first outpost does seem to kind of provide enough vision, provide that kind of line in the sand that Wham just drew for himself.
Now, this outpost is definitely gonna control the pace of mercenaries that come out, but the archers, keep in mind, guys, this cistern, it just boosts it so well. So this is gonna be such a good composition to just get a bunch of archers out. Now, the question is just the knight follow-up. What are we gonna be seeing with that first knight? Where is it gonna strike, and how hard is it gonna strike as well? Rus doesn't want to deal with that at all.
Scatterbrain's knight is out somewhere. I think it just now started to move across towards Roost, but this is one of those that if you're Scatterbrain, you just ignore Roost for a little bit. You just put Louis in the dirt a little bit harder. He was behind from the tower rush, put him a little bit further behind, but instead he's making sure walls don't go up. Oh, and he's just gonna wall on around the scout. Oh.
And just like that, he stopped all, and that knight is taking so much damage. Guys, keep in mind, these knights might be able to heal, but not for a very long time. So if he doesn't use that thing properly, he's going to lose a knight at some point. But getting a villager kill might be worth it.
And loses the knight. Not worth it. 1 villager for your first knight. That is so devastating. Scatterbrain just took so much damage with that pathing. The wall finished. Wham's spears getting taken down as well. They didn't have the feudal upgrade, so they're still Dark Age, and villagers can pull those shivs out. They basically do the same damage.
Now, with these scouts, this is what I actually absolutely love to see. This is something I'm going to write down in the books for myself as well. Just make sure that you put the pressure out there on the Uwu, because the Uwu with the scouts, it gets burned down pretty quickly, and you are forced to react. Now, the barracks here, we do see this army number increasing significantly, and once you get to a handful of limited A, they can easily push down this little outpost we have over here, but it is getting reinforced. And it is getting reinforced with units as well.
Yeah, the problem is you have to pull this trigger sooner than later, because if you do it when a few of the archers are across from Wham's side, well, then all of a sudden your units that have the torches get focused down really quick, and the outpost doesn't actually get burnt. Looks like he's pulling the trigger right now. Moving out as we speak. Upgrade's going to come through right then, and I think Wham, instead of reinforcing the outpost, he's just going to go deny gold. One archer falls. Scout's getting focused. No.
Scout, the victim in all of this, poor little guy. He tried his heart out. But the Mongols, the army going to the gold is definitely a very smart move we got here. He cancels that tower instantly. He does not want to risk that little bounty coming through. But the spearman will definitely go down on this side. But he does actually, does he get a villager kill? I don't think so.
I think he ended up killing one of those villagers, but yeah, one went down. The big thing too, though, is the outpost got a lot of damage in return. It killed, I think, 4 or 5 archers as well as the scout. So it's not like it just went down for nothing over there. So Wham still kind of had that, delay of the Byzantine going up and onto the berries, but now is when they need to be worried about mercenaries.
Definitely that awkward time of the Byzantine game where you need to have the oil. And the question is, do we have the oil? Do we have enough? We have 240 right now, but that's going to mean... Ooh, he did stop that.
Outpost. Oh, no. Where's the... Okay, I was about to say, I know he has more army. I just didn't know where it was.
The problem is he needs to get an outpost up, or he needs to transition to farms, and he's desperately trying to do so, but he gets the army together and finally might be able to push back. But now the question is, those knights, are they just going to cause that much pressure, and are they going to be able to keep these two in check? Because Louis and Kiliardi, very deadly combination.
Looks like Wham's trying to step up again. Louis does get the outpost up on the gold, does get the outpost up on the berries as well, so has his defenses for the time being. Scatterbrain is up 1 knight as far as the knight numbers go, and they're both playing 1 TC, so French ends up winning that over the course of time with the faster producing faster producing TCs and better knights.
Now, once you get those better knights out, I think that the spearman threat is not that scary. And with spearman, I'm going to include Le Matinee here. Le Matinee is they're just going to melt under the huge amounts if they cannot do damage to French itself. Because we know that French is something that snowballs. And now with the trade from Mongols slowly starting to get out, Kiljardi, even though he has all these knights, he does need to use them actively, and he hasn't been able to because of those French knights in his base constantly. The thing is, I say that and the caster curse kicks in and the man is snacking right across the map, going to be running straight towards the trade. Oh, these two up teamed up. I was like, oh, the colors don't match.
Yeah,
that's gonna be destruction.
Yeah, as he moves forward, though, this is where they actually have vision of it with the scout, and they go, okay, we can see exactly where your whole army is. Quick pullback by Scatterbrained. Trade needs to be pulled back. I thought they were actually about to just dive Kiljardi's base, but he has the Kremlin there to at least give him a little bit of defense. And French, they don't have anything.
The Khan dies, they die. Unfortunately, Khan goes down to a very solid army here from Byzantines. But now with Byzantines being back on gold, back on berries, we're gonna see those mercenaries you talked about earlier. And finally, the olive oil is in session, and he has enough to make this a little bit feisty. The archers are a little bit caught out here.
More than a little bit caught out. They don't have any spears with them, but the rest of the Night Mass was chasing on out. Archers from Wham's left alone, but found themselves to be okay enough. However, Louis is going to be knocking on his front doorstep with the whole entire mass.
The Louis army is not as scary as the other ones, though. I think once the longbows come in, and do we have +1 already? We do. We do not have +1 yet, so this is going to start becoming even scarier. But with the knights, you're definitely... Oh, Wham is in danger.
Oh no, that's Wham's whole army. That's his whole army gone.
This is
there's
just
no
like
there's no closing this gap.
Oh.
Scatterbrain needs to get here as fast as possible with the knights. It just wasn't there. This is where I felt like Scatterbrain should have been the one to move across rather than Wham to focus Louis, because he has the more mobile army. Instead, Wham moved across with the archers, got punished for it. Now numbers have been trickling a little bit, and they're going to be forced to take this fight when they probably don't want to. Knights charge each other. Limitane not being focused on down, and Scatterbrain has to pull back. That's going to be more damage from Kiljardi's Knights, and this is going to be a nice clean from Louis and Kiljardi, it looks like.
Louis and Kiljardi just showing exactly what a proper sync looks like. These Limitane getting absolutely the best damage in on these Knights because they dropped their shields instantly, and they were like, hey girl, we're going to make sure
As
that
we say that.
Yeah, and then they go down.
Reinforcing units come in, and I guess it's one that Scatterbrain and Wham might have enough to hold. The Limitane get focused down, and all of a sudden, if a fight that looked very, very heavily favored Phil Kiljardi and Louis just ended up overstaying a little bit.
This looks to be the case. These boys actually taking a pretty fine trade in the end, and the Limitane focused down pretty quickly. But keep in mind, there's trade behind this. So the trade definitely going to scale much better than a little bit of a villager lead. And we do see this does put them in the lead though. Scatterbrain with those very chunky Knights ready to go in on this because that's a lot of archers. They can deal with 2-3 Limitanes.
Yeah, and Scatterbrain should honestly just, it makes the Limitane step up. Wham gets to keep pressing forward. Both of those should fall. I would have loved to see the Knights keep pressing, but instead needs to deal with the trade, needs to deal with his side.
Now, we see that Louis is thinking about in Castle Age now, so he's banking on those free units to do the talking for them too, because right now they know they're behind, they know there's trade going, and while Kiljardi is doing his best at shutting this down with his Knights, he's gonna need to do a lot of damage. Ooh, and there is a lot of damage to be found right here.
Looks like a knight was already taken out there by some villager shivs, but this time there's 3 knights from Kiljardi. Shivs don't work quite as well against that. Scatterbrain, a little bit of a late reaction here. A few more villagers going down. Are those textile villagers?
They feel very chunky, but it doesn't look to be the case. Not at all.
No, they're not.
They took a bit of a beating though, but the wheelbarrow really does the talking. They managed to escape, not all, but they will tell the tale to all their little friends at the base and make sure that they don't go out all the way onto berries again.
Wham's trade numbers building up higher and higher and higher, but speaking of building up, the Golden Horn Tower is about to finish.
The problem is, you're at a point where you're constantly getting raided on your trade and you're not able to stop this at all. Finally, that's a very costly trade here for Kiljardi, but if he gets 2 traders, that might even be worth it. I say 2 traders, but 2 villagers, just as good, if not better.
Loses a few more knights. Walls need to be finished by Scatterbrain here to really just kind of corner this map off, help secure the trade, allow the knights to kind of be more focused to the central points instead of towards the edges.
And Wham looks to be aging up pretty soon as well. This is going to match Louis' age up, but you do need to find a way to catch up to Byzantines, because we know the Byzantines, even though the eco count looks even, this is not going to be an even push. Not at all. The moment the Byzantines get their upgrades, the Limitane are just so good. He's got Varangian Guard. I was about to say Varangian Guards, but that's a Varangian Guard in the mix. And let's see those upgrades. He's got +2. He's got +1 ranged. He wants to take a fight. And he'll take a fight the moment Wham ages up. But we do see that Kurultai coming down at the front of the base, so it should be ready for that next engagement. That'll happen any minute.
Yeah, curl time might be ready, but upgrades for Wham should not be ready. So Louis might just play into this timing. Not sure where the knights are from Kiljardi and Scatterbrain, but they don't look to be. Oh, actually, there are Kiljardi's knights near. So this is a really good fight that they want to take over here.
Yeah, the oh no, the Kurultai is not getting finished anytime soon. He didn't pull more villagers to get that faster. The villagers are running for their lives. He might even need to cancel this depending on the push here. He's decided, I'm just going to finish this bad boy up. The archers are closing in. He's going to get a few villager kills here too if he's not careful. He does pull them back just in time. Beautiful.
Beautiful job finishing it on up. Scatterbrain finally arriving. You can see the yellow riders of Rohan trying to be here. Hey, better late than never. But Wham is definitely feeling the beating a little bit. Still a really good hold so far. Knight's doing a great job just getting right towards the range mass. Look at the surround by Scatterbrain. Unbelievable job getting that, you know, dealing with the pathing issues that we can see at times, getting right through and getting as much damage as possible. Great cleanup. Great hold, and trade is still online.
And that now is just the trade you wanted to take. Yes, you had a lot of idle time. Yes, your villagers were a little bit spooked, but in the end, most of them came out alive. Your trade is looking okay. And now the snowball begins, because that was a very heavy mass to lose. I don't even know if...
Yes, it was.
Is Byzantine's going to be able to come back from that? Let's quickly see what their... The oil is being spent constantly. He's got 2 longbow masses in queue. He's doubling down on these longbows.
The key here, I think, is the knight difference. I think Scatterbrain is at the point where he can just idle the knight production, go up, and get royal bloodlines, and then the Roos knights are just not going to be able to equalize. He's down half as many knights as Scatterbrain right now.
Now the question is just who the high trade house. So okay, so Louis' castle. Giliardi is about to join him. You probably don't want to fight under the Mongol TC with the Kurultai there the moment your ally is about to age up, because you are going to lose this. And I don't know if Louis has the patience for this. I think Giliardi might be pinging him back, saying, "Sir, chill. We're going in a second." But this wall, honestly, these knights have been the MVP.
Oh, what a good pickup there by Scatterbrain as well. Able to resecure the wall, and not only that, was able to cut off like 4 or 5 knights on the escape. So yet again, Kiljardi, knight numbers thinning out, not very healthy here.
These knight numbers are going to look even scarier the moment he stops producing. He's at 1,500 gold. He's got 3 more knights in the queue. He could go up at any point and just turn these into almost Imperial knights. Oh, back. Yeah.
Decides to dive back instead of just do the kill, but you know, to each his own. Militia called and just said, all right, I'll just charge into those. They're not going to do enough damage to even matter. That's what 25 knights will do.
And he stopped making knights. You see none in the queue right now. He's thinking about going up himself. He knows he's got the knight numbers. Louis is still putting that pressure up though, and the Keshik numbers are looking scary. He doesn't have the mass to deal with those amount of Keshiks. The Kurultai moving forward, getting into position just to protect its... Ooh. I can't help it. I'm sorry.
This is one where I'd love to see, since Scatterbrain has the walls up, run across the mid-map with his knights and just dive the army of Louis. If you clear this up, it's going to allow Wham to just snowball even harder than he potentially already is. Royal Institute on the way, though. Finally getting that up. And I think Kiljardi said, knights are MIA, knights are MIA. Circling back around, knowing that the play that I just suggested is what it was going to happen.
And just like that, the caster curse does not prevail, as this fight might happen before the upgrades kick in. The Kurultai getting denied. This is actually such a good timing here from Louis and Kiljardi. They need to be so careful, but the amount of knights from Scatterbrain, this could still be a fight that goes their way, even though they have feudal knights.
Yeah, not quite upgraded, just finished up into castle, but really, really good timing. The knight numbers, there were just so many here for Scatterbrain, and Kiljardi had about half as many reinforcements favoring Wham. Kurultai just now finishing. Doesn't look like there's a lot of units left here from Louis. Doesn't look like there's a lot of... Actually, I don't see any knights here from Kiljardi. This is a fight that is all in the favor of Scatterwham.
Scatterwham is scattering the brains all out over this map. They have done an impeccable job, but I just wanted to point out, Giliardi and Louis, with that Kurultai denial with the one Varangian god, Beautiful play. Absolutely fantastic. Just not good enough to survive this, because that's a lot of Keshiks. And a lot of Keshiks paired with a lot of knights. It's not something you can handle.
And with that much healing too, it feels so bad when you're trickling units. You really have to get a decent mass to deal with them, and he can't really get a mass of Varangians because there's so many archers, so many crossbows already here for Wham, and such a good fight was taken. Trade has been fully secured for quite some time, and Wham's just going to start funneling resources over to the French, and when French get funneled resources, it becomes a big problem.
And now, when you are ready with your Royal Bloodlines upgrades, let's quickly go see what the man has. Royal Bloodlines coming on in. So, he's not ready to close out the game just yet, but they are looking at idling just a little bit more. Especially when you do have 20 on gold, you're just going to keep clicking those upgrades as much as you need. Now, they are looking scary. They can raid on the rest of the map.
And we're finally seeing the point where Kiljardi's needing to drop those walls. He's needed those walls for a while, but hasn't been able to get them yet. And I feel like this has really been a big problem for them. A few of these knights have just constantly been circling. Scatterbrain did a good job keeping them alive and well. Kiljardi trying to collapse onto Wham's army while Scatterbrain does some raiding. But this means these knights have no answer at all in the base right now.
They are just going to cause idle time. Idle time, idle time, idle time. These villagers running in a circle. So these guys actually cleaning up, and another bunch of villagers going to go down. With the trade looking chunky, this is not what you want to fight. We see that desperation Mangonel emplacement coming in. Oof, these boys are slicing and dicing. And the Mangonel emplacement comes through. Is it actually going to be the clutch emplacement we need to save the game? No.
First shot goes onto the Keshiks, always a disappointing one. Needs to be hitting that backside, but it does not look like the backside is even going to be cleaned up at all. Keep attempt being dropped. Kiljardi does have the knight numbers here and the militia here as well.
Now these guys, the militia, will run out eventually, and keeping in mind, Royal Bloodlines, it's kicked in. So these knights, they do not mind taking a fight. That's a 310 HP knight against 255. This should be an okay fight, but he doesn't need to take it right now. He can let the militias run out low and just lose a knight or two.
Loses a couple knights due to the pathing. I'm not sure if he has candled saddles yet. It's got tons of knights in queue trying to get that number pumped up. And you can see with how many are in queue, he should have more numbers than Kiljardi's side. Wham sitting at 103 eco comparatively as well. So is very, very healthy, is able to nonstop mass, take these better trades. And even if they're inefficient trades, they're better for him because of his eco behind this. Looks like he's about to have that unstoppable force.
Yeah, we now have a very scary army reeling towards Louis. Oh, and he's just going to be cleaned up. These Landsknecht, they are going to try their best, but the distance boys are just going to clap right through them. They fall on the ground, blades in hand. And on the other side, these knights, the Royal Bloodline knights, they just don't care. They're going to run under your keep. They don't give a damn. But I just want to point out, this Mangonel tower probably did a lot of work. I wish we could get a kill counter on this bad boy, because
that's one of the things I've asked for AoE for. I'd love kill counters on just anything. Units, keeps, towers, everything.
Just so you can see the real value of your resources. Was this a worthy investment? Now, my question is Louis going imp? Or is he just floating 2,000 food casually because he doesn't have any wood?
Or gold as well. Kind of was denied off, or not denied off of gold. Might have had to refigured to the back gold vein. Looks like he has like 20 villagers around that one, so might just not be able to get enough of it in.
Now these guys are gonna make this a very scary fight, I say, as Wham is clicking up the Shaganite Palace, which I'm really excited about. We might see some... Oof. Is this the one that spawns? Yeah, it spawns random units. I'm ready. Yas.
Yes, that is the landmark everyone loves. I still remember seeing Mist in team games just going fast imp here. But right as Imperial Age is being dropped, the fight looks like it's going in. Louis and Kiljardi want to take this timing. Scatterbrain is here with his Knight Mass, and yet another trade is about to happen. The Knights are way better for Scatterbrain. Imperial Age is about to finish on up for Wham as well. So if this fight doesn't happen now, it needs to. It's the only chance for Kiljardi and Louis. Fight goes on, Imperial Age finishes, and Scatterbrain and Wham want to finish this game here now.
And this is the only chance that Louis and Kiljardi are gonna have. They know it. They know it. These upgrades are being clicked. They're about to come through, but these Knights are so powerful. These Knights are made of steel right now, and he doesn't have anything that penetrates steel. You can see the Kurultai just creeping closer, ready to plump down and inspire this army even more. Poor little monk going down, falls on the ground. You know, when you lose your religious units, that's when people start to lose hope.
That is it indeed. Cognate Palace. I want to see what's the first unit that it's queuing up inside of there.
Woo!
It's a Nest of Bees. So yes, even though China's not in this game, we have Nest of Bees coming on out. We're all hoping for the Hui Hui Pao. And speaking of other units, we have the Foreign Engineering Company and the Spaskaya Tower.
Oh, they're doubling down on this age up, and Scatterbrain is not looking at aging up at all. We see 5 more Knights in queue. He says, I don't actually need Imperial Age. I already got Imperial Age Knights. So let's play this game. So Foreign Engineering Company, definitely something that, you know, we're now getting, what is that, Nest of Bees from both sides? That would be something quite nice, but keeping in mind, they're very pricey. And some of these farms are pretty empty. Oh, never mind. They're going back. They're going back. They're going back. Let's see what the first thing is he queues up. And is it going to be a Nest of Bees? I don't know if there's anything out of this that can actually save him.
Well, the numbers for Louis and Kiljardi are starting to climb up pretty fast. The big difference is there's 22 horsemen for Kiljardi this time. Can he get onto the ranged mass, or are the Royal Bloodlines Knights? Hello, Royal Bloodlines Knights.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh.
Hello.
Nest of
Knock
Bees.
knock. Anyone home?
The
Nest of Bees does get a great fire. Royal Bloodlines Knights finally arrive. Charge being taken right through the masses, trying to circle on around. Needs to get some of those onto the range mass, just like the Nest of Bees is starting to do as well. And it looks like Scatterbrain and Wham just have too much tech, too many strong units on that front side. There's not going to be any answer for 35 Royal Bloodlines Knights. I don't care if you hit Imperial Age. That's too much.
Even with Rus Imperial Age, you're not able to close out against these veteran Royal Knights with those beautiful upgrades. The first Nest of Bee goes down for Louis, and we see the ultimate Nest of Bees from the free building is the one that you want instead. But these guys now on the economy, this is going to mean the olive oil is going to get idled. We are going to have quite a bit of a situation over here. They are just all going to be melting, falling down on top of these olive groves, bodies everywhere in the fields, and the army gets cleaned up. Scatterbrained and Wham closing out their first game together, being very disadvantaged between these two. I'm honestly very surprised, because Louis and Kiljardi were the clear favorites for this one.
Yeah, Louis and Kiljardi, and they had some really good timings that it looked like they were ahead, looked like they had the potentials to end it, but instead, Scatterbrain did a really good job of keeping the Knight numbers alive, keeping them healthy, not going to Imp, and pressing the advantage with the timing they have. Villagers falling for Louis. He's down at under 50 pop. Kiljardi has Knights again, has 10 more Knights in queue, but his teammate needs a lot more help than just that, and 10 Knights is not going to be enough when your opponent has 30 plus.
Yeah, there's 12 more in queue as well. These guys are just going to stream forward constantly. There's no stopping them. And that, unfortunately, is where Wham is going to, I feel like, end the game right here with all these guys right on the TC. They don't care about the fire. Louis and Kiljardi, they're just holding on to a dream of actually making out of these groups. And finally, Wham sending a lot of resources to Scatterbrain.
Here's Imperial Age.
Get Imperial, upgrade those Knights, baby. We're going on a journey. Red Palace gets dropped a little bit forward, but still not greedy.
Yeah, a conservatively forward Red Palace is the way I would put that one. It could be way more forward with the positioning point they have. I wouldn't even care if he dropped it in mid-map in front of Louis' base even. But Louis goes ahead, realizes he cannot come back from the positioning point he is in. Kiljardi throws in the towel as well. Game number 1 goes over to Scatterwham.
Scatterwham, absolutely showing that they are boys not to be reckoned with. And guys, that is going to be our last game before we go for a little bit of a break until I can quickly figure out our scheduling situation, as we have underestimated the length of some of these games. Whoopsie.
Good luck with some of that. I'm not sure if I am going to be the caster after, but it has been a fun time casting today. A fun time with these 2v2s.
I appreciate you so much for joining us, Dubs, and it was such a fun time casting with you as well. You were an absolute legend, I must say. You have such a good level of hype as well that I can definitely not match. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know about that. I think you have become one of the biggest names around the community. People like to enjoy when they're casting as well. So always honored to join on in. Always happy to cast, and I look forward to the next one.
Thank you so much. And guys, we'll be right back, and then we'll talk about the next steps. See you guys in a second. Okay. We're back. And from the depths of low elo legends comes Cal.
So blurry. Go away. There we go. Alright, we're all good. We're all good.
Okay. So guys, before we start our talking, we don't want to yap all day. So I'm going to go right into the game so Cal can enjoy my production, because the man is, ready for... Oh, I should probably...
It's time.
Hey,
it's time.
boys. Okay. So... Whammon Production, brought to you by Whammon. So, Cal, today, I don't know if you've watched any of the games, but
I watched some.
Okay, and we've not seen a lot of JD, and we've seen a lot of surprises from Scatterbrained, by the way. This man has been cooking, and he's cooking something really spicy. So... The man's cooking, that's all I'm saying. So, I don't know about you, but I'm favoring Scatterbrained and Wham purely because this man has shown colors I didn't know were on him. I didn't know who Scatterbrained was before this. And now he's been...
that's a bit rough.
Yeah, no, I didn't. I don't watch enough AoE outside the top 16. So, Scatterbrained is... And people have been asking who this guy is, and now they know.
So to be fair, like CIS region, like Scatterbrained has done a pretty decent job of just like getting better over the years. Like I remember seeing him in Low Elo Legends, then Warchief Club, laughing a little bit about him because like I remember in one Warchief Club I played him, and I was like, I can beat this guy easily because I remember beating him like super hard in Low Elo Legends. I got my cheeks clapped.
So he used to be he used to be a normal person, not just he hasn't always been a Chad.
He's always been a Chad.
Oh, nice. Okay.
To be fair. So, yeah. Wham has to be fair. Like Wham maybe has a little bit of carrying to do. To be fair, because on the enemy team it's Louis and Kiljardi, right? It's having Kiljardi there is very scary because his timing attacks is scary, like hands down. And then Louis has is also known for his timing attacks, but also his great late game. So we're gonna have to see how that one goes. Only problem is they can't really communicate except for pings and in-game chat because, as we've probably mentioned before, Louis is in China. And trying to get on a voice call with someone from China is a bit problematic.
Yeah, with a VPN, you can connect to Discord, but then you cannot connect properly to the game. So it has been a little bit of a monkey steer for him. But what I like here is Scatterbrained. He is only getting his first night now, but not what he did. What I like is what Kiljardi did. Kiljardi did the unthinkable. He just made horses instead. He was like, I will counter this by just making more horses. He's got the camels, he's got the horses, he's going to deal with the knights. Because last game, I think they learned their lesson. Scatterbrained honestly did a lot more than anyone would have expected. His raids were on point. He was constantly keeping his opponents in their base. So he definitely put the work in, and it showed.
Yeah, so I mean, Prairie, though, it's a bit of an interesting map. We've seen it more and more coming through as kind of just like... I talked with Wham and Puppy at King of the Rockies about Delhi, and their opinions are a bit varied, but it's still like, yeah, it's still a good civ. Because you have mobility, you have Ghazis, you can get Sacred Site. Of course, that's in a 1v1 scenario, but now we're in 2v2, so...
Now, in 1v1s, I believe a man once told me,
no, that's
JD.
that's a very dead JD.
You'd never send your JD alone. She needs the support of her people. You cannot have a solo monarch. You need your people with you, and she just didn't listen. But one thing you always tell me, Cal, is feudal-age sofas are a crime. So how are we feeling about those?
I don't know if this... Yeah, preferably not.
Preferably not. Oh, sofas are absolutely amazing at raiding, but I just don't think they match up to the power of the knights, especially when they don't have that armor bonus that they get in castle. Now, these knights are in a little bit of danger, and I think already it feels like Scatterbrain and Wham started off on the back foot. Louis and Kiljardi just pumping out so many units. I don't think they realized how aggressive these two would play in the following game.
I mean, I'm surprised not. Because, I don't know, like, Delhi and Ayyubids is not really common picks on this map, so, like, obviously, like, they have something planned. Mali we've seen be played quite a bit on this map, like, in previous tournaments. Like, I remember there was one game where Lucifer went straight up, just, like, literally nothing but Mustafadi warriors. And, like, that works pretty well, right? Because they don't need a lot of wood. They need the initial wood to set up their cow boom, but after that, they don't really need any wood because they can kind of just chill. Like, they make a couple of houses now and then because, well, they just get pop caps. But other than that, it's kind of just there. Now, the thing is, here's the thing with Knights here that Scatterbane has kind of like burnt himself on, is actually the fact that his units is so much slower. And that's gonna hurt, especially when you're outnumbered on... How much is this now? It's 11-7. And that's not a good ratio to take a fight against something that technical counters you, and in addition you have the camels. So look at this, right? Like, French JD on this map, and it just in general, is just supposed to be super aggressive, make knights just dive you, but instead, like, we're just gonna have this massacre going on right now.
The problem is this is just so many horses to dive, and the Ghazis are going to be able to get us around. With the Desert Raiders being able to debuff the horses, the Knights are just not going to be able to put up the fight. JD is enjoying the experience, but honestly, with her going down, that's definitely not worth it. Louis and
I wouldn't say enjoying the experience there. She was taking what she got. I mean, she's got to be bought back and just immediately die. Got like 30 more XP for that, but the problem here, again, right? It's Ghazis that's faster, it's Camel Desert Riders that debuff everything on the opponent's side. I actually do see Wham mixing in a little bit of Johnson now, and his cavalry is looking pretty solid already.
The problem is they just lost the whole army for that, and yes, they killed villagers, but it's not that far ahead, as you would expect. I
mean,
yeah,
it is 10 villagers, and I think, actually, yeah, Kiljardi just clicked the fast age up as well now, so he's actually going to be going into the Camel Lancers. And having that now, it's a little bit, it's a little bit problematic now that Sophis has started to come online already. But we do have Kiljardi, who is the most aggressive person, or like one of the most aggressive people I know. Not in real life, because he doesn't say a word in real life. But he's actually walling right now, and walling on this map, like we've you've probably talked about this before, but walling on this map it's a little bit of a pain, right? It's very small wood lines, wood is very far out. The map is just so big, and it's just really, really annoying to do so. But it's really important, especially in these matchups where it's pretty much just everybody's just going cavalry, right? So what ends up happening is that Louis and Kiljardi, right? They had the pressure out, and with that pressure, they used it to secure map control, and that can either be done via towers or it can be done by walling, like they've done now.
And getting that kind of pressure out, we see it from both sides. Jardy coming from the bottom and Wham from the top, from the bottom and from the tops down. So it's two opposite teams walling here. And that, I guess that is also going to determine a little bit of the control. I like here that he has used the gold veins instead of the wood lines, because we know how easily the wood lines just get chopped through when you start to get desperate for the wood. Now, this is exactly what Scatterbrain did last game as well, and in his other matches. He definitely showed that he's able to raid and keep the opponent on their toes, even if they are slightly behind. So we see those raids just coming from every single angle. And now, with Kiljardi aging up, I feel like this is probably a fight that they want to take.
I mean, it's definitely a fight they should take. If they want to take it, it's a different thing, but they are doing a pretty good job here, right? It's Gaussies against Sofas and Spearman against Donso, so Molly is just straight up outclassed in this fight, but I mean, at least there's a little bit of healing coming in from Louis here. Like, there's a single scholar trying his best. There is some raids in the back though, and now we can actually see Wham is aged up as well now, and Scatterbrained, he's finally putting a little bit of pressure out on the map with these knights as well, so I should be able to find a little bit of time to get some raids in and actually kill a couple of kills, but they're still down a little bit on eco, and remember that eco count is a little bit wrong as well because of the fact that Mali cows, they do not show up on that top.
This is a pretty chunky cow boom. We can see here that's 5 fully stacked cattle ranches. The Sofas though, he does want to lose this to a bunch of spearmen, and he's been losing a lot of them. Louis being stuck in feudal for a while, I'd say. I don't think he's getting out of here anytime soon because he needs to keep producing. I say that, but I see now it's 600 food. Oh, he spends a little bit. He's a little bit in and out. He's not too sure if he's ready for that age up yet because Scatterbrained has stayed in feudal until now, but I did just see 3 knights getting queued up, so he doesn't mind the long fight. Now with JD on the field, not aged up just yet. Let's quickly see where she's at. She's getting there.
I mean, she's getting there, right? And these fights that's coming up as well now, it's spears, right? So they're going to be going down pretty quickly as well and just trickle in a little bit of XP. Has killed, I think we have killed 2 boars so far, but and look at this though, Scatterbrain doing an amazing job. 3 groups, I think, at this point now, just running around, making sure that there is just idle time, there's pressure. Can't really fight with these knights, right? Remember, they're pretty expensive, so don't want to lose them. And Chivalry has come in, so we can finally do a little bit. But Wham is the one who has to take the brunt of the fight, right? With those Donsos. And, yeah, you do not want to do that. That's for sure. Well,
yeah,
now
running
we're actually
them into the spearmen, definitely very costly. And the knights will go down here. He's great at letting them raid. Oh my god. And he gets kills everywhere, but losing them? Very expensive.
Yeah, but I think it's fine, right? Louis and Kiljardi, they're not getting any eco advantages, per se. Like, you can argue that, hey, Louis is getting 2 sacred sets at least, so that's nice and all, but look at this. The villager numbers has been equalized. As I say that, another raid is coming in, and it's just raids everywhere, and this is why I enjoy observing sometimes, but it's nice casting and see other people struggle with it. But yeah, here's the problem as well, right, with Scatterbrain's knights, as we touched upon earlier. They're slower, right, so Gaussies can always catch up, but we do have JD now going up with the champions. Yeah. Yes, that's what they're called, and they're going to be doing amazing in these fights. Like, yeah, they're not the best against the Gaussies because they are heavy, but they do have bonus damage against spears, and if there's one thing that's out on the field a lot here, it's spears.
And they're really just keeping a little bit of pressure back here at the same time. Now, this game has a lot of action, and it's honestly, I don't think there's any way we can keep up with every single raid that these people are doing. I barely keep up with the fact
Where's the picture-in-picture, Ramen? Where's the picture-in-picture?
I'm sorry, I didn't set it up, Cal. I need to get training on that. God damn it.
They're treating Manuelis out there.
Camel Lancers, though, they are going down, but behind this, Louis is now aging up, and Scatterbrained is not looking at it just yet. He actually doesn't mind staying in Feudal. And he is getting some damage done to the poor man. Now...
Oh, that's not a good blacksmith. The problem is for Scatterbrained is that he needs to be keeping up with numbers as best as he can. And by doing that, he's just gonna be depleting food so quickly. Like, he doesn't have anything coming through for him, right? There's no trade being set up, which... I mean, good luck setting up trade here, but look at this, like, camels, they're just doing so well against the full cavalry comp. And it's a 2v2 cavalry comp as well, so it's just double trouble. And now we actually do have a couple of archers coming in from Kiliardi as well, and it's doing pretty well, but it's very hard in these fights to actually be able to micro down a couple of spears here. And I mean, look at this though, they're putting on the pressure pretty well as well. Spears coming in, hiding now the cluster and the problem, the corridors that's coming through right now in these fights is just not going in favor of Louis and Kiliardi.
And this is just the power of JD as well, though. The more fights you take... Oh, and that was a beautiful stomp too. She is not going to be ready to summon any champions soon, and she might even go down, but she stomps again. And that stomp is just such a powerful deterrent of this fight.
She actually does live on a bit, but the problem here as well coming in now is basically the one-dimensional comp, right? Scatterbrained is not able to get H3 pretty much anytime soon, and Louis and Kiliardi has the advantage now. We did see that the compound of the defender was the landmark coming in of choice as well, right? And keeps on a map like this where you need to secure a lot of positions is very important, but the main problem with them is that they're expensive, so being able to reduce the cost of them is very helpful. Now, we do see actually as well Scatterbrain and Wham and Kiliardi is actually meeting a little bit in the middle when it comes to these walls. So, gentleman's agreement?
I don't think there's any other choice. But that's just the wall of prairie. You gotta make some sacrifices. You gotta bargain with the opponent here. But the control of the walls are gonna be so important when we get to the gates, because that's what's gonna determine these raids. And I think the double wall is exactly what's gonna be needed for them to survive. The thing is, Wham does have that cow economy, just like we said before. And you know as well as I do that cows, they are tasty. They feed the army. And that's exactly what Wham is going to keep doing. He's just going to pump out more and more units and keep him on his toes. Scatterbrain, though, he's cancelled the knights. He's transitioned to some farms. And he's going to go to castle. Now, we saw this last game for him as well. Oh, and he just keeps raiding. He's going to go for the Royal Institute. And he's going to try to end this game in castle. He loves his knights. And the chunkier they are, the better.
I mean, you gotta remember as well, right? Like, you could make an argument in twos most of the time that Guildhall is the better, but when you have the situation that you're in right now, I don't think you can make an argument against going Guildhall realistically. Or Royal Institute, sorry. Because you just need it so badly. Yeah, there's a Royal Institute. Like Royal Bloodlines, when you have these cavalry and you have just like everything going on right now, just saving them as much as possible and just buffing them up is really good. And I actually could see one option that is a really good composition in theory, is that Scatterbrain could do a full transition into Arbalitrias.
Is that going to be the answer for him, though? Because he's a man who believes in his knights and only his knights. He loves his one-dimensional comps, and it has shown, and it has worked quite well. But with these sofas as well, did they get that extra upgrade for the armor? They did. The boys are chunky, but the spearmen do quite well against them, and the crossbows are doing what they can, but the numbers are just a little bit too big. Camel Lancers, made by the devil, and as annoying as it can be. Oh, look at these guys. They're just gonna break the villager in half. Oh,
it's not that terrible. I mean, now we do have the age up. It's still going to be about 2 minutes, and that is without taking into account that he needs to gather all the resources to actually get Royal Bloodlines. But at least he's up in age. At least he's up there now. You can get to veterancy, and that does mean that JD and the companions will get a little bit through. Has already clicked that upgrade, unfortunately. But yeah, I'm very curious as to where they're going to attack now. We do actually see, I think it's Louis trying to still wall, but I believe it was on the sacred side there. There's a really big blob. Yeah, that has to be Wham moving out, right?
Right.
Yeah.
That's Wham. Wham moving out with a pretty sizable army, but the first keeps are coming down, and the moment those keeps plop down, it's so difficult to close this gap. But again, Scatterbrained is just going with the raids. Constantly. She calls her champions as well, and she's almost there at level 4, so she wants to take this fight. The villagers are running for their lives, and this is such a weak point for Aeobids. The moment your villagers are spread all out, you've chopped the wood, and the raids are just going to be so tough for you to deal with. And now Wham has joined Scatterbrain in the fight of raiding.
Yeah, and Sofas do a really good job as well, right? They're quick, they do damage, they have the imported armor, so they're tanky. They're pretty easy to make as well, and like this is just disgusting, honestly. Like the amount of you gotta remember as well, right? Like as much as we are trying to keep up with this, there is 4 people doing the exact same thing here, and Jade is gonna go down. But 4 people in this game is just running all across the maps, has maybe like 3 different control groups to manage to actually like move around, and it's just everywhere, and there's no slowing down at this pace, to be honest, because you might be like, oh yeah, they've gotten a couple of villager kills here and there, and you might have an eco advantage, but I mean, so is the other team. Like, it's so hard to keep track in 2v2s, especially. Like, even in 1v1, it's a little bit hard to keep track unless you've played the game a lot, which these guys have, but in 2v2, trying to keep track of, like, how ahead in eco you are is virtually impossible.
Yeah, because there's just so many factors. Your teammate might not communicate to you how many villages is lost. Oh, Dervish. You can't just laugh at the Dervish like that.
I laughed at him because he was pushed away. He was like, you're coming with us.
The idle time is so important to have now, because yes, Scatterbrain and Wham, they've killed a lot of villagers, but keep in mind that is 2TC. So the 2TC really has done the work to keep them in the game, but they need to keep raiding constantly. And now, with the villagers starting to pop out from Mr. Louis' keeps, this is going to be a lot harder. Second keep on the way as well. Scatterbrain just consistently raiding again and again. He wants to get these knights out alive, and he wants to keep raiding. But Wham is losing quite a bit of army. Giljardi is closing in, but the Sofas are waiting, and they're ready to turn this fight. But not against all those crossbows.
And it's starting to a little bit problematic here. I think Giljardi has actually like completely gone off of cavalry. And I would have expected it to be the other way around, kind of. I mean, both of them is just given up on cavalry completely because they realize they need to play the defensive game at this point. But it's still a little bit rough that there's no camels, there's no camel lancers, there's no raiding happening in return right now. So for Scatterbrain and Wham, it's actually looking pretty good. And look at this as well, Mali trade coming up as well. And remember, Mali trade we haven't seen it in a while, so for those who don't know and haven't seen the Mali trade meta being what it once was, you gotta remember that they have the toll outpost, which means that they can set up 5 different outposts along the route, and that will give them a little bit of gold extra and a little bit of food extra as well. So you can see that 0 out of 5 in the bottom left corner. So it's just like Chinese tax, where they suddenly get more resources instead of losing resources. So tax is not exactly the right word, but yeah, one could wish tax worked like that.
Yeah, you can keep wishing for the tax, and Malians will eventually deliver, because we see that he's on 1,700 food right now. He's trying to spend it. I was a little bit surprised.
Could you quickly swap over to resource per minute? Because
which button is that? This one?
That is that, like, so basically in the top middle.
Okay, top middle.
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
There we go.
So yeah, you can see he's currently now sitting at about 1,000 food. and I don't remember the exact number, but it's somewhere around along the lines of 900 food a minute is literally just passive.
So basically that's just from a few villagers chopping around and the cows supplying him with the eco of a lifetime. And now with the trade, they should actually be able to keep up with the Delhi keeps that are pumping out villages. And we can see that, I think there's 5 keeps now, just producing constant villages. This means Louis' 85 is going to turn into 130 pretty quickly, and those raids from Scatterbrained are not going to be what they once were.
Yeah, and the problem for Louis, though, is he needs to keep up with food on all of these, right? He wants to be pumping. Red Palace coming up as well. Where is that even being dropped? And stone walls. No, we're getting stone walls. No.
Stone walls again.
I think it's on the left side.
Left side. Oh
yeah, there it is.
So this is good though, because with this Red Palace, he's able to secure the stone. He's able to protect the trade, not completely, but enough. With a tiny wall, you should be able to. And this is going to allow them to get to that late game and be a little bit more immune to these raids. So, very smart move here, especially if you're going to then move out and put the usual keeps a little bit forward instead.
Yeah, so we do have toll outposts being set up now. We have we have French trade, which is, I mean, one of the strongest trades in the game, in my opinion. Like it's up there with Abbasid, right? Because one of the things that we've talked about on this map is that wood is very scarce, right? And if French can just trade for wood, they never run out of wood. So, you know, you're kind of just happy chilling with that. Imperial is coming up for WAM as well, Fort of the Huntress. That looks like to be in the center sacred site.
And this is an interesting move now. I completely didn't realize.
I mean, B1 set up.
That's properly set up for the late game, because now you've protected your trade. You're protecting the middle, a very chunky keep that now shoots poison arrows, and getting that stone wall over here is just going to solidify that position of yours. They do need to deal with these camel lancers though, and the villagers do get spooked, but they decide to not fight him and let the tower deal with him. Now, the tax has been set up, slowly but surely. More towers will get plopped down, so these traders do have that extra bit of income. But the camel raiders, they don't seem to be looking at stopping, and both of them hitting Imperial Edge right after one another. Now, the question is just, is WAM and Scatterbrain going to do something with Imp, or what's the plan?
Click on the House of Wisdom, please. Because, yeah, the House of Wisdom. So, we have 4 options here, right? You have the Bazaar, which is interesting. Like, the Bazaar is pretty interesting because it will allow him to get a bunch of good units. He will get infinite wood, albeit it's kind of random what you get. He could go for the advisors, which honestly is super, super strong, but he's going to be going for the growth wing. It will give him 10 extra villagers, and I believe that they start working 10% faster as well.
Oh.
Yeah. So that is 10% on everything, and it's additive as well, right? So it really adds up, pun intended. So it's gonna be a very good eco for Kilyardi, but you gotta remember in the long run, like, Iobit is a timing sim. They cannot play this long game. Same goes for Delhi. But here we are in Imperial. There we go. We're going to get the Palace of Sultan as well. So, elephant enjoyers? The Fae?
Now, actually, some people are saying that elephants are not the meme they used to be. So, are we going to see the actual late game of Delhi? Because Malians is also not known as a civilization that does too well in the late game. So,
I mean, okay, yeah. Like, Mali is not that strong in late game, to be fair, because they kind of have these... They kind of have a very weird eco, and they don't have crossbows, for example. That usually ends up being a very strong thing to have in late game. And one of the things they really rely on is actually poison archers. And in late game, when wood is starting to run out, having a mass of poison archers is very awkward to get set up. So But I think in general, like I actually do like Louis and Killjoy's position more, just based on like the civs and how they're playing, and also just elephants. Because you gotta remember as well, right? How the elephants that Louis is getting, the Palace of Sultan elephants, they are attached with hand cannoneers.
So how do you even kill them?
You don't.
You cannon them, because I always say the natural counter to an elephant, and so what we find in nature is cannons. So these guys are not really sure what to do about this wall, though. They're giving it a look-see, and say, hey, maybe a different way, and building a ramp to take care of it instead.
Yeah, and that's the joy of military wing, being having your cavalry be able to just drop a ram. But Gliardi, stop all. Oh no, it's all army and hotkey moving. Oh no.
Oh,
So
click the right button though. Cow. Cow. These raids
Yes.
though, the constant raids, do they mean anything when you have 16 keeps producing villages though?
I mean, at this point, you could almost compare it to the oh my god, Palace of Swabia. For Kiliardi, they do hurt a lot. That's for sure, right? Like trade is there, but Kiliardi, Kiliardi and Louis doesn't have any trade bonuses, right? But on the other side, you have two civs with really good trade bonuses. So, they probably shouldn't focus too many kills onto Louis. Like, it's fine idling his eco, right? But look at how much he has in the bank as well, right? It's pretty wild. But you gotta focus Gliardi right now on to shut down his eco so you actually can take it out, because it's so hard with all of these keeps. It's just annoying to dive, it's annoying to deal with, it's annoying because they just produce villagers. They have a keep around their farms, and it's just like, wait, or farms around keeps. That's how it works, because they are a drop-off point. They're literally a town center.
The problem I think now is finding the answer to the late game, and I think Iliardi and Louis have more answers to this late game, because Louis has the ability to, you know, just hide under his keep and live his best life. But now these guys can just get into the back line and shut down the trade. So it's just a constant question of who can shut down the resources so that you can actually not replace your units. But Scatterbrained, we can see this man is not on high population. Everyone else is around 200. No, I'm also falling a little bit behind, but Scatterbrained right now, barely scraping 120.
He had 15 knights out on the field and 14 in queue for a bit there. But yeah, like, Scatterbrain is doing a really good job, right? I gotta commend him, right? Considering it sounds rude, but he's the worst player in the game, but in this game.
Or do you mean in this tournament? Whoa,
in this game, he's trash. He's terrible. Me and him, it's
people are not going to know that you're joking, guys. Scatterbrained is just the
I'm
lowest ranked in our bracket. He's actually a big Chad, and we respect everything.
Yeah, but okay, crypto in chat. We've met IRL, so it's a bit different. Me and Scatterbrain has just bantered in Twitch chat. There's a difference.
Yeah, no, Tim, get Cow in control here. This man, he doesn't know when to stop. But let's see what the hand cannoneer elephant is gonna do, though. Woo! Look at the Musafati gunners.
Yeah, Musafati gunners are gonna be having a pretty fun time against those elephants, because people always like ask, how do you counter elephants, right? And they're for all intents and purposes, they're knights, right? They're heavy ranged cavalry, or ranged cavalry, and they do have the elephant tag as well, just because. So spears and hand cannons, exactly how you want to deal with them, but yeah, this trade that has been starting to set up for Scatterbrain and Wham now is pretty scary. 65 traders, not having the easiest of time breaking through as well, and Scatterbrain has a very scary mass here that might need some backup, to be fair. And wait, JD is not level 4 yet.
JD has been struggling in the last while. She's gone down, she's been idle, she hasn't been sure what she wants to do. And the problem is, you're saying this is a scary mass, but so is this. This is a very scary Lancer mass, and they're all elite. So now Scatterbrain, he's really struggling to produce units. He's really stuck, stepbrother. And that's just the problem here. These units are taking care of the knights. There's crossbows mixed in here. They're able to get focused down. JD finally hits level 4. And now the question is she going to be able to perform miracles? Because she's actually taking a ton of damage too. And I think this is the point where you get into the game and you're like, okay, Scatterbrain is an amazing raider, but does he know how to play the late game?
Yeah, I mean, we're trying to get some Wallalos in here, but Louis is doing a good job of raiding, kind of shutting down. And Louis Giliardi talked about this. They're not the best late game CS, but they're doing a really good job on using the tools that they have right now. Because look at the map control, right? It's so clear as to where the line goes, as to who has what side. And Giliardi and Louis just has a bigger... They just have a bigger area of the map with more resources on it to actually be able to push. And Scatterbrain, like, he has never been able to transition into anything else. Like, I talked about this maybe like 20 minutes ago at this point. Just go Arbitria. They're so good, especially when you have the Royal Institute. And if I was able to do something here, like, look at the mass. It's purely what the...
Oh,
okay,
this is just a commanding call here from Kiljardi. We know the man, he's stoic in nature, but he's also a Chad, and he's decided he's gonna put his production buildings in the enemy base so that the reinforcements can arrive quickly.
Can you click on Scatterbrain's blacksmith real quick?
Go find it. Blacksmith.
Or Royal Institute works too.
Hey!
Hover over the X button there. Oh.
You can't say that to poor Scatterbrain. The poor guy, he probably hasn't gotten to this point of the game just yet. Remember, Scatterbrain, new on the block in this top pro scene. He's been doing amazing raids, amazing work, but we can see that's where his strength lies. He is a pumper in the early game and mid game. He keeps you on your toes, but the counter to Scatterbrain is 600 keeps. And that's the only way that you stop this man. And he realized, maybe I just make my own counter at the front line. Oh.
Yeah, it's... I mean, the good thing is at least that there's a red palace, right? So, you know, any unit that comes in dies really quickly. Problem is they die very quickly, but it takes a while for the other one to be targeted. So, you gotta get these keeps up, and if he's able to actually jump in, so... Gets the keep up, jumps back in, and we should see... Whatever really is targeted is going to be going down really quickly. You should be targeting down those ramps.
So with the emplacement now that French has in the late game, they can actually contest ramps, because as we know, keeps don't do that well against siege, but...
Well, there's one tiny problem. If you click on Scatterbrain's blacksmith once again, or just the keep is fine. Yeah. He does now +1 damage on his range. Like, he's finally getting it now, and people don't really realize this all of the time, but all of the blacksmiths actually work on ships and buildings as well, so +1 damage on a keep, especially when they're Arbitria and they're 15 garrison, it really helps. But look at this, Scatterbrain looks like he's holding a little bit for the time being, at least, and keep might go down, but at least he's secure up his base for the time being. And yeah, okay, yeah, Louis
is floating.
Louis is floating.
Louis says, I'm okay with this. We can go a little while longer. I can handle this. And John gets amazing experience, but she's level 4. She doesn't care that much. KJ is told, hey man, you should probably not build your production buildings here. Loses a few villages, but at this point, he can afford to. And the Spearman already keeping an eye back here on the trade too. But this trade is still healthy, and it cannot be... Trade cannot be discarded. He needs to do something about this, but this is still a very scary army. I'm just wondering how they managed to keep this afloat. And as I was about to ask, I realized they're struggling, but they're managing to do the best they can. Now these keeps are going to be able to hold them back, and these two just trying to find a way to finish their game.
Yeah, and here's a little bit of a problem as well, right? Is we're at the point where communication in the late game is really nice. Like, you do have 43 days, I think it is, for food, please, as the taunt, which, I mean, you could use taunt to actually communicate with Louis, because they are actually translated, right? But Kiliardi is not at 200 pop, and Louis is absolutely up there. He actually deleted a bunch of Wills there, I think. So he can actually go up to... Yeah, he deleted Wills so he can go up to more army here. But, you know, this would be a nice time to tell your teammate, hey, how much food are you on? I'm currently on 700 and not even 200 pop.
Yeah, this is one of those positions where communication makes such a big difference. But now the hand cannoneers of the Safari gunners trying their best to focus down these elephants, and they're doing an amazing job. But the Mangonel has something to say about that. Juicy hit. Remember, guys, elephants do AoE, so once they get on
How
top
many
of
scholars is that?
that's a lot of scholars.
I'm sorry, how many scholars is that? I completely interrupted you, but I'm so confused. Is the elephants even stealing healing? Oh
That's
my
29
god.
scholars. They do look quite feisty as they run back. They try to out-heal the Musafari gunners, and they did a pretty decent job at that. The boys did keep them alive, but not alive enough. The scholars just making people believe. That is what they were there for. Make them study and let them believe. But now these Musafari gunners are closing in, and the problem is this is a bombard emplacement keep, so if they get target fired, that's going to be a very juicy hit. The bombards are trying their best, but that's a lot of elephants, and the elephants are just going to keep coming. So the question is, can Malians hold this off, and can they find a way to push back? Because, honestly, this is a pretty much stale-made game right now, and it doesn't look like there's any end in sight.
I mean, one of the things you gotta do at this point in the game, right? You gotta start swinging. You gotta start going over to the other side of the map, right? You got a 2v1 a person, and we've had a couple of scenarios or timings where that could have been. That's a cute wall. We've had a couple of timings where you actually could do that, where Scatterbrained was trying to get up those keeps, for example. He had a very low army, but of course we have God Vision, so it's very much easy to a little bit of an easier time to do that. But now we actually do have KJ trying his best to get in here, but Trade has been uncontested for so long on both sides here, so it's just a slow burn on both places here now. Now the problem as well for Mali and trying to find into them, they have culverins, and against mass hand cannons like they have right now, you either gotta throw a bunch of spears, which is so hard to do because again there's not a lot of wood on this map, or you gotta throw mangonels, but throwing mangonels into culverins is not that easy.
Now the problem is, I feel like Kiljardi with 144 pop, he in economy, he's really struggling to match the army numbers at the side here. So they are doing a good job standing at the top here, outranging these units, but this is so risky. Oh, the arbitrator switch. Coming in a little bit late, but definitely worthy.
I wonder if I talked about that earlier.
Look at the Mangonel shot though. Ooh.
Ooh, from downtown.
Luckily, he does have the resources to replace a few of those, and he will stay max pop, but this is starting to get scary, and the push has started. But the push has started on both sides, and Scatterbrained is pushing in, but another Mangonel as well. It feels like the counter to everyone is Mangonels, and if you lose your focus, check yourself before you wreck yourself. You need to make sure that these bombards are sniping things down, but the Springons are doing work. Culverin at the back now. Can he perform miracles?
Does such a good job as well, right? I mean, now the elephants, they're starting to have a very, very good mass as well. Now there's a tiny problem though. Just the fact that Louis is completely out of bank right now. He has nothing left. Like, this is everything he has for the time being. Luckily for him though, and that's a little bit of a problem when it comes to Mali just in general, is the fact that pretty much all of their landmarks is in one spot. So if there's, if there's a bunch of units that does a really good job of taking down buildings, but they're slow. Oh no, he's doing a heist. If he's able to take down buildings and they move a little bit slow, having all of your landmarks in one spot, for example, like an Ibid, it's not the best thing. But now, you can start to see now Scatterbrained. This is a perfect opening for KJ and Louis, though.
This is the point where the elephants start to overwhelm the buildings, they start to overwhelm the people, and with this siege mass that we have here at the front, they can just take out every single thing that Wham pumps out, like those culverins that we were talking about earlier. But again, you have all these scholars just keeping things alive. He picks up a relic, he's probably going to scream into the skies, Wallala. But the Mangonel is still a huge threat here for the Safari Gunners. And another decent shot gets off. And all of a sudden, Wham is not able to remax.
Yeah, look at this as well, right? One of the problems we have with Mali late game just in fact is that keeping up with the food that you need in the production is so hard. Like, how many fills does he have even at this point? Well, Lolo coming in, right? So need to turn around quickly. Don't want to have a repeat of King of the Rockies finals. But here we go. I mean, JD trying her best to see if she can get something. The problem as well is late game JD in melee. You want her to be ranged to snipe that siege, but unfortunately we're not able to. And this is starting to look pretty dire as well. 80 army just for Scatterbrain and Wham, and there's no base left for Wham left. And I think he is on... Actually is on a bit of villagers in the back here, but they're not really working. But this is just... honestly brutal. This what's happening on the other side as well. Kiljardi has to be attacking, and yeah, Wham surrenders.
He's had enough. And Scatterbrained,
That's a long one.
Honestly, I am so proud of Scatterbrained. I think he has shown up the most from anyone in this event. The man has really showed us that it's not that hard, or it's not that hard, I say, but it is so good from a man who isn't placed in the top 16 to actually do a lot of damage to these top players. And I think we saw a lot of this last week as well. When people were playing, we had the woman playing with the men, and they did a pretty good job out of that. A lot of them got to raid these top players, and Scatterbrain just showed he does that better than anyone we've looked at in a while. The aggression from this guy just kept us on our toes constantly. So guys, that is going to be the last play or two that we're going to have in this event though. Because we've gotten to a point where people are going to, it's going to get late. So from here on out, we're doing best of ones all the way. So,
oh dear.
Yeah, now this is where the earlier matches were extra important, but next up in round 5, we have Papipo Louis against Kiliarni and Dragovan. So, 2 Nordic kings and Papipo and Louis. That's my question. Do we have shenanigan?
So, just from knowing Kiliarni a little bit and knowing Dragovan a lot, it effectively wouldn't matter if they were in a Discord call or not.
Really? They would just do crazy stuff anyway?
No, they just would. Neither of them would talk.
Oh yeah, because they're so quiet. They are super quiet.
They're very quiet people. You should to be fair, like the 2 times I have heard Kiljardi talk the most was when we were at the bar in Norway, and when we were playing Counter-Strike.
Really? I don't know. So, just so you guys know, when I went to Norway to go to the LAN, I was expecting a bunch of socialites, and then the Scandinavians, they came in strong. So, guys, we're gonna switch into the game, and then I'll tell you guys more about these Scandinavians. Now, I was here under the impression that we were going to have a bunch of socialites, because when we went to Wololo the first time, we had people from all over the world, right? There were a few introverts. But I must say, the Scandinavians, they were the shyest bunch of all the lot. So, yeah. And Dragovan definitely leading the pack there.
I mean, so, there's a joke almost going around that when COVID hit and public buses opened again, the thing was that they had it so you couldn't sit on every other seat, so on each row you could only be one person.
Yeah.
And the joke is that nothing changed for Norwegians, because we do that anyways.
I can totally see that happening. When I was on a bus with Cal and I saw that in real life. That was pretty good. And people, on the trains, You would sit there and there would be space, even though people would rather just stand than sit down next to someone.
Oh yeah.
It's
all the time.
wonderful. It was a cultural experience, I'd say. Can we just talk about the fact that this sneaky snake, aka Kiljardi, has decided to go for the sneakiest play out there and getting the deer. That is disgusting. Very dangerous, but he went very early, so he might get the benefits of this wonderful decision. Puppypaw does see it, though.
Did he get survival techniques?
Yes, he did.
Yeah, so there actually is pretty interesting. I mostly have it. I had it nailed down a lot on Hill and Dale as French, and what you can do is like you can have a 4-minute age up with a wheelbarrow and survival techniques just by going on dare. And so going on dare and getting survival techniques, like as French, at least when it's this far front, then you find it immediately effectively, right? Or you spawn with it. Survival techniques in dare is just so quick that it actually just it doesn't really slow you down, and it's so much more food that you're out on the map. I think he's been able to get. Let me see. There's. He should have been able to get 2. He's maybe in total gonna get 4 gear, for something along those lines. And that's so much food you have at home that you haven't spent that your opponent has to move out on instead. And one of the things that's really interesting as well is, if you ever watch Marine Lord and he's out on this like he might be out on this like random gold vein, for example, where it's like, yeah, but he has gold at home. It's like, yeah, but he has the space on the map right now to actually move out for this resource. And because of that, he's actually going to be taking that resource. And then if a bad day happens, for example, like he's getting raided or something, he can then move back. However, Puppypaw out here with a couple of spears and trying. He's doing a pretty good job. Kiljardi getting some idle time.
The
That
problem
tower
is
not.
that is a very far gold, unfortunately. His gold spawning very far outside the TC range, and these villages are going to be in a little bit of danger. Now, he does. Oh, he's going to lose a spearman at the cost of this, but oh, he does not actually. Oh, never mind. Never mind.
He's gonna lose.
Cast a curse.
Puppy,
Cast a
pay
curse.
attention.
Gonna lose more.
Puppy.
But now, this is a new innovative thing I love about archery. We haven't been seeing this at the top level as much as we have been seeing it in team games. When playing against civilizations like French or JD, making sure that you get those spearmen out as archery so quickly to get control of the night movement. You're gonna go across the map and put that pressure down that they would usually put on you. And just like that,
Ooh.
Kiljardi, the aggressor, gets a villager.
Gets a villagers for trouble though. I mean, the old man's APM coming through against the young poopy. But yeah, that tower is going to be very helpful. I mean, taking a lot of damage for it though. And by damage, I don't mean like any kills or anything, but I just mean damage that's on these villagers, right? They're super low HP, most of them. Louis hasn't found. Yeah, go ahead.
The problem is, once you get your villagers to this HP, people are gonna raid it, the knights are gonna look at them funny, and they're gonna die. So that's exactly what the Jean has in mind for herself. Did she get the kill? She did. Poor woman. She got sniped down, and that's the wonders of going this ranged Jean. Now, because you raided this guy, he's stuck with all these low HP villagers, and Jean, she doesn't care. She's ready. At night, though, he's not. He doesn't want anything to do with this.
Yeah, but again, just to like reinforce my point, right? It's because of the fact that Kiljardi went out on the dare at the start of the game. He has so many more sheep to actually have for a rainy day, and that rainy day has arrived, unfortunately.
The problem is the rainy day consists of two guys splitting you in half, and that's exactly what we've been seeing in a lot of these tournaments. They go right in the middle and pressure you two, so you guys are completely split apart. Dragoman going for that second TC. And farm transition at 7 minutes. The standard Abbasid 7-minute farm transition coming out pretty strong. And honestly, I do joke, but they might need an economy to sustain the survival of this.
So the funny thing for me is that you're surprised. And I'm just going, oh, I've seen this for like 2 years at this point. This is just Dragomon playing. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
He's going for
Yeah.
camel archers though, and that type of mobility against something like knights is probably the answer they're looking for, while at the same time dealing with spears.
Again, right? You're surprised. I'm just like, yep, no, this is what I've been dealing with when I play teams with him.
No, he just doesn't listen to the meta. He's just like,
No.
you take this. Good luck. See you in a bit.
Pretty much.
Now the problem is JD under the TCs here, she's still going to be able to target fire these villages, and a few do go down. But now this might start to get expensive, and we do see Kiljardi does not want these raids to continue, so the wall does come up, but this knight did have a little bit of a pathing issue, poor guy, got stuck, and JD took a bit of damage. Now she will need to step back, lick her wounds, and wait to heal up, but at the same time, Dragovan is Dragovan, and he has camel archers, and he's gonna go chase them.
JD, you're moving quite. Oh my god, that knight actually might have saved JD a little bit there, but at least though, like, walls has come up and even come down again, so doing a whole, doing the whole, just going all around block. But so at least Kiljardi trying his best. Dragomon has been a little bit greedy, but I think maybe this greed should be paying off surprisingly. Like, a bunch of farms here is really helpful, and him actually being able to play with his favorite unit here, like, he will micro these like basically perfectly, to be honest. They should be fine for the time being. Like, main problem is probably that Kiljardi has been shut down a little bit, but Dragomon didn't take too much damage, got 2 TC, and the greed might have paid off, to be fair. And on the other side, right, there's no advantage really building for either Puppy or Louis.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a strange position as HRE with Louis there and JD as well. They want to do damage, but I just don't think they're being allowed to. Oh, the Spearman though, he does the work, and he will make another hole in that wall, just ensuring that this gold will not be touched alongside the front one. Never mind, I was saying there's no action, but that is exactly what the caster curse is all about, and the villagers will be pulled back. He just has enough for another night though.
Yeah, so what Kiljardi needs to do right now is survive. That's step 1, and step 2 is actually be able to secure some of the gold that he has in the back, right? He has 1 gold vein that's there, and they gotta not take too much damage while still making sure. And Dragomon's gonna be under a lot of pressure here, but like, again, right? One of the things that's really nice about Abbasid and their camel archers, if you click on them, their base damage is 12.
Yeah, so while they are a wood unit, they do pretty well against things like knights. So they do penetrate these guys pretty well. And Papipo now with the archers to try and snipe these down, but the wall needs to go back up at the same time. And again, these two are just making sure that they split them apart. So in the middle, constantly pushing back and forth, ensuring that this gold is untouched. But Dragovan doing an amazing job at kiting these and actually getting their value. And JD's arrow barely pierced this guy.
Yeah, so one thing I've actually reported a couple of times at this point, and it happens at times, is actually straight up just JD actually might just not get XP from a unit if they run away too quickly. And she kills them at max range because they're out of range. But look at this, though. I mean, turning their focus onto Dragovan here is going to be taking a lot of hits here. But again, Louis wanting to dive a little bit underneath here, and you can see towers coming up as well, right? So this is a position that Dragovan really, really wants. I mean, it's food and gold here. Good news on this swing, at least, is that Kiljardi should be able to get his gold back up and get his knight production started again, but I don't think Dragovan gets out of this one scot-free, though.
Now, these towers are so crucial in this, and he does pull these villages back, but he might lose a few in the process. The camel archers being microed pretty well, but JD is probably not minding this fight whatsoever. She needs a lot more experience, though, and the camels will be looking straight at her.
JD being healed up, tower going down, still targeted. It's going to be losing that, so still pretty well for Dragovan, all things considered. Does lose a couple of vills, but at least they're still up in villager eco. I mean, it does help that they have French as well, right? With those quick quick revolt production. I don't think actually Dragon has a blacksmith just yet, so +1 damage is not coming through. It would actually help a lot when you're diving underneath 2 TCs and 2 towers. So it's a small thing that could have been added, but again, right, it's very problematic. He hasn't been able to get on any gold realistically, right? The second he tried to go on other gold, he just gets targeted down. But Kiljardi is going to be raiding in return at least, so...
The problem is that we get to this point is, yeah, Kiljardi went ahead and he raided, but at the cost of so many units here at the back of the base. So that +1 could have killed a ton more knights, but instead he paid the big price. He's got a lot of wood of Kiljardi, that is, and Dragovan, both of them floating 600 right now.
I don't think he has wheelbarrow.
That would make a very...
Dragovan does not have...
And now the villager count has been equalized, even though the raids have been happening here. Both of our Frenchies got their healing on the knights, but they need a lot of healing to actually make this worth it. But Louis is moving out on the rest of the map, though. And is he just going to go straight on top of the ball because there's no pressure coming out of Dragovan and Kiljardi after this push?
Yeah, and here's the scary thing, right? It's like, you see HRE, you go, and... yeah, their eco is pretty insane. 34 archers right now, and the military count is not exactly growing for Dragon and Kiljardi at this point.
Oh, they're got their farm
gonna
set
go
up.
castle?
Yeah. They're going castle right now. Louis says castle, Poppy says castle, because they both know the right move here to fight this is to get some armored units under those TCs and burn them down. So the moment they edge up, this spells trouble for both Dragovan and Kiljardi. Kiljardi, though, still the knight off of gold. Unfortunately for him, he's been raided from the front and the back. And this market is probably a little bit of a desperation play. Desperately looking for berries as well. Ooh, poor guy.
Just the tiniest bit. I mean, I think it's almost like I want to say like it's GG once you see the age up timing for one person, and if you see it for both of them at the same time.
Yeah, and Kiljardi, he's trying to take a fight, but honestly, these knights are not going to be enough. They need to make sure that they keep these alive while taking all of them down, and that is just not a possibility for the two. So, the ball... Oh, the villagers just got stuck. I thought there was a little bit of an attack.
So, yeah, it's just a little bit of a problem. Like, if you have the mill too close to the boar, you can't get the full surround of 8 on them. But yeah, like, this is the HRE Archer Mass. They're going to be going up into Veterancy as well. They're not there just yet. And that's...
trying to do some damage. He's like, I gotta slow down these upgrades. Let me get a few bills. We're even. Villager count's even. Now we just gotta survive.
Yeah, good luck with that one, I want to say.
And the Veteran Royal Knight upgrade has kicked in, which means that this will be an official destruction. So the archers being caught out a little bit of position, but those should be veteran archers any second now. And they will be shredding through these knights. They're already shredding through these knights.
So, I do wanna place a bet though.
Yeah.
An over/under bet.
Yeah.
Has there been more words said between Dragovan and Kiljardi, or has there been more villagers lost between Dragovan and Kiljardi?
I feel like we should ask them. I feel like there might have been more villagers lost. Definitely. But there's been a lot of villagers lost in all this. So, Dragovan and Kiljardi, the stoic legends, not winning this battle yet. And that will be Louis Paul taking the point. Louis Paul, looking good.
I'm not shocked. I'm not surprised. I mean, could have seen that coming. But then again, like Kiljardi and Dragovan, they like to cook, so could have been interesting to see what came out of that, but unfortunately, cooked maybe a little bit too hard. Maybe was just a tiniest bit greedy, but.
Yeah, you know how it is when you start cooking. When you start cooking, you're like, okay, this is gonna be good. I'm gonna get 2 TC, I'm gonna get my camel arches, I'm gonna micro those bad boys. And then you micro them and they died. All of them. Everything is dead. And that is exactly what we saw here. But I want to give you a heads up on our next game. Because this might be a little bit of a destruction. As this will be a beastie bee. With a Baldemar. A BB. We call them BB and Baldemar.
I mean, isn't Beastie right there? Like
B. Oh, that is actually. But BB is BB.
I mean, could do B-Bay.
B-Bay. It's
BB,
actually baby. Baby. Oh, it's baby. Oh my god, we got baby. Okay, so baby will be our next matchup, and Baldemar against him. Now, Beastie and B have been having a little beef on the ladder of Age of Mythology, because B has been going for a specific unit and clapping cheeks with only that one singular unit. So
heard of that one before.
Oh. Yeah, and that is exactly what we might be seeing. We'll see if this can play out well in this tournament, because these boys are going to be fighting for their damn life. Now, I do hope to see that this will be updated soon, as we're waiting to see what the next round is going to be. Let me just quickly screen share with everyone so everyone can understand what is happening next. So let's look at the standings first. At the top, there we go. At the top, we have Beastie, we have Anatan, Voldemar, and Baltoon. B tied with Baltoon right now. And at the bottom, Demu, Myriad, and Sassy. So, definitely, the contention is between these 5 players at the top here. So, one of these boys will go home today.
I don't want to be rude, but I'm not surprised that Demu and Myriad is at the bottom. Sass, however, maybe a little bit.
Yeah, Sassy, definitely, I've heard the feedback on his team games, and that he's actually a pretty good team gamer. He knows what he's doing in team games. But I think when you play against the top players, nobody knows what they're doing in team games, right?
That's not true.
Now,
yeah.
The second group, the first group, this is the death group. And the problem with this group, the reason this is the death group is because the game or the seeding was done right before King of Dry Arabia and King of the Rockies ATR was updated. And yeah, just before. And that's why Wham, Poppy Paw, Louis, and Marine Lord got all into the same group. Because back then, B was above them on ATR. So now with B's Decay, we are seeing a little bit of a tough situation here. But I would say the contenders that we thought would make it are probably making it out of these.
I mean, yeah, Group A is I'm not surprised, to be fair, but I would have potentially liked to see something else, but I mean, it's fine. Yeah, I'm not very surprised on any of the actual results, to be fair. Like, maybe Sass is the most surprising to me, maybe. But yeah, other than that,
yeah, they definitely a very even result. I thought that B was going to be able to clap this quite easily, but Baltoon still has a shot. Looking at his matchups from here on out, B and Voldemort against Anatan and Sass, I actually think Anatan and Sass might be able to take this one. But if B and Voldemort, because this is the last round that's play all 2. So we'll be able to see if these bad boys are gonna be able to carry through. I see B is currently in lobby. Let me just see where he is. So B and Voldemort was over here. Okay. I think they just finished, and it looks like B and Voldemort did lose that game. There we go. Anitan and Sassy taking 2 wins. That updates the group stat. Oh my god! Everything has changed. Everything is... Cal, everything is different.
Whoa.
Sassy's up
okay.
top.
What?
Sassy
Bolton, what did you do? Bolton, what did you do? Oh dear.
Oh dear. Sassy
How
all the way
dare
at the
me.
top now. And this is tough. This is really tough.
This is actually this is a bit closer as to what I was thinking would happen. At least in group E. If you scroll down a little bit here, I can't see the bottom.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you just mean here. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
Thank you.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, the only surprising thing to me is actually Bolton. I feel like Bolton and Voldemort should have maybe swapped places. Just maybe.
No, we're looking at the map score here. So map scores, but what is very important here is also win, draw, and loss. So we're having a lot of draws here for Mr. Bolton. And
so to be fair, like when I've played with Bolton, what happens is we lose the first game and then win the second game, win the third game, and then we maybe go off.
Yeah.
So this makes sense to me from a Bolton perspective, because he's a very different person to play with when it comes to team games. As weird as that is to say, like he will tell, like, you need to get a little bit used to his thought process, but he has a very particular way of how he wants the game to be played, and he takes charge quite a lot as well, which is really nice.
I would have expected the same from Voldemort. Voldemort definitely a player that I see as someone who can command and make it through. Definitely in that realm of things. But now we're getting to that awkward position where Bolton and B, they need to win. And that's like Beastie and B together, they have a shot. But Bolton and Voldemort, these two, I feel like this could go either way. Because now it is 1-0s only from here on out.
It's 1-0s from here on out. Are we looking to get into game is the question?
We are going to be checking right now. See, it does look like B is currently in game, which means that Beastie is currently in game. Because baby. We got baby in the chat, boys. Are we ready to see baby take each other? I don't know. Are they going to be a destruction? Or are we going to be the destruct? We'll find out.
You know, let's potentially look for one. We do have a couple of classics here, though. Bolton, Voldemort, HRE JD. A little bit unorthodox, maybe, but we've seen HRE be a feudal powerhouse just because of that Aachen, the woodline being chewed up. But on BC's and B side, they're not taking any chances by cooking. It is French-English.
Yeah, something quite standard. And that's exactly what we will be expecting from these boys, because French-English is one of the strongest comps according to Beastie, Baltimore, and a few other players that we talked to regarding this.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the strongest comp, maybe a bit. I mean, maybe.
Yeah. So no. Okay. Let's quickly let me craft the theory here for you. Ooh,
okay.
Beastie running with one sheep. Okay. So HRE really struggles to get going in team games as much. A very strong 1v1 civ, but easily shut downable, especially when playing against the Knight Civilization. Now, with the support of English, you just mass longbows from what I know about these two. So, massing longbows, definitely a forte that I think both of these players will be comfortable with, but Voldemort and Bolton definitely did win the sheep war over here. Beastie coming home with a total of 2. Oh, he might get a third one.
No, he did not get a third one.
Not today. And Bolton going for round number 2. He's brought the food home, and that is a HRE 2 farm opening. And I feel like we need to raise some question marks about it, but that sounds interesting, and I'm loving it, because this is, again, just like English, you're saving so many resources. And I just think it carries into the late game so much better, especially if you're going for a fast castle.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think fast castle is something that will necessarily be done here. I mean, you can see the Aachen placement is... It's forward to a certain extent, but at least it's... Oh my god, that's a nice sheep hole. Like, the Aachen placement is really forward, and it's placed along the wood line. And, you know, the gold is basically secondary. So this really indicates to me that, hey, we are playing... we're playing feudal. I'm going to be the archer civ, you're going to be the knight civ, and Beast actually going up with a very slow council, and goodbye, Tommy.
Yeah. He did get 4 villages on here, but what we need to focus on here, Cal, is that he went for the council hall and not for the king, as we've been seeing with the other English players today.
So, for me, I always prefer. I usually play French in this scenario, right? I always prefer, and I always say, go Abbey, go Abbey, go Abbey, because I have the, like, at some point you have the APM and the awareness to actually send low HP knights back to that Abbey of Kings, and it saves you 200 gold and 100 wood, and it effectively costs you 1.5 knight, so, like, I think in time. And you go down in knight numbers just by researching chivalry. So being able to just go back and heal your knights instead of actually researching it, it makes life a little bit nicer. But I can understand going for the council hall if you actually want to go for a little bit of a timing attack. And if that's not the case, then again, probably want to do Abbey and get that knight out, because it's mobile healing as well, right? If you take short trades, but
if you're trying to fight in feudal as well, I can imagine the English knight, it just helps with that, because you don't need to wait for French to start kicking off and getting chivalry. So, however, just as suspected, Mr. Boltoon is going for a fast castle. We can smell this by simply looking at the outposts around his hole. And he doesn't want to fight this fight for too long or too early, because he knows what English and French can do to him. So with the double outpost, we protect the wood line and we protect the gold. But it's still susceptible to some longbows coming from this side. But now the question is the man gonna go for the chapelle or the cathedral, or are we going to get a burger? And I don't think they'll do something risky like a burger, but the problem is you're not getting any relics anytime soon.
yeah, there's gonna be a lot of map control out here for B. He's gonna be able to do that, but actually, it's actually going a little bit. I mean, it's going. I don't want to say greedy, but at the same time, maybe a little bit greedy. But it's defensive greedy. It's going up with double arrows at emplacements, and look at this. Oh, I think that's whose knight is that? That's B's knight. Yeah, 2 HP on that one. It's gonna die short. Voldemort doing such a good job here of actually microing. I mean, did any... Okay, there was one knight, but I think that actually was the scout that died from B. And that was the only thing that died that fight.
JD did not get her
wait.
What?
That's
yeah,
a burger.
She's in danger. It's burger! Oh my god, he's going for the burger! And that's exactly what I mean. When opening with the farms, you extend your food lifetime so much. And now Beastie with all those longbows. If we can get a blacksmith here, this is going to be a really tough one. And it hasn't been scouted either. They might just think that this is a normal cathedral. And a cathedral here does not have the same oomph as a burger, especially here in the early game. So with the amount of gold though, Boltoon is not fully ready to get all these upgrades. He's at 230, that's going to be a men-at-arm upgrade and maybe a +1. But he's going to need to think about how to extend that even further. Especially with this on the way.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good timing, like with the barracks coming up at the same time, and Barracks coming up and everything like that. But this is really nice timing as well from Beastie. I think we should see a little bit of a scramble effectively coming in as well. I mean, this is a really nice fight though. It's gonna be losing JD. Have to buy her back. It's gonna be very hard when you don't have gold. And as Voldemort once said to me, if you lose JD, you lose your Civ. So effectively right now, Voldemar's not really a Civ, but he's actually taking this fight pretty well, all things considered. Only lost, I think, 1 or 2 villagers. Lost maybe 2 knights now, maybe 3. But B lost a lot more, and this is actually a really nice fight, and this should actually give Baltoon the space he needs to actually just rally straight into B space.
And it seems to be the men-at-arms just trying to reinforce here, and Beastie trying to micro with these longbows, but they're gonna go down. That's 5 extra longbows that are just gonna go down, but he's starting to fire up the farms. He's like, oh, we should probably think about matching this or finding a way to deal with this. And it doesn't mean getting castle, it means getting a lot more units out there. So he's just going for more and more longbows to try and match it. The knights are also queued up. I think they're just gonna try to fight this, but Baltoon, they might actually put Beastie and B in a lot of danger.
Yeah, and I mean, both Beast and Voldemar's eco count got effectively reset, right? They're back to square one, lost a lot of knights in that fight. B was hit a little bit harder. But the nice thing, all things considered, is the fact that B has French eco bonus, so he's able to make villagers a lot quicker and get that. Oh, that's triple stable. That's pretty nasty. Yeah, it's actually got to be able to produce from all of them, though, at least.
This is a very chunky bunch of men-at-arms, and they do have maces, Cal, and you know what happens to knights who get targeted by mace, boys.
And they're feudal, and I think they were kind of just waiting for JD here. I do wonder very much where they're going to attack, though. Again, we've talked about this so many times before. I don't know if you've talked about it on the stream already, but attack between the players. Cut them off.
We'll cut off both pieces of gold here, and a third gold here as well. Just stopping them from getting anything, and you can quickly rotate to your next victim. I want to say your opponent, but guys, when there's a burger and there's this many men-at-arms, that is just going to be your victim. And we saw the +2 ranged armor just got in. The Cal, I think we might be seeing a TC dive pretty soon, but Beastie hasn't stopped making longbows. He realizes we need to kill something, but I just don't know if these longbows are going to be able to kill anything. They do have +1, but they will quickly realize that's not going to do much. Oof.
I mean, the tickling is starting. I mean, target focus, that's 2 volleys. Basically just counting the volley numbers on these men-at-arms at this point. JD standing wisely out of range here to not be targeted by longbows, but needs to stand in close enough range to actually be able to get a little bit of XP. So now the XP is starting to come in. Men-at-arms being split up. Look at how quickly the knights fall down though as well. Like, JD and knights is taking more damage than all these men-at-arms. And yeah, these knights are starting to burn out.
And the
pretty quickly, and yeah, look at this. Like, Beastie has to knock out. Okay, let's. Oh my god! Oh, Voldemort! No, Voldemort!
Just like that, Voldemort gets carried by Baltoon in this game.
Oh my god!
But at the same time, B's raiding. B's trying his best.
B is trying his best, and let's counter. That's 1 volley. Come on, Beastie, kite.
Oh
okay.
My gosh!
I mean, yeah, it's.
1 damage at a time, baby. 1 damage at a time. These men-at-arms are barely being tickled, and there's so many more. With all these farms here at the back, at the same time, you just don't slow down the pain train. Beastie is trying to volley them to death, but these men-at-arms are barely taking a scratch.
One of the things that is important to note is that these men-at-arms doesn't do a whole lot unless they're actually idling eco. Like, they're not your primary damage source anyways. So Beastie being able to keep a lot of his eco just still going while this is happening, like, they're still working. Some is still inside of the TC, but he's not running them around. He's not panicking. He's keeping calm. He's making sure that they're still working, still gathering resources, all that kind of stuff, because he knows it's a burger. It's a timing push. It's going to run out eventually, eventually might be in like 10 minutes just because of the farms and all that kind of shenanigans that's happening, but
He might have pushed it off.
they've held for the time being, and I think that's because Baltian and Valdemar, they were waiting for something that probably shouldn't have been waited for, which is JD. And I don't know if I want to go as far as to say that JD level 3 is a win condition at this point.
But she might be.
But she might be a little bit.
The problem is you do need to deal with these longbows, and I feel like right now they're so focused on these knights, but if these knights can just rotate onto the longbows, then JD does get that level up that she so desperately needs. And Valdemar needs this win as well, because this is his lifeline. Every single map that he can get brings him one step closer to making it to the final day.
And you gotta remember as well, Baltian winning this game would mean that he actually gets the first win. He's only gotten ties so far, and right, so we're getting Valdemar.
Oh, just barely. She lives to fight another day, but just until the next volley comes on out.
I mean, she's so close to level 3 as well, but she's so close to death at the same time, so...
She's trying to stand just in range, and she's standing in the perfect range right now, but if those knights decide to rotate on top of her, that's when things start to get a little icky.
Yeah, and... I mean, Valdemar is taking a little bit of damage in the back as well, and... Just turn around for a little bit and get those knights. That's all we need right now. It's hard to communicate. Remember, Baltian doesn't see the XP. That's 1 knight, that's 2 knight. That is enough to actually get level 3. It's going to be edging up. And should be getting the horseman.
Oh my gosh, she decides a Jean's champion. And the reason she does this, Cal, is because she already has +2 in her bank. Now, JD does not need to die here. Valdemar just giving them a little bit of a shot at coming back to this game. JD goes down again, and Baltoon is the only one with the gold to buy her back. But wrong civilization. That will not work today.
Valdemar.
I'm
gonna give him this, by the way. Like,
you better.
He's been giving me for this exact thing, and now I'm gonna do it to him. But
this is finally the case that you can refer to if Valdemar ever tells you anything that you don't agree with. You just say, hey, do you remember that JD game against Baby? The unthinkable team? And he did lose. Bolton loses a few villages, but now that French difference is coming to kick in. So we finally have a lot of people on gold, and this probably means we're going to be seeing some arbitrages pretty soon to deal with the men-at-arms. But let's
he needs castle first.
Relics though. Look at those HRE relics. He doesn't have cathedral, but he does have all the relics, and I think that's okay, because what makes HRE so great is not just the passive gold, but also the power of empowering those towers. The problem is, you're playing against Beastie and B. Both players very fine with doing a late game.
Yeah, late game is definitely their strong suit. Beastie is now going to go up to the castle. I would be very surprised to see the King's Palace.
I would not.
I mean...
He knows they are ahead, and he would like to get more ahead. I read the man like a book. It's like I live with him. God damn. King's Palace, getting that eco lead just a little bit more, knowing that they're already survived and they just need to stay ahead. So the King's Palace is a very safe bet, especially when you have production buildings kind of set up.
Yeah, the reason I'm like, hey, you probably want to actually go for the White Tower is because you know Man-at-Arms and Knights is going to be diving your base, and, well, sure, keeping them alive is a nice bonus, but look at this as well, right? Baltoon and Valdemar, they're running out of steam, right? The timing of the burger didn't work, and now you're just at 4 barracks. Like, that's where we're at, and Valdemar is trying his best and darnest to actually go up the castle, but he's just not able to secure up a lot of resources here. Like, losing villas to both the boar and the knight, and Bolton is effectively 1v2ing at this point because of the fact that the longbow mass is so high. It's 52 right now, and I can't really do the math in my head because I'm kind of tired. But I do believe the math adds up to almost one-shotting a knight.
That is a lot of longbows, because if we have this many, remember, they do 1 damage
my
to
God.
the men-at-arms, but JD is here, she's stomping on the ground, but is she gonna die again?
You could, I mean, heal and then another volley and she dies. And at least she soaks up a little bit of damage before she dies and get bought back, but that's still 500 gold straight down the drain. And look at this. Like, look at the knight just dying. Like,
To be
longbows.
fair, I just want to give people some background on Valdemar for this game. He did do a 4-hour mini marathon this morning. So,
Yeah, that's...
to be fair, he's allowed to lose JD after that. The man is tired, he's worked hard, he's gonna keep losing JD. That poor man is dead, and a dead man will lose JD. Confirmed.
Yeah... Excuses.
Excuses. Yeah, no, he just needs to try to stay alive, especially with these outposts now being reinforced soon enough, but these relics are not in the right places just yet.
So, it's actually jumping JD into the tower. It's important to remember that JD doesn't actually get XP when she's inside of a building, or when she's garrisoned. And that makes it a little bit harder and makes it a little bit tougher to actually be able to do that. But these knights that B has running around in the back of the base of Baltune actually might be costing him quite a bit here, because there's a bunch of men-at-arms. Now, Beastie, despite actually going... Oh, wait, no. No. He's going fast Imp, isn't he?
He is going fast Imp, of course, because he knows if I get a Berkshire on top of your face, inside of your base, then there will be nothing that I need to face. So that is exactly what Beastie is thinking. I apologize for that, Gal. It was a bad pun situation that I started, but I couldn't stop. I was too deep in.
Yeah, no, that's fair. It's a fair point. Now, this is actually really nice around here, though. I mean, it's going to be taking down a lot of these knights, and Pathing is going to be screwing B over effectively.
JD is really getting her value for this fight, but she's still very far away from level 4. She has a lot of opportunities to die, and Beastie is pushing at the front and pulling the Vils for a very aggressive Berkshire.
There's a lot inside of me that's like hoping for a Wynyard, but we're gonna have the BS landmark instead.
Oh, please. It's a nice BP landmark right in front of the base, securing 2 golds, a stone, and a tiny part of the big stone as well. This is going
it's BS Palace. Like, that's what it is. It's BS Palace.
Oh, BS Palace, Berkshire Palace. Very nice. Okay. I approve. Good
See,
comment.
the thing is, I had this, I think it was with Asklad I had this discussion, which like somebody said Berkshire, somebody says Berkshire. Or somebody said Berkshire and Berkshire. So we just end up calling it the BS landmark, because that's what it is.
Yeah, it's a bit strong. It fires pretty hard. But guys, these knights are finally doing the work. They don't care. Both of these guys, B finally aging up to castle, and JD snacking on some experience. But they know this Berkshire is going to be firing for a while, and they need to find a push now, because neither of them are looking at Imperial anytime soon. Voldemort's still stuck in feudal already, so...
Ooh, it's a small detail there, by the way, but there was an entire volley that was wasted on the deer right there. That's a lot of damage that goes down, and I mean, BC target firing the JD as well. She is gonna die. Gets a lot of XP at least. B getting castle, but it's starting to be a little bit annoying. I mean, look at the back of the base of Voldemar, by the way. Look at the south corner. It's nothing.
Yeah, there's no gold that they can fall back on. This was the last bit of gold they had. And with the Berkshire here, they kind of secured... Oh, Baltoon sending Voldemar a little bit of gold. Like, hey, son,
Take my gold, please.
Oh, I can
Get
do
castle.
something with this.
I know exactly I know exactly what Baltoon is saying, because like this literally happened earlier today to me.
Did he send you gold?
No, that was yesterday. Yeah, he sent me gold. I was like, "What do you need for castle?" I was just, "What gold?" I was like, "I'll give it. Take what you need, or take what I have."
So, we need to see a little bit more of these relics being placed in these chunky towers that are going to allow them to survive for a little bit longer. So these relics being in the monastery here, they are just not going to provide that level of protection that you need to live through the pain that is on the way here. Palace of Swabia also coming out, trying to get Baltoon back into the eco game that Beastie and B are playing, especially with that King's Palace just pumping out a ton of villagers and staying up to level of their enemies. But were the aggressors for quite a while. Poor guys.
Yeah, finally, Knights being cleaned up. But yeah, it has been a little bit of a problem. Voldemort never really been able to do anything. Has he dropped a second TC? He has finally dropped a second TC, so he needs something to get back into this. And second TC is a way. Guildhall is another way, but both of them takes quite a bit of time to actually pay off and get back the resources they invested. Of course, Guildhall a landmark, so we'll be able to go castle, but what upgrades are you going to be getting there, sir? Because I do not know of a lot of castle edge upgrades that doesn't cost gold.
A lot of gold at that. And these elite longbowmen are melting these men-at-arms. Oh, they're going to try to close in on them, but the volleys are just one-shotting these men-at-arms.
Counter unit, by the way.
Oh, JD stomping the ground in anger right now, but she's actually also taking a decent amount of damage.
Okay.
What noise was that, gal? Guys, we let him out. He's tired. He just lost a game in low elo legends, and he's currently dying. Watching poor Jean take all that damage, but that's just the wonders of watching longbows do work.
It's how many longbows is this now? 45. How much damage do they have on each? Like how much damage is on one? 12.
12.
That is without the university upgrade.
And that's coming pretty soon when I'm looking at Beastie's economy. He's getting hand cannoneers though, so finally doing the switch, realizing, okay, there's only so much wood on the map. I should probably think about spending all this gold I have covered with my Berkshire. So doing exactly that, and Voldemort currently just drowning in the lack of resources. The Guildhall most likely on gold, no? No. Voldemort does not need no gold. He says, I will take the food, thank you very much. And,
Voldemort and Baltoon is setting up trade as well. Like, this is something I see Baltoon and Jiggly and the others do a lot very early on. Like, Baltoon and, like, Jiggly, like, at least, especially Jiggly when he plays French, because that's literally the only thing he actually plays, is like, he will drop maybe 2 stables, and then he'll drop a market and start trading. And in theory, this is not gonna be, it's not a good idea, but it could pay off to a certain extent, I feel like, especially against the slow-moving army that Beastie has. B is one of those players who should be able to, like, raid very heavily, and you can see that doing, right? He's, like, splitting it. Like, he's literally doing it right now. He's sending one knight here, one knight there, and then the rest of the knights to another place, and it's just like, congratulations, you now have 4 different knight groups all over your base, and you have, like, you need to respond to that in a way, and that way is kind of just by paying attention, and now, as well, the incendiary arrows has come through, and
these longbows are going to fire really hard. Now this is going to be 14 damage, and 14 damage might not sound like a lot, but that is very, very powerful. How do the hand cannoneers work with university upgrades? Is it gunpowder units?
yeah, they're gunpowder.
Yeah, definitely destructive then. The knights do cause a lot of idle time though. They do have a few traders up, but those few traders need to be producing a lot of gold for them to come back into this. We do see this is a JD trader, so the JD trade taking a little bit of precedence here. And Beastie knocking at the front though, and Beastie is not looking at slowing down. That is a very scary army at the front of the base. It doesn't look like this can be stopped with anything that Baltoon has on offer.
I mean, I don't know why Voldemort is even bothering running knights into this. Like, Bombards is kind of just like, oh yeah, we're making sure that this goes down. Look at that! Look at that! Like there was a house there, like just a second ago. Like longbows just kept firing. His house! Oh my god.
The longbows are starting to fire a little bit hard, even on the buildings, and Beastie is looking really, really scary. Especially with this army, like you said, the bombards are just there to seal the deal. They're just gonna slowly target fire everything in their wake, trying to take them down. JD does get a little bit of a charge off. It's a little bit of damage, but Voldemort is starved right now. And not for food. He's got enough food. We're thinking about the gold here. Ooh, he's selling some. Oh, he's just getting traders to deliver. Is Imperial Age what he thinks is the thing that's gonna save him?
I do wonder if Imperial Age is a little bit of a thought, because the Red Palace is tough to take down. But I don't know, like, I mean, Inspired Warriors, question mark, plus a bunch of men at, like, this is actually a really good fight for Bolton and Valdemar, all things considered. There's no crossbows here at all, and his man-at-arms doing pretty good work. JD level 4 coming through, and if she actually goes up with the thing that gives attack speed, this is a very bad choke point though. Oh no,
JD falls down again, and this is such a tough position for Voldemort. There's no way he can buy her back. She's level 4, but she's not aged up to level 4 just yet. So this actually does make her a little bit cheaper, so it's not that expensive. But the Rebaldequin, it definitely made someone go bald, but the Red Palace has been dropped, and now we'll see.
Oh, it's okay. So this is literally just like, this is defender trade. This is where we're at. We need to defend the trade. Gold is where the guild hall is at. JD has been picked up, so should be able to summon that free bombard, I think.
Pretty
yes.
Yeah. No. Did she get? Oh,
so
is that her bombard? Where's the bombard?
No, she hasn't summoned it.
Okay, she hasn't. Yeah,
so,
she still has the cooldown. Poor woman.
The nice thing about this, all things considered, is the fact that her T ability, her. Oh no! Oh my god! I just heard Voldemort slam his desk.
My heart just broke for that poor JD. She's been brought back, and you can't get her back after that. She has cooldown. She needs to chill now.
Oh.
I don't know what to say. The men at arms are gonna be able to clean up a little bit of this. They should help get the walls up. But now the trade is discovered. The Red Palace is slowly getting put up.
Oh no.
And it feels like everything is just slowly falling apart. The Rebaldequins at the front of the base, now just making sure that they can surround anything with fire.
So
Springel's at the front too. Voltoon desperately trying to fund Voldemort's habits.
Get units! Get units, Voldemort!
Oh, he realizes he forgot to age
I
up.
realized. So now what needs to happen is Bolton actually needs to get his Colvins out. Colvin's now against his Rebaldequins is the only thing that's really going to be saving him, but he needs multiple of them. He needs 2, he needs 3 maybe even, with those Springles coming in from Beastie.
And he does go for the Siege Workshop, but the Red Palace is taking a while to get up. The Knights are collapsing on them.
So, hear me out. If Bolton should now garrison inside of the TC, target fire down the Rebaldequins because of those, with those arrows. Like, he was a Arbitrous Arrows now, and that's like actually a good way. Now, these choke points is actually favoring so heavily into B and BC. Because they're not able to get on top of it, and they're not able to get us around, Rebaldequins would just do so much damage, and now, oh my god, that's a lot of consecrated buildings happening immediately. Red Palace coming in for B as well, and the good news across all of this, at least, is the fact that the TCs for Voldemort is still alive. The trade has been unhit for most of this. But look at this. Voldemort down to 3. For a second there wasn't even a number there. That's how low on units Voldemort was, and there's Bolton going. He can't hold this.
Enough is enough. And Voldemort, after that game, I can imagine he feels dead. On the inside, on the outside. And that's just because, you know, when you have a real life tiring you out, and you come to this game and you play against Beastie and B, you know it's not going to be an easy fight. And that, ladies and gentlemen, will bring us to the 1-0 for BB and 0 for Mr. Valdemar. Now, this actually we updated the standings, by the way. We had a little. I was gonna say I had a little bit of an oopsie here, but we do have our standings now, and it's still looking good for Mr. Anatan, Baltoon, and Sassy. Sassy still 4-4, so this is now getting a little bit better for the boys. So Sassy 4-4 right now, and he still has a shot at making this through. On the other side of the bracket, though, Marine Lord and Louis beat Poppy Paw and Wham!
I mean, signs of things to come?
Premonition, yeah. Are we gonna see this in the big finals at Wolala? And then the final match. This means Marine Lord will make it through. I think they have 1 round left, yes. And there's no way to overtake here. So at this point, the rankings have been settled, except, wait. They have been settled. Kiliardi and Chrysor, if they take the game over Scatterbrain and Dragavan, then Kiliardi and Marine Lord might end even if Marine Lord loses the next game. But let's see. There's a chance. There's a chance. How are we feeling, Cal? Do you think there's a chance?
Maybe. It's a possibility. What's really weird, though, is that I think if Kiljardi... So if Kiljardi wins this one, and he wins the next one, but Marine Lord loses the next one, they should actually be tied at 6-5.
But
and
then we consider wins versus ties, and that might be a little bit tougher.
I mean, it's a really awkward position because Kiljardi and Cryosaur is playing now, and Kiljardi needs to leave the voice chat by saying, "Hey, Cryosaur, can you give me the game? Can you give me next game?" Because he's playing against Cryosaur next game.
So
that makes for a very awkward team dynamic.
because you know that Cryosaur doesn't have a shot at making it through, but your life is on the line here. Then we need to go check the head-to-head. But right now, let's quickly see. This is done. Also, Beastie and B. B now going 4-5 at the moment. But Sassy and Myriad against Anatan and Demu. I think Sassy and Myriad have a shot here.
Sassy and Myriad should have a shot for sure.
I think these should be updated. It seems to be that they are updated. Give me 1 second. It looks to be that Demu and Anatan won this one, so this one's about to be updated as well. Now, Anatan has solidified his win. He's sorted. He doesn't need to do any more. And Demu also having a shot at making it through. This has actually become quite close. Oh my gosh.
I mean, at the top, it's become a lot closer than I feel like it should be.
It definitely has.
It's like uncomfortably close.
Now, we were considering doing the cutoff for the bottom 2 and the top 2 at this point, and then we would go into tomorrow. But unfortunately, there is a Red Bull Wololo qualifier next weekend, so that cannot be considered. So now B and Demu and Baltoon are all neck and neck. So we'll see what those next scores will be doing. But I believe in the last game between this was B's first win. So I don't know how this is going to play out for him. No.
Yeah, so I mean, the scoring has changed a little bit. Like, we're not doing ties anymore to actually to. I don't know if that's something Tommy and Bolton did together, but we changed the scoring a little bit. So ties are like if they went 1-1, they're counted as wins. Now, this does change a couple of things. I mean, pretty much everyone in Group B has a reasonable chance of actually making top 4.
That's true.
So-
Marianne and Voldemort both.
So it makes for some. I don't really know which one, but it's like you go into like there is a potential where, yeah. So round 6 with SAS B going in. SAS wants to win, but he wants B to lose the game. But the problem is they're playing on the same team.
I mean, that brings them to the last one where Beastie and Sass need to take on Anatan and Baltoon, while Demu and Voldemort. Again, Demu wants to win and he needs B to lose. So it's a tough game. It's a tough game. But in this case, Anatan and Voldemort, it doesn't really matter for either of them. Because even if they do, it's going to be quite hard to come back from this for Voldemort. I think Myriad and Voldemort are both right now in a very tough position. Where you need everyone else to lose. And you might be playing with them soon. So, I would probably say, what is the hypest match that you think we should be covering? Is it the Demu, Baltoon, Anatan, Voldemort one? I feel like this one's going to be a little bit one-sided.
I mean, from round 7 in Group A, there is the 2 big dogs carrying the 2
Tiny
weak
boys.
players.
But
that sounds rude, but
I think Marine Lord and Scatterbrain should have this one, just because of Scatterbrain's ability to constantly keep his opponents on their toes. I don't know if the communication gap between Louis and Dragavan is going to be too big to actually carry this.
yeah, I'm not too sure either. I mean, is Sathras voting for Demu? I feel like we should go for Demu Anatant.
Demu
Demu
Anatant.
Baltin. Demu Baltin Anatant Voldemort.
Let's go. Let's go see what the boys are cooking. I want to just quickly check. Wham is in his final game already. Giliardi and Chrysor. I feel like this might actually be a pretty quick one for us to jump into. But let me quickly see who is in right now. Dragavan. Let's just see what happened with this last one. Dragavan and... Let's see... And Scatterbrained, they did unfortunately lose to Giliardi and Chrysador. So, now, Giliardi won. If Marine Lord loses...
I mean, refresh.
Oh, the refresh, it's updated. Now, Giliardi has to win, and Marine Lord has to lose for this to be a tie. And, I don't know, I think Marine Lord and Scatterbrained will have this one in the bank. So,
I mean, it's a realistic scenario. Shit, I want to watch. I want to watch Marine Lord lose.
You want to watch Marine Lord lose?
Yeah.
You are not. You want to see someone actually. You should have been here for the first while. He got. He was kept on his toes for a while. He didn't make it easy. Now, currently, I'm not able to spectate anyone, so I assume nobody is in game right now, and we will have to wait for these boys to go over. Every time I see Voldemort is losing, is that a curse? I think so, Zatras. This might actually just be a you problem and not a him problem. So, Cal, you look defeated. Is it because of low elo legends?
No, it's because I'm kind of tired.
You're tired? Aw. You see, I can completely understand, but imagine what these players are feeling. I actually feel so surprised that it got to this point where people are just getting where we got to these late game situations, because there's a lot of games. So round 6 group 2, the drafts have been done. B just typed ready. Round 7 group 1, the drafts of Puppy Paw and Wham have started. So we'll be going in pretty soon. But Cal, tomorrow you are working production. Do you think you're gonna do better than me so far?
Do I have to?
Have to what? Have to
Do,
suffer.
do I have to? I mean,
Yes, because Tim and I are gonna do an absolute destruction of a cast, and we need to have our cow to do the hard work, so we can just sit back and give you shit.
right.
Yeah. But that's how this
Okay.
works. Yeah. Okay. As long as you understand that.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Okay.
I'll try my best to make you guys look good.
Yeah. Now, of course, we don't need you to make us look good. You just need you to press the buttons and spectate so we can talk about the things. But guys, while we wait for the boys, I'm gonna go on the BRB and we'll be right back in a second. Just see you guys soon. We just gotta wait for the boys to begin. Did you almost start speaking French in that moment? Oui. Oh my gosh. Stop it. Stop showing off to the people. They're all gonna know you're talented and shit. And then what? Then we're gonna lose you. You're gonna be like, yeah, I'm talented now. I have too many people who like me. Guys, we're back and we're going into our last caster game for the day. And then I'm gonna need to do a ton of admin for the next one where we will be doing all the talks. So tomorrow at 4 p.m. CEST. I promise it'll be shorter. I'm gonna make sure the format is ready for that. So ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for Scatterlord and Louisvan or Dragamanti. Yeah, very nice.
Dragon these nuts or something.
Oh my god, we lost Cow, guys. He just disconnected, sorry. Now, Marine Lord, a little bit of a tower rush, man. Especially with the forward gold. Not something I mind seeing. Very nice.
Yeah, this is nice. I mean, this is good for a Marine Lord. I mean, won the coin flip, so to say. Like one has the opposite though, so I mean, pretty much what you would expect. I expect him to be something similar as what we saw earlier. I don't know if I want to see it though.
I don't know if a tower rush on Dragavan will change anything about the outcome of a game, though. Dragavan's the kind of guy who, if you tower rush his gold, he's just gonna go for 16 TC and overwhelm you. But the problem is, when you're Mongols and French, you probably don't allow for 16 TC, so Dragavan might need to change his course of plan in this case then. But, on the other side, Louis went for the rush as well. Apparently, we're just having a game of rushes. We have a tower rush against a tower rush, and
Ooh, Scatterbrain doesn't have enough gold.
he also doesn't have a backup gold.
I
He needs 26 more gold, and that is a very expensive load to bear. He needs to sit through and do it. He doesn't have a choice, or just... Oh, he needs to find a way. This is going to be so tough.
Look at this. This is not going to be a tower. Like, Marine Lord is actually just playing defensive here.
Marine Lord actually answering with the Spearman and trying to help his ally here, because keep in mind, Dragvan and Louis both played with Scatterbrain. At this point, they know exactly that this man is aggressive, and if you let him get gold, he's gonna run you over. And that's exactly what's happening here. Look at that. He gets the gold drop off, and he will get the age up, but you get School of Cavalry without any affordability of said cavalry. Marine Lord, though, running around with a lot of sheep.
I mean, there's still like 7 spears here for Louis. This is pretty aggressive. I like it. I like it. Now,
Yeah.
you gotta remember as well, like, this gives so much space for Dragvan. It's actually going up with the military wing, not going to be going with the eco wing here. Still could go 2 TC. But this is going to be like so much pressure on Marine Lord and Scatterbrain here in total. Like, the good news for Scatterbrain, if he's quick now, we can see him has 5 on gold now. He's been moved over there. There's so much pressure, and Marine Lord is soaking up that quite well.
No, the Khan is there to support, though.
Yeah.
1 arrow at a time.
Turn around, stab. I mean, ooh, this is not a good fight for Marine Lord, I think. Yeah, I mean, And that's why, like, he tried to use the wall to his advantage here. Khan is doing a little bit of tickling damage.
But
Pretty
just
much
enough.
going to be an even though, and Louis should be able to run away from this one. Marine Lord not aging up just yet. Is getting there shortly, but Aachen Chapel is coming up.
Now the Aachen coming up at the wood line and the berries. Not getting any crazy fast castle shenanigans like we saw last game. So this will be a feudal fight. And Louis making it a little bit more of a standard game. This Louis rush was definitely something that I think did the work. It stopped the Mongols from doing his thing. Although, if the Mongols did its thing, it would probably still be fine because he's not even thinking about gold. All these players, except for Marine Lord, got a beastie spawn. Oh, actually, Louis also got a Marine Lord spawn. The Marine Lord and Louis both getting a Marine Lord spawn. Pretty nice for them.
Pretty nice indeed. Prelate, where are you at? Somewhere. But yeah, it looks like Dragon is just willing to go into archer ranges here. Or archers. He does have that boot camp as well, right? Which just mean like he gets a little bit of extra HP. So his archers are pretty. His archers is pretty damn good. He hasn't gotten it just yet because he doesn't need it.
Not yet, because he also didn't go for gold, because he doesn't need to. He's just gonna make a ton of archers. We see 16, 17 on wood right now. This man is gonna pump, and they're not looking at a long game. So both of these players are just looking to push this out. Dragovan and Louis both know that the longer you give Marine Lord, the worse it gets for you. And Scatterbrained as well. He gets to castle, and you are in trouble.
Yeah, and Uvo being able to take him down here as well is really important, right? It's gonna slow down the tempo of the Mongols quite a bit. And that's just because they can't double produce. I'm a little bit scared though for the mass that Dragovan has out. If he is not moving carefully with Louis, oh my god, oh for sake. Oh my god.
We asked, and he answered. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the clown car. The clown car has graced us with its presence. Let's watch this thing roll into the lands. We can rotate it, watch it fire down with its little wheels, the archers getting in and out, the absolute destruction of a micro, the spearmen here to support. But Dragovan, the micro god, ready to micro himself back and forth without losing any archers whatsoever. He's going to be target firing these archers too, but he is losing a bit. He's losing HP. If you go down, you go down. The clown car, not as effective as it used to be.
I mean, okay, look. Is clown carring in front of Louis against Marine Lord? Like, either Louis is going... I was about to say some Chinese swear words, but I'm not gonna go there. Or he's like, this kid is a genius, and Louis is gonna be starting to do this as opposite too.
Well, Louis is going fast castle, so there is a transition out of this, which is the crazy part as well. You forgot to put the archers inside the clown car.
No. He didn't forget.
Oh?
He didn't forget. Like, he's doing this because the siege tower is taking 1 damage a shot. And it gives range. Like, it gives vision.
So he's just using it as a ward.
It's a scout. It's a really tanky scout because the vision range on it is not that bad either.
We're getting another burger, by the way. I don't know if you are ready. I don't know if you're hungry, Cal, but we're getting a burger. Dragovan into burger. Clown car into burger. Exactly what the doctor ordered.
It's proxy. It's a proxy too. I didn't even notice. Oh no.
It's a proxy, yeah, archery range, yes.
Oh,
But
no.
now let's see where that burger is going to be placed down. At the front, the Burgrave Palace coming in. But remember, this is a limited burger. He only has a little bit of food. He might be able to go out on the deer and keep the burger pumping. But with the blacksmith here, hasn't
Look
been
at the
able...
siege tower. Look at the siege tower. It's like in the front.
Oh my goodness.
It's in the front. Oh my
It
god.
looks like they can shut this down though, and I don't know if Marine Lord and them know how to deal with the burger. The thing is, the burger we saw last game is not the burger we're going to be seeing this game. this is going to be a really, really tough burger to execute as much. But if Marine Lord and Scatterbrain can deny it by just making as many archers as we saw with the longbows, then maybe there's a shot. And you cannot lose all your archers here. Dragovan, that tower might be taking 1 damage from the TC, but the villagers have their sights set on it as well. And for the first time, the Clown Car does get counted.
I mean, that's a little bit of a problem, right? Doing Clown Car in twos, and like, it's a little bit of communication. Maybe if the plan was clear to both players, it might have been a little bit different. And we actually see Louis starting to be a little bit of a pump here already, starting to make those men-at-arms, starting to upgrade them as well. And Dragovan, did he even get boot camp?
Boot camp?
Because they've been, no, they haven't. I was about to say, like, these archers has been surviving for quite a while and moving back, but that siege tower, is it still standing there? No?
I don't know, the villagers took it down. The villagers had enough, though. So, unfortunately, Dragvan's Clown Car did not survive. And the thing is, this guy only now got... He only now got his +1, and he quickly went down. Just like we had previous game, Men-at-Arms just don't do the same level of damage. So he does deny the relic, because behind this, the HRE went for the normal... Getting the... What is this name? The monastery. The monastery for HRE. But they will not be getting any free relics from Scatterbrained.
You see it so rarely, you don't actually know what religious building they have.
I'm like, there's something other than the cathedral? Huh? Huh? And the funny part is now, Scatterbrained looks like he's going to age up. I say this because he has 19 on gold, but he could just be queuing up 16
he's making knights. He's making knights.
This guy is keeping me on my toes. I don't know what to expect. I don't know what's going to happen, and he's just going to keep going. And the Clown Car being shut down, though, Marine Lord must be cooking. What are we doing? How are we dealing with this? And instantly rallying towards gold. So must Marine Lord be the one who goes instead? Because he's going to need to make a lot of crossbows very quickly to deal with those men-at-arms. Only 5, though.
I mean, so... I think Louis here should be mixing in spears and men-at-arms. Like, he should be doing a mix. Just so it's harder for the knights to actually be taking it down, because he either needs to, like, he doesn't have that pump that we saw bolted. Like, he has 14 men-at-arms, but you don't... They do have heavy maces now, which does help quite a bit. But he's not able, like, he's not taking care of the knights. He's adding economy, yes, but he's not taking care of the knights. They're just kind of, he's kind of just bleeding resources into Scatterbrained at this point.
Yeah, Dragovan and Louis, the problem that you have with the burger is you need to be able to use the burger effectively. And people might think, oh, burgers are so easy to execute. They, in theory, but against a good opponent, it's not just a one-shot, one-kill. You actually have to fight a very, very tough fight. So that +2 that might be kicking in at some point today is taking a very long time. We do see the fitted letterwork also being chosen here, so I'm surprised now we're going to be getting melee armor as well instead of just getting the +2 ranged armor.
Yeah, I can't really explain that one to you, I'm afraid. Maybe he wants a little bit of extra damage resistance against these knights, because again, they are feudal. If he is, I just wish that we could see a couple of spearmen just be mixed in, just like slightly there for Louis. I'm a little bit annoyed. But it's fine. Marine Lord, though, he's slowly starting. He has a pretty big, he's a pretty decent archer mass going on right now. It's much bigger than Dragovan, even though he actually has that. But the problem is, like, Dragovan invested a lot of his resources, villager walking time, plus 300 wood into actually placing those proxy archer ranges, and I don't even think they exist anymore.
Now, the proxy archery ranges do exist, but they have not pumped out anything as of yet, because when you have things in your base like that, you are just not free to move around. Now, these guys do have their little bit of an upgrade, the boot camp, so they will be able to take a little bit more fire, but in these numbers, you're going to need a lot more than HP to carry you through. We do see Louis finally getting a little bit of the burger off, getting a villager kill or two, but This is still Marine Lord aging up at the back. And that's gonna be a step redoubt. He doesn't care about the fight. He just wants to get the gold, get the upgrades, and get bumping. The first crossbow now in queue.
Yeah, needs crossbows, needs something to deal with these man-at-arms, right? They're kind of just being such a pain for Scatterbrain here. Still some units being rallied as well, right? And actually making man-at-arms Marine Lord? That's an interesting choice against heavy maces.
Yeah, the heavy maces always deters the man-at-arm making, but maybe he's not looking at doing something about that. Maybe he's looking at doing something about Dragoman on the other side of the map. You bully my ally, I'll bully yours.
Yeah. This is kind of... it's a very interesting position, because I don't really know where we're at. This is really good for Marine Lord, though. This is a really nice pick. It's actually both players away, as Dragon is also running there. And now we're actually going to be losing here. Like, Louis needs to do a quick wall here, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Should be able to run quite quickly away. Gonna be losing one vill, probably.
Might even lose a second. And a third. He does not quick wall. As actually fourth behind all that as well. That the bodies hit the floor, they say. And they want to come back because they need the food anyway. Even though so many of them went down. But now this army composition is looking a little bit scarier from Marine Lord. Because we do see 12 crossbows at the moment. And yes, a few of these bad boys do go down. But crossbows, they're standing at the back and they're getting ready to push you and get rid of anything you throw their way. Look at the sandwich! Marine Lord and Scatterbrain, they deliver a pump sandwich. And it is not looking like a healthy meal for these poor villagers. Louis bleeding vills right now at 34 villages at the moment. This is looking dire for HRE. This is not the HRE we're scared of. Not at all. Thank you very much for the 5 gifted, Anonymous. Appreciate you, sir. Goes right back to our COVID charity.
Wait, I don't get paid? I don't get paid.
I was like, I'm suffering here. I watched a clown car. I'm watching a knight. The knight is chasing into the villager line. He's not going to get any damage done.
I mean, army numbers is up for Dragovan and Louis, but the problem is that so much of that is feudal archers. Like, yeah, there might be like Abbasid archers or something like that at boot camp. Like, gets a decent raid in. Wait, is that the Deerstone?
Yes. The Deerstones is about the movement speed, Cal, and he wants to have the movement speed right in front of the enemy base. But Scatterbrain is doing what he does best, and he is just clapping villagers. The villagers are pulling out those poor little ships.
There's spears right there. There's spears right there. Come on. Use your spears.
The knights are actually not taking the best of fights here. They do get a few victims. Louis now down to 29, 28.
Oh my oh no.
27 villagers. And at the same time, Marine Lord is inside of his base. He doesn't give a damn. He's just gonna kill things. Louis on his last legs. Dragovan desperate to do something crazy inside his opponent's base. The villagers are idle, but Scatterbrain is there to back him up.
Look how long as well it takes to actually kill one. Oh no. I mean, okay, Louis realized he's baiting them into. Okay, there we go. That's how you get Dragovan to fight with you. Dragovan's still diving though. I mean, he's doing a pretty decent job of actually something like giving some return damage. I actually do not. Wait, is Dragovan's army still there even and so?
Dragovan's army is still trying their best.
Remember from the game that Baltune kind of just got his man-at-arms belted by longbows?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the power of longbows.
But these are not longbows. And now with knights backing up, knights are also going to melt these archers. The problem is with these archers, they do have +1, but they're feudal archers. Dragovan is floating 1,300 wood. The man can farm transition all the way into the next game, but he's just not ready. The villagers of Louis desperately running towards the TC, not able to tell their story to the people.
Look at Louis. Look at Louis. He has 10 vills working right now.
He's just He's just letting them have a break. But at the same time, he's idling some villagers. Very nice. He's got the burger up and running. Look at that knight going down. That knight didn't have a shot. More men-at-arms. Every single bit that he gets goes back into a man-at-arm. And it is looking rough.
So the good news is that Marine Lord's crossbow army completely evaporated at this point.
Yeah, they actually got to take him down. So the crossbows finally got taken down, but now there are no men-at-arms to kill with them. The knights, they do get rallied forward though, and Scatterbrain is losing these for absolutely nothing. Finally, the men-at-arms might face the music, and Scatterbrain is being counter-attacked. Both of these players just falling apart right now. Louis, Scatterbrain, Dragavan, everyone's falling apart except Marine Lord.
Yeah, I mean, it's the experience, right? Being able to keep your head cool, playing. Probably been in not exactly this scenario because, well, it's 2v2 and Marine Lord doesn't play that much 2v2, but he's played this scenario where he's been behind, gotten pressured as Mongols quite a few times, right? And it's also just knowing how to problem solve at this stage of the game, and he's able to do that, and Kanaro just speeding up everything around it. Still, though, I mean, Heavy Maces are doing a pretty good job, but that burger push that Louis had going for him once upon a time. Yeah, once upon a time is probably the right word considering how far long ago and how much of a fairy tale that was.
Unfortunately, that is definitely not going to be the case here for our victors. The hard push, the long hold by Louis with 26 villages now is not going to be enough to sustain him. We can see Louis, the chapel, is not inspiring anyone. He's uninspired. The villagers are very much uninspired. They're running for their damn life. Everything is on fire. And Scatterbrain is pulling his villagers to go to the gold up here, but they could even just pull out their shivs. Marine Lord, though, says, that won't be necessary, sir. I will be saving you here today. And the crossbows will be the ones picking off anything in their path. Another villain.
Yeah, I mean, gets the relic at least? No. no, not at all.
The villagers
Not at all.
desperately trying to protect this prelate. Tra-la-la, the wall-la-la doesn't work, so he's just shouting tra-la-la. The boys are trying to break the wall, but Scatterbrain says, I'll be the one in your base pretty soon. Louis at 15 villages right now. He's hoping for a miracle. He's hoping for a crash, but not a DC, so that the game does not get remade. Because, you know, if you had to remake this game right now, Cal, if we had a crash, do we think this is totally a remake, right?
I don't know. I'm not the admin. I don't want to think about it. The only thing I want to crash is a person's economy at this point.
I mean, Louis is
pretty much
crashed.
yeah. Louis' economy is pretty crashed. I mean, he's still able to pump just a little bit. I mean, his army numbers look pretty good, but you gotta remember, like, most of it is feudal archers, and the other side is like, okay, it's feudal too, but it's feudal knights, which, well,
Dragavan has had enough. Dragavan says, I can't carry Louis. Louis is just... He just didn't let me, brother. And, unfortunately, this was a downhill spiral. The moment they got onto Louis' economy, it is currently 6 a.m. for Mr. Louis as well. He's had enough. And Scatterlord... What was it? No, that was... Yeah, this was Scatterlord.
yeah,
Scatterlord
yeah.
takes the win. Just like that. And that will mean that Group 1 is finished. But unfortunately for Kiliardi, Marine Lord won. So I just quickly want to share with you guys so you can see the beautiful situation we are in. No tiebreakers. Everything going down smoothly. And the people making it out of the group, Poppy Paul, Louis, Marine Lord, and Wham, each of them with exactly the same score. That is the tie of the year. That is insane, Cal. How is this possible?
I don't even know.
that I don't know how this happened, how anything like this could occur, but here we are. But I just want to point out in the second group as well, we also have a 4-way tie right now.
Yeah, that's gonna be thanks, Bolton. Yeah, that's gonna be fun for seeding.
That's gonna be super. No. Luckily tomorrow there's no seeding, Gal. We're continuing it. We're continuing Top Team Gamer. Everyone gets put into 2 groups, and everyone plays with everyone. And then only the finals will be the seeded one, with the top 2 players from each group. So there might actually be a chance. V also says, good luck for seeing, guys. Actually. Now, we will be going off because this was a little bit of a distraction, honestly. I think most players are mostly dead. And we do have 2 rounds still on the other side. So what happens to Group A? Defrag, these 4 players go through. That is what happens.
Top 4 players go through.
Top 4 players, and all 4 of them are tied. So what did we learn today? Buff Hatchery. Yes, Hatchery, honestly, in team games, we need a buff. Relic, if you're watching,
so what needs to happen is that Regulus Cathedral needs to scale up based on the amount of players.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like it's 200% in 1v1s, right? Because it's 2 players. It needs to be 400% in 2v2 because there's 4 players.
Even though there's double the relics, right? Or not?
No, it's only 1 more. It's only 7.
Only 7, okay.
In 2s.
Yeah, that makes more sense. We definitely need to buff Hatchery. And honestly,
1 per player and 3 neutral.
So honestly, it should also increase the damage of each tower that they're in.
Oh yeah.
The towers are gonna need twice the firepower to survive. So.
Yep.
Okay.
And of course, emergency repairs should be halved. Like it should also scale, so it's like 50%, or 150 or 200% quicker recharge time.
That's a good idea. So HRE, definitely we need those buffs for them. It's ASAP, please. And for the rest of you guys, we're gonna be sending you guys over to Mr. Beastie Cutie. So enjoy his suffering for the last 2 games that he still has to go through. And
is he still in round 6?
I think they're on. They might have finished round 6 just now.
No, he's playing with the Myriad.
Oh,
they're in round 6.
They're in round 6. They're being held hostage. So guys, go enjoy, and we'll see you. We'll see you tomorrow.